Chapter 1408. This place is a very peculiar space. This space is a piece of chaos. There is nothing here, there is no scenery, there is only a piece of space that is as bright as honey. In this space, from time to time, some ripples will appear in the bright chaos. It is like a lake that has water droplets. It is very beautiful. Unfortunately, the scene at the center of the space had mercilessly shattered this beautiful scene. If one looks carefully, one can see that there is a battle taking place in the center of this space. A pitch-black substance occupies a piece of land under the bright space. It is like polluted water in the corner of a clear lake. There are 9 evil eyes on top of it. It is fluctuating with an evil aura. At this time, in this pitch-black substance, there is a flesh-colored tentacle extending from it. It is like a whip. It is whizzing through the entire space. It is constantly lashing out in a certain direction. There is an extremely flirtatious girl in that direction. She is tall and slender and very voluptuous. Instead of calling her a girl, it is better to call her an elegant noble lady. Looking at her makes one's heart itch. Her waist-length pink hair has a bright red luster, as if it is showing its owner's passion. White as snow skin, ruby-like eyes. There is a pair of dragon horns on her head, but they are not round like Ai Ku's, nor are they like the antlers of the mother of dragons. They are more similar to the horns of a normal dragon, sharp and angular. As for the girl's appearance, those who know Ai Ku will be able to recognize her. Because compared to Ai Ku, the girl's appearance is very similar. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are exactly the same. However, compared to Ai Ku, the girl's appearance is undoubtedly a lot more mature, and also a lot more flirtatious. Just like Ai Ku after she has grown up, she also has a graceful temperament around her. This proves that the girl's cultivation is very different from the unreasonable Ai Ku. However, this mature and flirtatious girl is currently in a very sorry state. Her hair is not disheveled, but it is a bit messy. The dress covering her body is tattered. The degree of exposure was extremely high, as if someone had forcefully pulled it apart. If someone saw it, their first thought would probably be that it was a young girl who had been forcefully violated by a man, and they would not be able to bear to look at it. However, the flirtatious girl had a leisurely smile on her face. She looked neither hurried nor slow, and the tentacles that were about to hit her would be blocked by a layer of water ripples that suddenly appeared. Even if some managed to slip through and wrap around the girl's body, they would be quickly shattered by a layer of invisible power. Come to think of it, the reason why the girl's clothes were in tatters should be because they were torn apart by the tentacles before they were shattered, right? On the ground, tentacles continuously shot out from the pitch-black substance with 9 eyes, attacking the young girl's body. However, they were either blocked or shattered, unable to do anything to the girl. This caused the evil aura emanating from the pitch-black substance to gradually thicken. Not long after, a coarse, muffled voice that sounded like an angry roar rang out from the pitch-black substance. "What? Why don't you fuse with me, Nabi?" The flirtatious girl named Nabi chuckled. "Why should I fuse with you? Aren't you the incarnation of a dragon seed memory that was born to fuse with a dragon king? Was it to bestow upon him supreme wisdom and allow him to obtain true power?" The coarse voice was filled with anger. The Avalon Holy Dragon Royal Family and the Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon Royal Family are both royal bloodlines of the dragon race. Both were originally split from the Sage Dragon King Inpok's bloodline. Strictly speaking, they share the same origin. In terms of qualifications to fuse with you, as a descendant of the Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon Royal Family, I should be qualified as well. No. Who would want to fuse with something as disgusting as you? The one who spoke wasn't the incarnation of a dragon seed memory called Nabi. Instead, it was a coarse voice that came from above the bright chaotic space. It was Yak's voice. Taking a closer look, 2 large bird cages were hanging above the chaotic space, and 2 people were locked inside. One of them was Yak, the other was Yashur. You took someone else's body without permission and now you want to fuse with someone else. Your personality is terrible. Yak didn't hide her disgust at all. Open this damn bird cage if you know what's good for you. Who do you think you're locking up as a bird? Shut up, Avalon's Empress. Mordred roared angrily. I don't have much time to waste on you, Nabi. Yashur gripped the iron bars of the birdcage tightly and gritted his teeth. Don't admit defeat. Don't worry. Even though she was in tatters, Nabi still smiled calmly. I might not be able to do anything outside, but this is my territory. I won't give in so easily, damned vixen. Mordred spat in anger. Why do you have to reject me? Indeed, as the last descendant of the Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon King, you have the right to fuse with me. I can't deny that. Nabi smiled faintly. However, I'm sorry, but I've already decided to fuse with Princess of Ivalin. You. Mordred was mad with rage. What's so attractive about those little kids who haven't even grown hair yet? Who are you calling a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet? Yak was furious, but what made her even angrier was that Nabi actually agreed to it. Yak is indeed an immature brat. She doesn't attract me. Nabi shrugged. Unfortunately, compared to her, I don't like Nihilenia, who only knows how to play with her tentacles. What did you say? Even though I was born to fuse with either Avalon or Neha to give them true power, it's my right to choose who I want to fuse with. Nabi said as if she was adding oil to the fire. That's why I chose Avalon. You should give up. I won't give up. Mordred's furious roar echoed. I want to defeat Avalon. I want to rule the entire dragon race. I want to stand at the peak of the dragon race. I want to defeat that black dragon and that white dragon outside. Don't even think about making me give up. After saying that, Mordred once again controlled countless disgusting tentacles, like a giant python that had found its prey and attacked Nabi. How annoying. Nabi frowned. Her displeased voice echoed in the chaos space. In the next moment, the battle between the two of them continued. Nabi. Yashu slapped the cage in regret. Damn it, can't I help at all? Why can that guy move freely in here but I can't? Aiko also shouted in annoyance. I'm a dragon princess too. But your body has been taken over? Yashu scratched his head in annoyance. Yak, can you give me the paladin armor? This dragon dispatching workshop isn't a real space, it's a spiritual space. Aiko sighed, a little frustrated. That's why I can't make the paladin armor here unless Nabi agrees. But now she can't even take care of herself. How can I make the paladin armor for you? Is there no other way? Yashu lowered his head, unwilling to give up. At least let me help a little. Speaking of which, isn't it because you were also schemed against by that fellow? Yak rolled her eyes at Yashio. If you were still outside, you might have been able to stop me from going berserk. I can't do anything. Yasha's expression turned bitter. It's Yasha's fault for being careless. He was with Yak and could have gotten the paladin armor at any time. But because he thought he was safe in Fantion City, he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Not only was he kidnapped, but he also ended up like this. If Nabi was taken down by Mordred and forced to fuse with her, not only would Nabi disappear, but Yak would also be killed. When that happened, Yashur could only muddle along as a star essence maker and live out the rest of his life. That's worse than hell. Damn it. Yashur slammed the cage. Can someone help us? As soon as he said that, a giggling voice entered everyone's ears. Young man, do you need help? Chapter 1409. Young man, do you need help? An ethereal voice with a hint of mockery echoed clearly in the chaotic space and entered everyone's ears. That voice, which definitely belonged to the impossible fifth person, caused Yashur and Yak to be stunned. It also caused Nabi and Mordred to stop attacking and defending on the spot. This was the Dragon Workshop, a spiritual space created by the great holy dragons of the primordial dragon clan. It was used to allow the spiritual bodies of dragons to enter and create products. It was the place to create holy knight armors. Therefore this was Nabi's territory. Nabi was the embodiment of the dragon species memory. It was the knowledge accumulated by the dragon clan over tens of thousands of years. The dragon clan stored the accumulated knowledge in the Dragon Workshop. As the embodiment of the dragon species memory, Nabi was the master of this place. Generally speaking, only dragons could enter the Dragon Workshop. If Nabi invited an outsider, she could also pull their spiritual bodies into the Dragon Workshop. However, this was not a situation where the fifth one could appear. The Avalon Holy Dragon Royal Family and the Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon Royal Family were engaged in a fateful battle. Mordred was fighting for the embodiment of the dragon species memory in an attempt to obtain the true power of the Abyssal Dragon King. Under such circumstances, the Dragon Workshop became a battlefield between the two Dragon Kings. No other Dragon Clan members were allowed to interfere. Yasha was able to appear here because he had become a part of Yak's body. Therefore he was able to witness the battle with his own eyes. However, other than him, it was impossible for any other existence to enter this spiritual space. Did Nabi invite them in? Impossible. Nabi was having a hard time protecting herself. It was useless to invite others in. In this spiritual space, no matter how strong a person was in the real world, they would not be able to defeat the spiritual bodies of the Dragon Clan in this territory that belonged to the Dragon Clan. The other Dragon Clan members were unable to enter the Dragon Workshop due to the battle between the kings. Even if they entered, they would not be able to defeat the King Mordred. Logically speaking, the fifth one should not appear in the Dragon Workshop. Was a pity. His calculations were flawless. However, in this world an anomaly appeared. I didn't expect that I would be locked up in a birdcage one day. Bang. As the fifth person who suddenly intervened spoke, Yashur's birdcage made a cracking sound. It suddenly cracked open, and then with a crisp cracking sound, it shattered with a loud bang. Wow. As soon as the birdcage shattered, Yashur, who was hanging in the air, also fell down. He let out a blood-curdling scream, but a hand reached out in time and grabbed his collar. You even know how to scream so loudly. Looks like there's nothing else. Phew. Yashur raised his head in fear and looked at the person who grabbed his collar. Then, a playful smile and a pair of wine-red eyes appeared in front of Yashur's eyes. You. Yashur cried out in surprise. Roland, you really know how to give people trouble? Wu Yen went against common sense and floated in the air, rolling his eyes at Yashur. Do you know that the outside world is turning upside down because of you? Yashur opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the others also reacted. It's you? Nabi and Yak were both surprised. Why are you here? Mordred was startled as well. However, Wu Yen ignored him and glanced at him. Then he looked at Yak and waved his hand. Bang. The birdcage that Yak was trapped in seemed to have been hit by something as it shattered into pieces. It was only then that Nabi and Mordred realized what had happened. Yak and Yashur were locked in the birdcage because Yak's body was occupied by Mordred. Yashur, who was one with Yak, was also implicated. Both of them were sealed by Mordred at the same time. Now the birdcage was shattered. This meant that Wu Yen broke the seal that Mordred placed on them with brute force. Was this something a human could do? You? Mordred's voice trembled. Her angry roar echoed in the entire dragon dispatching workshop. Who are you? Hearing this, Wu Yen, who was holding Yak with one hand and grabbing Yashur's collar with the other, grinned and raised his eyebrows. Take a guess. Damn it. Mordred was furious. Swish, swish. A series of sharp whistling sounds broke through the air without any warning, stirring up waves of airflow. The dark red tentacles that could cover the entire dragon dispatching workshop were like wildly dancing vines as they whipped towards Wu Yen with whistling sounds and broken whip shadows. However, before the whips could reach Wu Yen, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yen. With a wave of her slender arm, a ripple suddenly spread out in the space and swept through the dark red tentacles. Bang! Immediately, the countless tentacles seemed to have been sliced countless times by an invisible blade. They broke into pieces of meat and fell to the ground. It's rare that I have a guest here. Can you not treat him so roughly? Looking at Wu Yen, Nabi didn't hide the curiosity in her eyes. I'm curious as to why he's here. I invaded Yashur's consciousness and followed it to this place. Wu Yen didn't hide it and tossed Yak and Yashur to Nabi. As for how I invaded Yashur's consciousness, don't ask. Telling you will only add to your troubles. Although he didn't know who this flirtatious girl who looked so similar to Yak was or where this place was, Wu Yen could still tell that this was a mental space. Originally, he only wanted to use a mental magic to wake Yashur up. If possible, he even wanted to wake Yak up and force Mordred to retreat. Who would have thought that when Wu Yen used his mana to invade Yashur's consciousness, he was pulled to this place before he could wake Yashur up. However, the situation didn't seem to have changed. Since this is a mental space, Yak and Yashur should be able to wake up in the real world after Mordred is forced out of this mental space. They should be able to resist Mordred, right? Wu Yen looked down at the pitch-black substance that was roaring on the ground like sewage. Back when you were still Makawos, you said you'd wait until the next greater feast, before you and I duel again. Wu Yan's expression slowly turned indifferent. Mordred, don't you think this is the right time? Rune? Randall. Mordred growled as she waved her tentacles. Do you think that you can defeat me in the dragon dispatching workshop? Dragon workshop? Wu Yen looked around at the bright chaotic space. Is that the name of this mental space? That's right. Mordred sneered. In here, all the standards of the real world cannot be brought in. In here, the stronger the spiritual body, the stronger the power. You, a human, indeed surprised me by being able to break my seal. However, can your spiritual power surpass that of the Dragon Clan? Dragons had magical power. Among the spells they controlled, there were many mental spells. With the support of mana and the training of magic, as well as the various advantages that dragons had over humans, It wasn't without reason that Mordred dared to make such a boastful claim. However, Mordred was wrong again. Magical power? Who could defeat Wu Yan now? Magic? Wu Yan has 103,000 grimoires, how could he lack magic in magic? So, would Wu Yan's mental power be weak? The answer of course was no. In the next instant, the world trembled as a vast and invisible force descended from the sky, enveloping Mordred without any explanation. Wah! Mordred didn't even have time to be shocked before the force slammed into her. With a blood-curdling scream, Mordred disappeared from this world as if she had been ostracized. Let's go out too. Wu Yan grabbed Yak and Yashur and disappeared in a flash. Looking at the dragon dispatching workshop that was bustling with noise and excitement a second ago, Nabi was at a loss. Chapter 14:10. Yuwa. Yeshu fiercely opened his eyes and gasped for air. His body was already drenched in sweat. Yeshu's eyes were wide open and he was gasping for air. When he woke up, Yeshu noticed his current situation. Not only was his body completely naked, his entire lower body and one of his arms were buried in a ball of soft flesh, as if he was buried in a swamp. It was hard to tell whether it was comfortable or uncomfortable, but Yaksu could clearly feel that his left hand, which was covered with snake-like ferocious star carvings, was currently in a heart-wrenching pain. Are you awake? Wu Yan retracted his hand and shouted at Yeshu. Don't be in a daze. Stop daydreaming. Yak should have woken up by now. You need to fuse with Yak's will as a rider and expel Mordred from Yak's body. Oh. Yashur was suddenly startled and hurriedly closed his eyes. The will belonging to the rider was like an old tree that had taken root. It followed the pitch-black dragon below him and fiercely stabbed downwards. Brr. The black dragon that was still wrestling with the black dragon lightning trap, suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Its voice was filled with pain. Brr. Brr. As it howled in pain, the black dragon began to struggle. However, its body was tightly gripped by the black dragon's lightning trap. It couldn't break free at all. Damn it. Mordred's pained cries rang out from within the black dragon's body. No. I can't possibly lose. I spent so much effort to find the awakening apparatus and tricked Klaus into becoming my supporter. I spent so much effort to finally reach this stage. How can I possibly lose? I must say you did spend a lot of effort. Wu Yan knelt on one knee and pressed his star carvings hand on the black dragon's head. He closed his eyes. Unfortunately, in your eyes your enemies have always only been Yak, the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family, and Yak's master, Yasho. You've never put anyone else in your eyes, so you've never thought that in this world. You never thought that there would be someone else who could suppress you, the Dragon King. This is where you failed. Wu Yan mobilized the magic power in the star carvings. A dazzling white light suddenly flashed, illuminating the sky above Fanteon City like the sun at dawn. A pure divine power invaded the body of the black dragon. It attacked a certain dark spiritual entity in its body. It was the purification power of the angel's holiness, Kines Natsuan. Dong. Mordred howled in agony as a dull thud echoed in her mind. Now. Yashu abruptly opened his eyes. At the same time, Yak's furious roar resounded from the pitch-black dragon's body. Get out of my body. A blinding light surged out of the black dragon's body and merged with the purification light of the angel's holiness. It flashed in every corner of Fanteon City. In Fanteon City, every citizen couldn't help but close their eyes and reach out to block the strong light that was strong enough to hurt their eyes. Not long after, in the center of the strong light, a cloud of black mist jumped out pathetically as if it had been filtered out. Under the illumination of the white light, it let out a series of screams and turned into a shocking black light. It shot toward the edge of the sky and disappeared from this world. Thus, under the blinding white light, the pitch-black dragon's body gradually underwent changes. The black fur that looked like it was contaminated was washed away bit by bit. The black color faded away. The demon-like twisted horns slowly turned back into a sharp right angle. A horn similar to that of a unicorn grew out from the center of the dragon's head, between the other two dragon horns. The two pairs of crow-like wings also recovered, becoming as pure and holy as an angel. Then the 9 beastly eyes also disappeared. They were replaced by a pair of clear red eyes. Roar, 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 the surrounding holy dragons roared in joy, celebrating the return of the sacred dragon emperor. They circled in a circle and bowed again. Unfortunately, the dragon's ridiculously large body slowly turned into light particles, disappearing into the gradually dimming white light. A petite girl with long pink hair and a young man appeared from the dragon's heart. They closed their eyes tightly and fell down. Wu Yen rode the black dragon lightning trap and arrived below Yak and Yashur. He caught them with each hand. Wu Yen shook his head with a smile as he looked at the unconscious Yak and Yashur. They really know how to give people trouble. Although that was what he said, Wu Yen showed a joyful smile on his face. He raised one of his hands and slowly spread it open. In the palm of his opened hand, a drop of dark red blood floated in the air. It moved up and down like a red gem, very dazzling. Awakening blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor. Special item. Extracted from the last descendant of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor when he enters the state of awakening. The blood contains special power. Due to the extraction by the system, it has magical effects. If consumed by a vampire who relies on blood as their foundation, it can strengthen the vampire's ability. If consumed by a vampire's true ancestor, it can increase the level of the vampire by 1 level. Note: due to the extraction by the system, it can only be effective if consumed by the system's user. The effective range is before level 90. When the user reaches level 89, consuming it will be ineffective. Ding! Dungeon Quest 3 completed. Obtained 50,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Dungeon World, Star Carvings Dragon Knight. Dungeon Quest, Acquire. Mission 1. Enter Tokisaki Kurumi's Red Jade mode and use the ability of the Angel, Zafkiel, to use the Bullet of 12 YOD. When the Mother of Dragons placed the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family in the Abayan Forest, she would obtain a drop of the first blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family before he was born and placed in the Abayan Forest. Quest reward: 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points completed. Quest 2. Obtain a drop of infant blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family. Quest reward: 30,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points completed. Quest 3. Obtain a drop of awakening blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family. Quest reward: 50,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points completed. Character: Wu Yin. Equipment points: 111100 item points, 230000 ability points, 101000 summoning points, 131000 level 85. Ding! All dungeon quests have been completed. User can now choose to leave the current dungeon world at any time. This dungeon world is now open to user. When user re-enters the world of Star-Carved Dragon Knight, the system will no longer issue any dungeon quests. User can now freely enter and exit the world of Star-Carved Dragon Knight. While Ai Ku was still in her human form, Wu Yen took the opportunity to obtain a drop of blood from her. He successfully obtained a drop of awakening blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family and completed his 3rd dungeon quest. At this point, Wu Yen completed all 3 dungeon quests in Star-Carved Dragon Knight. Not only did he obtain 90,000 points, he also obtained a special item that can raise his level all the way to the pinnacle of Tier 9. One could say that Wu Yen returned from this dungeon world with a bountiful harvest. Looking up, Wu Yen saw the rising sun piercing through the night sky. He could almost see the silhouettes of young girls in it. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yukari, Shokuho Kasumi, Flandrichan, Astria, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshitsun, Yushin, Meijio, Origami, Kinuhada Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Isuna, Yui, Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agurola, who turned into familiars. The girls who are tied to Wu Yan's fate are all smiling at Wu Yan, silently telling him how much they missed him. I want to go back. Holding the drop of awakening blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family tightly, Wu Yan exhaled and rode the black dragon back to Fantian City. Chapter 1411. The night that made the people of Fantian City and the important figures of the various top forces in Aluxtran tremble in fear finally passed without any mishaps. Although Yak was forced to awaken this time and her body was almost taken away in Fantian City, putting humans in a dangerous situation, the end result was very fortunate. Not a single person was injured and not a single brick of the building was destroyed. The entire Fantian city was intact, and there were no accidents. If one were to say what effect Yak's forced awakening had, it was probably that it made the people of Fantian city panic, and also made the various top forces tremble in fear. The roaring dragon under the night sky, whose body was even larger than the airship, was deeply engraved in the hearts of all the witnesses. During the entire chaotic night, other than the Cypheros Empire's airship being crushed by the awakened Yak, there were no other losses. So, it was said to be a close call. Of course, for the Cypheros Empire this was definitely not a good thing. The Lorraine Kingdom of Knights was in perfect condition. All the major forces were in perfect condition. The buildings were in perfect condition. The Kingdom of Knights was also in perfect condition. Even the holy dragons had returned to their places and reconnected with their owners. Everything was in perfect condition. However, the Cypheros Empire had lost an airship. That was an airship, not some luxurious ship. Losing an airship like that was not a huge blow to the Cypheros Empire, but it was definitely not a small blow either. Moreover, everyone else was safe and sound, and only the Cypheros Empire was in trouble. How could the Cypheros Empire be willing to accept this? Originally, Klaus wanted to put all the blame for the loss of the airship on the Knighthood Empire and exaggerate the impact to make the entire Knighthood Empire take responsibility. After all, the Cypheros Empire's airship was destroyed by all the dragons of the Lorimon Knighthood Empire, wasn't it? It was a pity that Klaus's wishful thinking did not come to fruition. That day Wu Yin stood up and used the reason that the dragon appeared from the Cypheros Empire's airship last night as a reason to forcefully pull all the representatives present as witnesses and borrow a team from Veronica. Head to the location of the destroyed airships of the Cypheros Empire and collect the fragments of the instruments left behind. Although the device was a magic device, the other factions also had their own magic device experts. After a period of research and investigation, the device was able to forcefully evolve a dragon into a holy dragon and awaken Yak. In addition, Yak and Yaksu had appeared to testify. The arrested Anya, who was originally a member of the Cypheros Empire, also came forward to testify. As a result, the actions of the Cypheros Empire were completely exposed. In the end, not only did the Knighthood of Lorea not have to take any responsibility, they even bit back at the Cypheros Empire, causing the Cypheros Empire to take away the national treasure of the knighthood and research it without permission. The crime of causing the giant dragon to go berserk and almost cause danger. Veronica personally ran to Wu Yan's room and told him that this time, they must make the Cypheros Empire bleed fiercely. Of course, regardless of whether the Cypheros Empire bleed or not, the representatives of the various factions were no longer in the mood to hold the Continental Conference. After the incident ended, the Continental Conference that was originally planned to be held in Fantian City was also cancelled. The organizer, the current Pope of the Espadar Cathedral Lazor IV, officially announced the cancellation of the Continental Conference on the same day. Thus, the various factions expressed that they would continue to follow up on last night's incident, and then they all left on their airships. Klaus also took a carriage back to the Cypheros Empire with a gloomy face. It was believed that the Cypheros Empire would be forced to write a lot of documents on diplomatic issues. Just like Veronica said, they would bleed fiercely. However, the situation of the Knighthood of Lorea was not very good either. The giant dragon that night was obviously not an ordinary dragon. Just its strength alone was not something an ordinary dragon could possess. The Knighthood had never made it public that they had such a dragon. It was inevitable that some people would suspect that the Knighthood had ulterior motives and was planning to hide their trump cards to do something ambitious. Because of this, Yak's identity as a dragon princess could no longer be hidden. It was likely that the various factions would soon know about it. And how should they deal with Yak, the princess of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family? That was also a diplomatic issue. Only Veronica and the other important figures of the Knighthood could have a headache over it. Apart from that, there were also various other problems. The first prince of the Knighthood of Lorea, Julius? The fact that Loriaman didn't die and that it had something to do with the entire incident? The problem of Mordred who had turned back into a spirit and escaped to who knows where? Also, the problem of the final battle between the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family and the Nihilinia Underworld Dragon royal family? There were also many problems that the Knighthood of Lorea, Yashu, and Yak had to face and solve. Under these circumstances, the problem of why Wu Yen was able to control the Black Dragon's lightning trap and the White Dragon's burning flame was put aside for the time being. Normal dragon cultivators could only contract with one dragon. That was the most basic of common sense. It wasn't that no one had ever thought of contracting two dragons, but it was absolutely unrealistic. This was because the amount of star essence in a dragon cultivator's body could at most keep one dragon alive. If there was an extra dragon, then not only would the two dragons not be able to get enough star essence, even the dragon cultivator himself might fall into a predicament of lacking star essence. Because of that, a dragon cultivator could at most contract with one dragon. Even if they wanted to contract with another dragon, the dragon mother would not agree. Wu Yan, on the other hand, broke the norm by controlling two dragons at once. Not only that, but why was his boar able to survive in his body was also a mystery. Also, the terrifying power of the white flame and black lightning. All of these mysteries made Wu Yan, whose identity and background were also a mystery, the most mysterious person in the eyes of everyone. This mystery was only known to those from chivalry for now, but Wu Yan's active performance last night had already made him known to the leaders of the other factions. Before long, Wu Yan should be able to truly make a name for himself in Luxtron, right? Now, this soon-to-be famous person was hiding in his room in Fantion City. Sitting on the bed, Wu Yan closed his eyes tightly. Mana currents surged around his body like a tide about to go berserk, but they brought unimaginable pressure to the surroundings. Specks of starlight silently rolled around Wu Yan's body. There wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. Upon closer inspection, the star carving on the back of Wu Yan's hand had already disappeared, proving that he'd undone his seal. This wasn't all that surprising. Even with his power sealed, Wu Yan would find time to undo the seal every day when he was alone to cultivate his mana. The process of cultivating mana was extremely boring and Wu Yan wasn't a patient person, but he liked the feeling of slowly growing stronger. That was why Wu Yan would cultivate his mana every day. He could feel the mana in his body growing bit by bit, experiencing the feeling of growing stronger. He felt very satisfied. That was why Wu Yan could persevere through the boring process of cultivation. Otherwise, with his lazy personality, he'd rather spend more time studying the magic tricks and spells in the 103,000 grimoires. He slowly gathered the insignificant increase in mana and added it to his own. Sensing the obvious increase in mana, Wu Yan slowly withdrew his mana and let the surging mana currents around him calm down. Phew! Exhaling, he slowly opened his eyes. Imperceptible traces of golden light flashed through his wine-red pupils, making his pupils seem even more profound. After a while they dimmed and returned to normal. And then, stretching lazily, Wu Yan ended today's training session. Normally Wu Yan would just lie down and take a nap at this time. Or maybe he would go out for a walk and flirt with the maids in Fantion City. But today Wu Yan didn't do that. After stretching, Wu Yan flipped his hand. In his palm, a few drops of dark red blood moved up and down. It was the original blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor. Chapter 14:12. 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor floated above his palm, rising and falling rhythmically, exuding a brilliant gem-like brilliance. It was extremely beautiful. Whether it was the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, infant blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, or awakening blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, they could only raise Wu Yan to the peak of rank 9, stopping at the threshold of demigod rank. Now, Wu Yan had a total of 5 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, 1 drop of infant blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, and 1 drop of awakening blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor. However, he was already level 85, and taking them after level 89 would no longer have any effect. Therefore Wu Yan could only take 4 drops. These 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor would raise Wu Yan's level to 89, reaching the peak of rank 9. Thinking of this, Wu Yan's heart heated up, and he took a few deep breaths to suppress it, allowing his emotions to return to a state of tranquility. Then Wu Yan raised his head and swallowed the 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor. Boom! The 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor slid down Wu Yan's throat at an extremely fast speed, all the way down and into his body. Before Wu Yan could react, the 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor immediately turned into a powerful energy, like a rushing river, rolling down his throat, wandering around a few times and entering his blood. The moment the 4 powerful energies entered his blood, the blood in Wu Yan's body also began to riot. Wu Yan's face paled, then turned red. His body trembled uncomfortably, and his blood vessels also swelled. The blood and the energy from the 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor ran amok in his blood vessels, causing Wu Yan a strange pain. Wu Yan did not expect that swallowing the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor would cause such a change, and could only grit his teeth and bear it. Immediately in his blood vessels, surging waves of energy surged through his blood vessels, colliding fiercely with the rampaging blood. Dong. A collision sound that only Wu Yan could hear rang out, causing Wu Yan to groan, and his face flushed red. Inside Wu Yan's body, his blood and the 4 types of energy intertwined with each other, releasing invisible waves of energy. It turned into ripples and reverberated. In blood of the Holy Dragon Emperor's body. Like a hungry wolf who knows how long, scrambling to snatch the ripples of the blood Holy Dragon Emperor to absorb them, one of the blood of the Holy Dragon Emperor God. Every time this happened, Wu Yan could feel it. I seemed to be a little stronger. Wu Yan's spirit was lifted, and he seriously looked inside his body. The 4 drops of energy in his blood vessels seemed to have blended with his blood, directly fusing together and flowed with his blood. Along with this process, waves of invisible waves frequently turned into a invisible ripple, separated from his blood, and swept in all directions in his body. It was constantly absorbed by every part of Wu Yan's body, strengthening him. Body, blood, magic, organs, everything in Wu Yan's body was absorbing this invisible ripple, and devouring it, turning it into a catalyst to strengthen himself. This feeling of being able to strengthen everything, Wu Yan had only experienced it in the magical pool water from the land of gods. He did not expect it to be this time. He actually experienced it again. However, compared to the magical pool water, the effect of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor was still a little different. What was the difference? The difference was that the magical pool water strengthened and purified everything in the human body on average. On the other hand, the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor gave priority to strengthening the blood, and then the other parts. As a result, the blood was strengthened the most and the other parts were a little less. If the magical pool water strengthened the blood and the other parts at a ratio of 5, then the strengthening ratio of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor was 7:3. However, not only did this not affect Wu Yan's improvement, but it was even better. As a vampire true ancestor, Wu Yan's greatest advantage was naturally his blood. The power of vampires came from their own blood, and true ancestors relied on their own blood the most. After being strengthened by the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, the magic in Wu Yan's body was increasing at an unimaginable speed. Moreover, it wasn't a mindless increase. Instead, it was an improvement in the quality of the mana, and when the quality of the mana was at its purest, it would increase the quantity. The quality of the magic had increased, and Wu Yan's strength was also increasing rapidly. Not long after, the system notification sounded in Wu Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level, 86. Ding! Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level, 87. Ding! Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level, 88. Ding! Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level, 89. As expected, 4 system notifications sounded in succession, and Wu Yan's level was instantly raised to level 89, the pinnacle of Tier 9. At this point, Wu Yan had finally reached the threshold of the demigod rank. He was only one step away from becoming a demigod who could definitely be called a powerhouse, whether in the main world or the dungeon world. However, this small step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Especially for people like Wu Yan who used the system to earn EXP to level up, it was extremely difficult. After all, at this stage, there was no existence that could provide them with a huge amount of EXP. If they wanted to level up, they had to be down to earth and defeat enemies one by one until they accumulated enough EXP to level up successfully. Leveling up was the most difficult thing to do, not to mention the demigod rank, which was the hardest to level up. However, just as this thought rose in Wu Yan's mind, a series of system notifications stunned Wu Yan. Beep! Detected that the user has reached level 89. Special quest, Path to Demigod, activated. Special quest, Path to Demigod quest introduction. The process of becoming a demigod is extremely difficult. At this stage, simply earning EXP will no longer be enough to satisfy the user's needs. Due to the user's slow progress, when the user and his summoned character reach level 89, the system will open the door for them and provide them with guidance to become a demigod. When the user and his summoned character complete the quest according to the system's requirements, The system will generate an item to upgrade the user and his summoned character to the demigod rank, allowing the user and his summoned character to become a demigod instantly. Quest Introduction. The special quest Path to Demigod is a chain quest. Every chain quest will be carried out in a dungeon world, one world per chain. The content of the quest is to collect certain items. These items are the materials required to upgrade the item to the demigod rank. When the user has collected all the required materials in the dungeon world, the quest will be announced as completed. Things to note in the quest. 1. When the user completes the first chain quest, the system will generate an item to upgrade the user to the demigod rank. 2. If the user does not choose to generate an item to upgrade the user to the demigod rank after completing the first chain quest, the second chain quest will be activated. 3. Starting from the second chain quest, the items required to be collected will be able to strengthen the effect of the item to the demigod rank. The more chains the user completes, the stronger the effect of the item to the demigod rank will be. After a certain extent, the item will be able to increase the user's level again before reaching the demigod rank. 4. No matter how many chains the user completes, the final item will only be able to upgrade the user to level 99 at most. After the item is able to upgrade the user to level 99, the effect of the item will not increase anymore. 5. When the user chooses to complete the Path to Demigod mission, the system will automatically allow the user to enter the dungeon world where the items required to be collected are. The dungeon world where the user completes the Path to Demigod mission will not activate the dungeon world. The user will only be able to leave the current dungeon world after completing the Path to Demigod mission. 6. Some special dungeon worlds will add some restrictions to the user to increase the difficulty of the Path to Demigod mission. 7. The user can only bring along 2 summoned characters to participate in the Path to Demigod mission in each chain quest. More than 2 summoned characters will not be able to enter the dungeon world. Beep. Do you wish to proceed with the special quest, Path to Demigod? Chapter 14:13. Beep. Do you wish to proceed with the special mission, Demigod Path? Following the notification, the system list popped up without any warning and opened up in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan subconsciously shifted his gaze to the system list. What he saw was a 4th option at the bottom of the system list that originally had 3 options: status, exchange, and instance. Demigod Path. There's really a shortcut to becoming a demigod? Wu Yan didn't know if he should be happy or surprised. Originally, he had already mentally prepared himself for a long war. He had planned to transform into a battle maniac and challenge the strongest in the main world. He had even activated Violet's Red Jade mode to challenge the other 5 demigods. Otherwise, he would have gone to some of the more advanced dungeons and slaughtered his way through them. However, Wu Yan knew that it wasn't easy to become a demigod. Otherwise, he wouldn't have boasted to Sylph that he would become a demigod in 5 years. With the system's help, Wu Yan felt that he wouldn't be able to become a demigod in less than 5 years. One can imagine how difficult it is to become a demigod. There are only 5 demigods in the entire Spalier world. Among the demigods he encountered in the dungeons, Violet was the only one he could summon. It's easy to imagine how difficult it is to become a demigod. However, it's different now. As long as he completes the first round of the Demigod Path mission, Wu Yan will be able to obtain the item to become a demigod. This was much faster than honestly challenging each and every one of the experts. Wu Yan stared blankly at the last option in the system list. After a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a thought. System, you really are a good person. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan clicked on the Demigod Path option. The list changed immediately. Wu Yan's mind just now was filled with the mission description and the things to take note of. Beep. Do you wish to proceed with the special mission, Demigod Path? Wu Yan hesitated for a bit when he heard the same notification for the second time. The 5th part of the mission description stated that when the user chooses to proceed with the mission, the system will automatically send the user to the dungeon world where the required items are. In other words, the moment Wu Yan chose to proceed with the mission, the system will pull him into the dungeon world. However, Wu Yan hasn't said goodbye to his friends here yet. Even though Wu Yan will leave this world, time will stop. The time in this world had also been frozen, but if he wanted to see these friends again, it would be impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. If he didn't say goodbye, he would feel a bit uncomfortable. Sylvia, Corset, and Luca in particular, had a certain degree of intimate contact with him. No matter what he said, he couldn't just leave like that, right? There was also Rebecca. Even though the two of them were more like friends than lovers, the perfect student council president kissed Wu Yan at dusk after their date. Wu Yan's heart was moved. Even though it was just a kiss on the cheek, Wu Yan started to feel a bit vexed. After a long time, Wu Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. Seriously, what am I worrying about here? Anyway, time will be frozen after I leave this world. It shouldn't take much time to complete the first phase of the Demigod Path mission. I can just come back and gather after I complete the first phase of the mission. After completing the first part of the mission, he'll be able to generate the item to advance to demigod rank. At the very least, Wu Yan had to ensure that he completed the first part of the mission and obtained the ticket to advance to demigod rank. Thinking of this, Wu Yan didn't feel troubled anymore. He directly said in his heart, "System, proceed with the mission, Demigod Path." As soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice that was as calm as an ancient well immediately responded. Beep. Special mission, Demigod Path, activated. Special mission, Demigod Path mission round, first part mission world. Star Carvings Dragon Knight mission content. Obtain a drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood, a drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's infant blood, and a drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's awakening blood. What? The mission content that appeared on the Demigod Path interface in the system list and in his mind at the same time stunned Wu Yan. A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood? A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's infant blood? A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's awakening blood? Weren't these the items that Wu Yan had left behind? Moreover, weren't the 3 dungeon missions in the Star Carving Dragon Knight dungeon world the items required for the first part of the mission of Demigod Path? Could it be the system had already calculated everything? Beep. A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood has been detected. Beep. A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's infant blood has been detected. Beep. A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's awakening blood has been detected. Beep. The first part of Demigod Path mission has been completed. Completed? Completed just like that? I can ascend to demigod? Even Wu Yan could not react at this time. Wasn't it difficult to ascend to demigod? Did I just get the chance to ascend to demigod like that? Beep. Do you want to create the item to ascend to demigod? However, the system's notification broke the surreal feeling in Wu Yan's heart and told Wu Yan everything was reality. Although he had already obtained the qualifications to ascend to demigod, Wu Yan unexpectedly did not feel happy. At first, he was still worried about how difficult his demigod path would be. He was even prepared to fight for a long time and become a battle maniac. Then the system gave him a demigod path mission. Just a second ago, he had decided to come back and reunite with his friends after completing the first part of the mission. Now he had completed the first part of the demigod path mission. This made Wu Yan feel like he was full of energy and wanted to punch the enemy in front of him, but he ended up punching the air instead. He could not feel happy at all. However, this should be a good thing. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Wu Yan looked at the system list in front of him and pondered for a while before putting it away. The first part of the demigod path mission had been completed. He only needed to think about it and the item to ascend to demigod would appear in his hands. After using it, he would be able to ascend to demigod. However, Wu Yan was not satisfied with this. This was because he wanted to continue with the demigod path mission. Didn't the third point of the mission already say that? Starting from the second part of the mission required him to collect items that could enhance the effect of the item to demigod path. As long as Wu Yan completed more parts of the mission, the effect of the item to demigod path would be stronger. It would also allow him to level up before reaching demigod path. In this case, he might as well continue and enhance the effect of the item to the maximum before using it. The fourth point of the mission was that no matter how many parts of the mission the user completed, the item would only be able to enhance the user to level 99. After the item could enhance the user to level 99, the effect of the item would not increase anymore. In other words, Wu Yan wanted to enhance the effect of the item to the maximum. When he used it, he would be able to reach level 99 in one go. The pinnacle of demigod path. In this era without celestials, he was an invincible existence. Wu Yan had such an ambition. Or rather, after reading the description of the item in the demigod path mission, Wu Yan came up with this idea. After all, he was already at pinnacle tier 9. It would be difficult for him to find a worthy opponent. With his familiars who below demigod path could possibly be his match. Even if he faced a demigod path opponent, he still had the red jade mode. He could use Violet's power for a short period of time. With Violet's heaven-defying power, she would definitely be much stronger than he was after reaching Demigod Path. Since he had no opponents below Demigod Path and could use Violet's Red Jade mode to fight against Demigod Path opponents, he would be a fool not to seize this opportunity. At this thought, Wu Yan's blood boiled and the corners of his lips curled up. Pinnacle Demigod Path, huh? He could definitely achieve that. Chapter 14:14. Sunlight poured down from the clouds in the sky, causing Lancelot's fur to be dyed with a golden radiance. It was exceptionally resplendent. We've arrived at Ansari. Sylvia, who was sitting on the dragon's back, looked at the corner of the bustling city below and reminded the people behind her. Wu Yen, Yashur, and Yak, who were about to doze off, perked up and looked into the distance. Compared to Fantion City, the city was clearly inferior in terms of land area and prosperity. Wu Yen and the others smiled. Yashur and Yak let out sighs of relief. We're finally here. It had been about a week since Yak was forced to awaken and was almost possessed by Mordred, causing a ruckus in Fantion City. Now, the mysterious dragon's attack on the capital of Lorea's knighthood, Fantion City, which caused the Continental Conference to be suspended, had caused an uproar in the knighthood of Lorea's knighthood. It was still a hot topic that attracted everyone's attention. Even after a week or so, the impact of such a major incident didn't calm down. It was treated as an after-dinner conversation from time to time. No one would forget about it without a long period of time. During this time, Yashur and Yak, who were at the center of the incident, didn't have an easy time. Although the Cypheros Empire's actions against Yashur and Yak had been exposed, and Yak had successfully returned to her original state and the matter had been resolved, Yak's existence had been exposed. That was a fact. The princess of the Dragon Clan. An existence like that couldn't be casually ignored. Thus, it didn't take long for the various factions in Aluxtran to request the Knight's Kingdom to disclose all information about Yak, the Dragon Princess. Yashur also received attention. Under such circumstances, Yaksu and Yak were personally summoned by Veronica for an entire week. They were questioned and investigated day after day, causing the two of them to be deprived of their freedom to go out as they wished. Their lives were extremely oppressive. Fortunately, Wu Yen and Sylvia stayed behind and spent a week with them in Fantion City. Otherwise, the two of them would have long fallen ill from boredom. And today, Yashur and Yak's investigation finally came to an end and they announced that they had regained their freedom. Thus, early in the morning, Yaksu and Yak couldn't wait to wake up Wu Yen and Sylvia. They rode Lancelot back to Ansari together. Under Lancelot's lead, the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was exposed to everyone's eyes. After a week, the reconstruction of the academy had reached its final stage. Looking down from the sky above the academy, there were brand new buildings erected inside the wall-like academy. Under the sunlight, they shone with a bright luster, as if they had just been fished out of the water. It brought with it specks of light. The academy, which had been half destroyed, was finally restored to its original state. Lancelot. Under Sylvia's instructions, Lancelot tilted his body and landed on the academy's field dedicated to dragon riding. Although the reconstruction of the academy was in its final stage, the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy had yet to resume their classes. Thus, there were many students loitering around the field. Lancelot dove down and landed on the field. The sharp-eyed students immediately noticed Lancelot's presence. Isn't that Her Highness Sylvia's Lancelot? That's right. It's Lancelot. Does that mean Lord Roland and Her Highness Sylvia are back? It's true. I saw Lord Roland and Her Highness Sylvia. Lord Roland and Her Highness Sylvia are back. Not long after, the commotion began to resound throughout the field and spread further and further, attracting even more people. Lancelot slowly landed on the field amidst the cheers and support of the students. At the same time, on the other side of the academy, two joyful dragon roars reverberated in the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, two black figures, one red and one white, shot through the air at an extremely fast speed and landed on the field without any explanation. Thump, thump. Two heavy thuds were heard as they landed on the ground. The entire field shook slightly and kicked up a large cloud of dust. Only then did everyone clearly see the newcomers. Gyuvlin, Gawain, Lebecca and Luca, who were riding Gyuvlin and Gawain respectively. President. Sylvia and Yashur hurriedly dismounted from Lancelot's back. Lebecca, Luca. Wu Yen smiled and jumped down from the dragon's back. Just as he was about to greet Lebecca and Luca, Two longing roars came from Gyuvlin and Gawain, interrupting Wu Yan. Before Wu Yan could react, Gyuvlin and Gawain abandoned their masters and came to Wu Yan's side, rubbing their heads against him. "What's wrong with you two?" Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the two holy dragons acting like they were wronged. He rubbed their heads. "You must have made Gyuvlin and Gawain very anxious when you left." Lebeka walked up and said with a smile. "Their appetites have been fed by you. The food the dragons made couldn't satisfy them. Gyuvlin and Gawain have been waiting for you for as long as you were gone. Now that you're back, of course they're overjoyed." "Seriously?" Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He knocked Gyuvlin and Gawain on the head with his knuckles. "I just came back and you're already ordering me around? Can't you at least let me rest for a while?" Hearing this, even holy dragons like Gyuvlin and Gawain lowered their heads in embarrassment, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. "Lord Lune." Luca squeezed her small body between Gyuvlin and Gawain and came to Wu Yan's side. "Welcome back, Lord Lune." Luca's crystal-like eyes stared straight at Wu Yan. There was also a hint of longing in her eyes. She went up to Wu Yan and handed him a teacup. "This is a spirit herb tea I personally brewed. It can dispel fatigue, this." Wu Yan looked at the steaming hot and fragrant tea in the teacup. "Luca, don't tell me you've been preparing this all this time?" Luca nodded shyly. "Because I was afraid Lord Lune would be too tired from the long journey." In other words, after Wu Yan left, Luca would brew a cup of tea almost every day for Wu Yan to dispel fatigue when he returned. However, tea wasn't wine. The longer it was kept, the better it was. Luca must have worked hard to prepare the ingredients for the tea every day and waited for Wu Yan to return. She would immediately brew a cup of hot tea for Wu Yan when he returned. All for the sake of dispelling fatigue for Wu Yan as soon as he returned. She was truly a little demoness that made people love and feel sorry for her. "Thank you, Luca." Wu Yan patted Luca's head and took the teacup. "Then I'll accept your kindness." Wu Yan drank the tea in one gulp. Wu Yan's stomach started to heat up as soon as the tea entered his stomach. His body started to warm up as well. His sleepy head seemed to have been stimulated. He became awake and his strength started to recover. Just as Luca said, this tea can dispel fatigue. As always, the effect is amazing. Wu Yan couldn't help but praise. "This tea must be expensive, right?" "It can only dispel fatigue. The effect is good, but it's not as expensive as Lord Lune thought." Luca smiled calmly. "In the Kingdom of Knights, you can buy it for around 100,000 ekels. 100,000 ekels. Yashu, who came from a poor family, was shocked. "That's not expensive?" Wu Yan laughed dryly. "If it can dispel fatigue in an instant, 100,000 ekels is worth it." The Princess of the Kingdom of Knights said as if it was a matter of fact. "No matter what, I'm relieved to see all of you so energetic." Lebeka walked over and looked at everyone with a smile. "Let's go to the dining hall. We'll talk while we eat." Chapter 14-15. Ansari Dragon Academy inside a cafeteria. This was a typical single-story building built with red bricks in the Ansari Dragon Academy. It was also a student cafeteria. This student cafeteria was only open to the Ansari Dragon Academy. It was specially designed to provide meals for the students of the Ansari Dragon Academy. Whether it was the dining table or the chairs, the various items and styles in the cafeteria were all designed in the same style of the Shepron Kingdom, giving off an elegant and refined feeling. In the Ansari Dragon Academy, the upper-class students would usually only dine in the high-class cafeteria in the city. Those from poor families would choose the cheaper cafeteria below the student dormitory to fill their stomachs. Therefore, most of the students who dined in this cafeteria were from middle-class families. Today, the student council president, Lebeka, booked the entire cafeteria for Wu Yan, Sylvia, Yashur, Yak, and Cosette, who just returned from Fantian City. Steaming plates of food were placed on the table by the waiters. They were placed in front of Wu Yan and the others who were sitting around the table. "Oh whoa." Yak held a large piece of beef in her left hand and a piece of beef in her right hand. She opened her small mouth and took a bite from the left, then the right. She was very busy and her face was full of happiness. Luca sat in the corner, quietly serving tea and food to Wu Yan like an obedient little wife. Cosette sat beside Sylvia, serving tea and food to Sylvia. As for Lebeka, she sat quietly in her seat. She listened to Wu Yan, Sylvia, and Yasha's explanation of the dragon attack that caused quite a commotion in Fantian City. In other words, was that giant dragon actually Yak? After listening to Wu Yan, Sylvia, and Yasha's explanation, Lebecca glanced at Yak, who is still eating and drinking with a dejected expression. The Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor is indeed extraordinary. Even though he's only been born for 3 months, he can't be underestimated. You see me in a different light now? Yak puffed out her chest proudly. However, she soon withered like a frosted eggplant. Unfortunately, not only could I not control myself back then, my body was even taken away. Cheer up, Yak. Yashur said softly. That's not your fault. You're still young. When you're older, you'll definitely be able to control yourself. I'm not young. Yak frowned and took a bite of beef with a conflicted expression. Then, her face turned into a happy expression. What an obvious expression. Wu Yan shook his head and looked at Lebecca. Anyways, it's in the past. Mordred won't be able to do anything for a while. You guys don't have to worry so much. Everything will be fine when it's time. That's right, there's no point in worrying. Lebecca rubbed her brows. I'm just a student council president. I should leave this kind of national matter to someone as capable as Her Highness Veronica. President Lebecca, you're a Saint Dragon Knight. Your status is no different from a noble. If this can only be considered as insignificant, even I, a Dragon Knight, would feel guilty. Sylvia smiled wryly. Right now, Yak is in our academy and her identity has been exposed. There will be many people targeting her in the future. President Lebecca, you're the strongest in our academy. Without your protection, Yak will be in danger. Of course, I don't mind doing my part. Lebecca parted her deep red hair with her hand and wore the same confident smile on her face, as well as a hint of a smile that wasn't a smile. However, Sylvia, there's something you're wrong about. Right now, the strongest person in the academy isn't me. Lebecca shifted her gaze to Wu Yan. Sylvia, Luca, Corset, Yashur, Yak, and the others also looked at Wu Yan. Only then did they remember that this person was the strongest person in the entire academy, the entire Night Nation, and even the entire continent. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Wu Yan sighed. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth in a shocking manner. Don't count on me. Perhaps I'll have to leave this place for a while. Everyone was stunned. For a moment they were unable to react. By the time they regained their senses, their eyes were wide open. Leave. Everyone in the cafeteria cried out in unison. Everyone was panicking. Leave. Lebecca frowned deeply. What's the meaning of this? Sylvia couldn't help but stand up and shout in front of Wu Yan, where do you plan to go? Don't tell me you plan to part ways with us. Lord Roland. Luca grabbed Wu Yan's clothes, her face pale. Even Corset put away the smile on her face and became serious. Yashur and Yak were also at a loss for what to do. They didn't think Wu Yan was referring to traveling for a period of time when he said he was leaving. Since Wu Yan said something like, don't count on me, then the place he's heading to must be very far away. How could this not cause panic in everyone's hearts? What are you all doing? Wu Yan hurriedly signaled for everyone to calm down. I only said that I'll be leaving for a while. It's not like I'll be back forever. Why are you all so anxious? But. They still couldn't get over it. Alright, everyone calm down. Lebecca was the first to calm down. Her emerald eyes were fixed on Wu Yan's face. Where are you going? Where am I going? Wu Yan scratched his face and smiled. I should say I'm going back. I'm going back to where I came from. Going back. Sylvia could not hide the trembling of her body. This is your home. Where do you plan to go? Even though she said that, Sylvia knew very well that the knighthood of Lorea isn't Wu Yan's home. If Wu Yan really is hiding in the knighthood of Lorimon, with Veronica's status, she would have investigated Wu Yan's background a long time ago. She wouldn't let Wu Yan get the title of mystery. In other words, Wu Yan wouldn't be staying in the knighthood of Lorea. Obviously, only the people of Knight's Empire can obtain the dragon's larvae gifted by the Dragon Mother and become a dragon breeder. Wu Yan also has his own dragon, but there's no information about his background anywhere in Knight's Empire. This is also a puzzling issue. However, Sylvia didn't care about this anymore. She only knew that the man of her dreams was planning to leave the knighthood of Lorea and go somewhere far, far away. In that case, when would the next time be? Sylvia didn't dare to think about it. Not just Sylvia, even Luca didn't dare to think about it. Lebecca and Corset were both wearing heavy expressions. The atmosphere was quite oppressive. I say, aren't you all being too negative? Wu Yan clapped his hands and shook his head. I said I'll be leaving, but it won't be for too long. Don't worry. Rather than saying it won't be for too long, it would be more accurate to say he'll be back in an instant. Of course, this was for the people who were frozen in time after Wu Yan left. How long do you plan on leaving? Rebecca asked. I told you it won't be for too long. Wu Yan gave everyone a reassuring smile. It might be a day or two, or it might be a little longer. However, it won't be so long that you won't be able to see me after graduation. Hearing this, the expressions of Rebecca and the others became much better. Rebecca was already a third-year student in the advanced course class. There were only a few months left until graduation. Since Wu Yan said so, it meant that he would be back in a few months at most, right? Thinking of this, everyone felt a little lonely, but they pulled themselves together. Following this, the dinner became a farewell party for Wu Yan's temporary departure. Everyone asked about Wu Yan's well-being and gave him some advice. While Wu Yan blushed with shame, he couldn't help but keep a smile on his face. Therefore, no one noticed that in the silent Luca's eyes, a trace of determination flashed through her eyes. Chapter 14-16. Night. The sparkling firelight drifted back and forth between the grass and trees, and the chirping of cicadas echoed in the night where the fireflies were active. The chirping was quite loud, but it didn't make people feel noisy at all. Instead, it made the surroundings abnormally quiet. In the rebuilt Apollo's abode, some of the windows were dark and the sound of breathing could be heard from inside. Some of the windows were still lit and shone strands of light onto the empty space outside Apollo's abode, forming various patterns. It was a beautiful night. It was a tranquil night. For Wu Yan, it was also a night where he was about to bid farewell to himself. Standing in the center of his room, Wu Yan looked at the scattered items on the floor and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Among these items were the farewell gifts from Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others. There were also some medicinal herbs with astonishing effects that Luca prepared for him. There were also clothes, food, and daily necessities that Corset forced on him. Among them, there were even some items that Yashur had given to him in case he needed them. Yak had also prepared some gifts. Even the three holy dragons, Guffrin, Lancelot, and Gawain, had reluctantly bid him farewell and gifted him some dragon glory crystals. Because of Wu Yan's personal problems, they didn't prepare too many items, but it was definitely not a small amount. If Wu Yan had no other choice but to carry these items with him, he should be able to pack them all into a large backpack that was as tall and as wide as a person. Really? Scratching his head, Wu Yan sighed. Although most of these items were useless to him, they were still a token of everyone's goodwill. Even if Wu Yan didn't need them, he had to bring them along. Fortunately, I have the Gate of Babylon. Sighing in relief, Wu Yan raised his hand. The star carving on his palm responded to his action and shattered in an instant. The star essences returned to his body with the return of his power. They floated up and down as they floated around him. Looking around at the specks of star essence, Wu Yan waved his hand. A crimson rainbow light suddenly appeared. From top to bottom, the entire space was divided into two as if a door was opened. Slowly, the entire space was dyed crimson. At the same time, the scattered items on the ground were also lifted up by a gentle force. They were suspended in the air and circled around. They flew into the pink door one after another, disappearing in a series of ripples. Then Wu Yan threw the dragon-shaped doll that Sylvia gave him when he was a child into the Gate of Babylon. With a wave of his hand, the crimson space slowly and forth and gradually disappeared. This should be fine, right? After looking around the room, he made sure he didn't leave anything behind. Wu Yan pulled up the system list. First, Wu Yan wanted to return to the date battle world. After spending 3 months in this world, almost a day had passed in the date battle world. First, he will return to the date battle world to get the display device he needed. Then he will return to the Spalier world to discuss the Demigod Path mission with Yukari and the others. After that, Wu Yan can begin the second phase of the Demigod Path mission. Now, Kotori, Kurumi, and the others were still in the world of date battle, waiting for the display devices to come out. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the others, on the other hand, were training in the diluted magical pool. He will return to the date battle world to meet up with Kotori and the others before returning to the Spalier world. He should be able to catch up with Chuju and the others when they finish absorbing the magical pool water. Besides, Kotori, Kurumi, and the other girls in the date battle world haven't soaked in the magical pool water yet. They need to go back and use it once. With that in mind, Wu Yan searched for the date battle option in the instance dungeon option. But at this moment, a series of knocking sounds came from the window of the room. Wu Yan stopped what he was doing and turned around. He looked over. He didn't know when, but one of the windows in the room was opened. The night breeze blew into the room. Outside the window, a small head poked in and stared at Wu Yan. Wu Yan paused for a moment before he exclaimed, "Luca?" "That's right." It was Luca who poked her head in from the window. Facing the night breeze that blew into the room, Luca's short platinum hair fluttered gently. Traces of moonlight shone on it, as if it was covered with a layer of white frost. Under the moonlight, it revealed a sense of mystery. Luca's unique pointy ears made her look like a little fairy that came out to play in the moonlit night. She made people's hearts beat faster and their spirits soar. "Luca." For a moment Wu Yan was dazed. After confirming that he didn't see wrong, he quickly put away the system list and walked to the window. "Why are you here?" "Rune-sama." Luca pursed her lips and whispered, I want to talk to Rune-sama." Luca exuded a delicate and seductive aura as she murmured, "It's easy to soften a person's heart. Wu Yan is no exception." He scratched his cheek and extended his hand towards Luca. "Then come in first." "Okay." Luca nodded. She took Wu Yan's hand and climbed in through the window. That's when Wu Yan noticed that Luca climbed up from downstairs. She didn't ride Gawain. "This is the third floor." Realizing this, Wu Yan frowned and reprimanded her. "What if you fall down and get hurt? There are trees everywhere in Yekubrad's territory. Some are even taller than this. I used to climb them when I was young. I'll be fine." Luca didn't look like she had done something wrong. Instead, she smiled happily. "Rune-sama, you're really gentle." Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Luca. "You didn't come here just to praise me, did you?" Hearing this, Luca stopped smiling and went silent. After a while, she raised her head again. Her beautiful amethyst-like eyes stared straight at Wu Yan and her tone became a bit sorrowful. "I don't know why, but I suddenly wanted to see Rune-sama. That's why I came here." Wu Yan fell silent when he heard this. Luca must have realized that he would be leaving tonight, so she wanted to say goodbye to him. "Silly girl," Wu Yan said softly as he rubbed Luca's head. "I'll only be gone for a short time. It won't be long." "But..." Luca looked downcast. "I still feel lonely when Rune-sama isn't here." "You..." Wu Yan didn't know what to say. Luca stared at Wu Yan's face. Her amethyst eyes swayed like limpid autumn waters. It was as if they could suck him in. It was very moving. Suddenly, Luca reached out and untied the satin belt on her clothes. Following an extremely soft rustling sound, the loose nightgown on Luca's body slid to the ground with a shio sound, forming a circle with Luca's small feet as the center. Luca's beautiful and slender body was exposed to the air. She's so slender that it's like looking straight at her is a sin. Wu Yan didn't expect Luca to do something like this. His heart skipped a beat and he yelped out of reflex. "What? What are you doing?" "Rune-sama." Luca didn't answer. Instead, she used her actions to prove her thoughts. She threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan felt the fresh breath of the forest and the soft touch. Wu Yan didn't even have time to be surprised. Luca looked up and said softly, "Please stay for one more night. Let me feel you." Luca looked into Wu Yan's eyes and slowly closed her eyes. Looking down at Luca's face that is so cute and pretty as if it's against the rules, looking at her seductive blushing face, Wu Yan's breathing quickened. Luca's next words ignited the last trace of hesitation in Wu Yan's heart. "Rune-sama, please love me." "Damn it." Wu Yan's tense nerves snapped. He gasped and picked up Luca's small body. After a painful cry, Lian Yi's Jiao Chuan sound replaced everything in this space. It was also a long night. Chapter 14-17. Heavenly Palace City. It was morning, but the sky above Heavenly Palace City was covered in dark clouds. It could rain at any time. It was still early, but the surroundings were already very dark. The pitch-black sky gave off an unimaginable pressure. In this kind of weather, after Shirori asked them to go out and buy some things, Toka, Yeju, and Shixian, who were walking back to Itsuka's house, were not in a good mood. Toka, Yagushir, and Shixian weren't in a good mood the entire day. "It's just getting worse now. It's already been a day." Yijuya sighed and looked listless. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky. His voice sounded a little weak. "Master has been gone for a day." "Correction." Shixian narrowed her eyes while carrying a bag full of ingredients. "Master left in the morning. It's not night yet. So, to be exact, Master didn't leave for a whole day." "Don't say that. Shido also has his own things to do." Although she said that, Toka's face showed that she was not interested at all. And it's only been a day. Back in the other world, Shido left for a very very long period of time. For a very very long time? Yagushir looked at Toka. How long is that? I remember. Toka counted with her fingers. It took her a while to come up with an answer. About 10 days? Surprise. 10 days. Shixian's silver eyes widened slightly. Master said the time ratio between our world and his is 100. If it's 10 days, doesn't that mean Master spent a few years in the other world? I'm not sure. I'm not sure either. 10 Fragrance frowned in confusion. Shido didn't tell us. I think you didn't realize it. I'm sure everyone knows. Yi Jia couldn't help but put down his arrogant attitude and started complaining. The 3 elven girls chatted and walked towards Itsuka's house. Soon, Itsuka's house appeared in front of the 3 elven girls. However, when the 3 elven girls saw Wuhi's house, they immediately turned to Wuhi's house. He stopped in his tracks. A young girl was standing at the entrance of Wuhi's house. Her long purple hair fluttered in the wind, and she was wearing a white dress. She wasn't tall, but she was exceptionally hot, especially her chest. The front of the dress was protruding as if it could jump out at any time. She had a voluptuous figure just like the models on TV. She was pretty and cute, and her face was not inferior to that of a celebrity. No matter how you looked at it, she was a charming young girl. However, the girl's beautiful face. At this moment he was a little depressed. 10 Fragrances exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that Meijio? Oh? Meijio, who was hesitating in front of Wuha's door, turned around when she heard the noise. She finally noticed Toka, Yejushir, and Shixian. Meijio's originally gloomy face suddenly brightened up and became cheerful. Meijio suddenly opened her arms and ran towards the 3 elf girls. Miss Toka. Yaja-san. Miss Shixian. Wah. Seeing Meijio charging towards them so boldly, Meijio immediately sensed danger. Juxiang, Yejushir, and Shixian seemed to have sensed danger in an instant. They screamed and dodged in the nick of time. Bang. Meijio didn't slow down in the slightest. She simply passed through the bodies of the 3 elven girls who dodged her and crashed into the wall at the side. It hurts. Meijio almost shed tears. She covered her nose and looked at Toka, Yejushir, and Shixian in grief. Why did you dodge? Huh? Yejushir made a confused sound. There's nothing wrong with dodging when you're being attacked, right? This isn't an attack. Meijio shouted in dissatisfaction. I just wanted to give you a hug as a sign of friendship. Most people would do that, right? Toka was surprised. Is that so? Of course. Meijio smiled and opened her arms again. So, Miss Toka, hurry up and give me a hug as a sign of friendship. As she spoke, Meijio hugged her openly. Shixiang couldn't help but feel that Meijio's words were correct. Just as Meijio was about to succeed, Yejushir and Shixian pulled 10 incense away from Meijio as if they were running away from the plague. Don't be fooled, my beloved. Warning, Meijio is lying. So that's how it is. Toka's face turned ashen. What? Her plan was ruined. Meijio puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Speaking of which. After messing around for a while, Toka asked in confusion. Meijio, why are you here? Meijio seemed to remember something when she heard Toka's question. Her cheerful face immediately sank. I'm here to look for my beloved. Hearing this, Toka, Yejuya, and Shixian, who had recovered from their fight with Meijio, became depressed. Wu Yen only left in the morning. It hasn't even been a day since he left, but the girls missed Wu Yen dearly. They didn't feel it before, but now they do. Once the man who was so important to them was gone, their hearts would feel very uncomfortable. They would feel empty as if a piece of their hearts had been dug out. Otherwise, Meijio wouldn't have come here immediately after returning home in the morning. After all, Meijio knew that even if she came here, Wu Yen wouldn't be here. Before I came, Miss Origami came as well? Meijio shrugged. She should be inside now. The girls' faces were all filled with dejection. Meijio shouted as if she couldn't take it anymore. My dear. When are you coming back? Following Meijio's shout, a light ringtone suddenly came from 10 Fragrance's body. Toka jumped in fright. She quickly took out her phone and didn't know what to do. Oh, it's ringing. Shirori said which button to press to pick up the call. You ask me, I don't know. Panic, Shixian isn't familiar with phones either. the three elf girls who weren't very familiar with human society panicked and Meijio reacted instead. Give it to me. I'll answer it. Meijio grabbed Toka's phone and picked up the call skillfully. Hello, this is Night Lure. It's not convenient for Miss Toka to pick up the phone right now. Let me. Meijio's voice stopped abruptly as if she was being strangled. After a while, Meijio's face lit up and she shouted. My dear, you're back. When Toka, Yogia, Shisien and Meijio rushed into the living room, they saw a group of people chatting on the sofa. Among them there was Kotori, Kurumi, Yoshino, Origami, and Toka who had just entered. All the elven girls were present. Between Kotori, Kurumi, Yoshino, and Origami, there's a man sitting there. It's Wu Yen who just returned from the Dragon Knight world. Dear love, Meijio happily yelled. She pounced on Wu Yen even faster than when she pounced on Toka and the others. She's even bolder than when she pounced on Wu Yen. Wu Yen, who was chatting with Kotori and the others, heard the noise. He sensed something was wrong and dodged. Bang. The next moment, Meijio's entire body fell onto the sofa. Her nose hit the armrest hard and she howled in pain. Why? Why is my dear? Are you all right? Wu Yen, who finally saw the person who came, helped Meijio up. Reflex, I didn't do it on purpose. As noisy as always? Kotori pouted. We're talking about something serious, can you stop messing around? Something serious? Toka, Yogia, Shisien, and Meijio, who were immersed in the joy of Wu Yan's return, were stunned. I was just about to tell you girls. Wu Yen looked at the girls around him and he started making a declaration. We're going back to Spalier World tomorrow. Chapter 14-18. Behemoth Forest Camp. Inside the clear lake, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuho Kasuka, Flandra-chan, Astria, Kinuhada Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and the other girls are all in a deep sleep. They are soaking in the lake with their eyes closed. Taking a closer look, in the clear lake water, strands of strange water were slowly flowing along the smooth and delicate bodies of the young girls. It was as if the water had passed through their skin and drilled into their bodies. It was somewhat creepy. However, those in the know that this is definitely not a bad thing. It has been 2 days since Wu Yen, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino returned to the date battle world. In these 2 days, many girls had been soaking in the diluted water of the mystical pond, absorbing the mystical pond water, causing themselves to enter a strange state of metamorphosis, gradually improving their strength. Back then, it took Wu Yen 5 days to complete his transformation using the complete miraculous pond water. The water that the girls are using now is diluted, so not only is the effect weakened, it also lengthened the time required for each of the girls to complete their transformation. Everyone has their own limits. When they reach a state of saturation, the magical pond water will no longer be effective. Therefore, the time it takes for the girls to complete their transformation varies from person to person. At the very least, not a single girl completed their transformation in 2 days. No, to be exact, on the first day, a young girl came out of the lake. She held an umbrella in one hand and a paper fan in the other. Her long blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Yukari stood on top of a rock and looked at the girls in the lake with a faint smile on her face. Yukari has been in this state for 2 days. In other words, while the girls were in a state of transformation, Yukari has been taking care of them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she didn't abandon them. Less than an hour after entering the lake, Yukari came out of the lake. The reason is simple, Yukari reached a state of saturation after an hour of soaking. She can't absorb a single drop of the magical pond water. This was not a strange thing. At Yukari's level, it is extremely difficult to improve even a single step. Something like the magical pond water that can be used on anyone has limited effect on Yukari. Therefore, after an hour, Violet's improvement had reached its limit. However, Violet wasn't dissatisfied with this at all. In fact, she was very satisfied. Just the fact that the pool water was effective on her was enough to satisfy her. After all, Yukari isn't a tier 8 or 9 powerhouse. She is a true demigod. Even a demigod powerhouse can improve by a little. This is enough proof of the magical pond water's miraculous effect. After living for such a long time, Violet couldn't even remember how long it had been since she had improved. Now that she had improved, although it wasn't much, Violet was content. Standing at the top of the rock, Violet looked down at the young girls who were quietly transforming in the lake. A leisurely expression appeared on her face. Yukari's aura is. Indeed, in the past 2 days, the auras of the girls had been increasing at almost every moment, and each time, it was extremely subtle. However, with Yukari's ability, It wasn't hard for her to notice this. This also allowed Purple to confirm that when the girls came out of the lake, each of them would more or less increase in strength. However, it's still not good enough. Purple smiled leisurely. There are many people in Fantasy Village who are stronger than you. There are also some who are stronger than me. You have to grow as fast as you can. As she said that, the smile on her face suddenly faded a little. She turned her head and looked at a corner of the lake. Over there was a slight change in the space without the slightest warning. It was as if the space was twisting and there were traces of abnormal energy. Yukari narrowed her eyes when she saw this. At the same time, the space expanded and one figure after another suddenly flashed out. After returning from the date battle world, the group of people only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and the scene that was imprinted in their vision had completely changed. The living room of Yukari's house turned into a mountain and a lake. There were naked beautiful girls soaking in the lake. They looked like they were sleeping. This shocking scene stunned Yukari, and Yukari. Yukari was stunned. What's going on? Wow. Wow. Yukari was also shocked. Yukari often reads novels, but I don't know what this is. Wow. Yukari was the only one who looked at the girls in the lake with sparkling eyes. This is an absolute scene. An absolute scene. Origami didn't say anything. She turned to Wu Yan and silently asked him a question. It's not over yet? Wu Yan was slightly stunned. He scratched his face. Looks like it won't be over in a short time. It's been 2 days. A pitch-black spatial fissure appeared and ferocious eyeballs spun around. Z shouting walked out of the fissure like he was taking a stroll. He sized up Yakuya, Yushin, Meijio, and Origami with his purple eyes. He then looked at Wu Yan with a smile that didn't look like a smile. You've gained quite a lot. Yukari? Wu Yan was surprised to see Yukari beside him. Yukari. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yukari called out. Her gaze swept across the 4 elven girls one by one, and she nodded with a smile on her face. You're all back? The girls nodded in response to Yukari. Wu Yan looked at Yukari with eyes that flashed with the light of the system's perception. Yukari, level 96. Level 96? Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Yukari, you leveled up? This is the result of years of accumulation. This diluted pool water alone can't help me level up. Yukari turned around and looked at the girls in the lake. This pool water gave me a push, the effect is not bad. That's good. Wu Yan nodded and looked at the girls in the lake. So, when will they finish? Some are fast and some are slow. Yukari answered. Judging from the increase in their aura and the change in their frequency, it will take a long time at the latest. But today 2 of them should come out. I see. Wu Yan thought for a bit and looked at Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yukari. Kotori, you haven't used it yet. Go in. Kotori and the others had no objections and nodded in agreement. Wu Yan looked at Meijio, Yagoya, Yushin, and Origami, who are silent due to the unfamiliar environment, unfamiliar situation, and unfamiliar characters. He shook his head and chuckled. Alright, don't be so reserved. I'll introduce you to each other in the future. For now, enter the lake with Kotori and the others. Go in. Yakuya asked curiously. Is there something strange about the lake? Why are they soaking in it? To put it simply, this is a lake that can help you guys improve your strength. Wu Yan said concisely. You only need to soak in it for a while and your strength will increase. It can increase our strength? Yi Juya and Shixian's eyes lit up. They even turned to look at the lake. Soak in it with those cute girls? Meijio rubbed her hands together excitedly. I'll go in. If you don't, I'll go in. You can go in. Kotori added coldly from the side. But you're not allowed to come near us. Meijio instantly let out a dissatisfied sound. You guys. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All in all, go into the lake and improve your strength as much as you can. Wu Yan looked at Yukari. Yukari, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Yukari glanced at Wu Yan and seemed to have sensed that what Wu Yan wanted to say wasn't as simple as it seems. She nodded without saying anything. Hey darling. Meijio snuggled up to him and spoke in a soft voice. Aren't we going in together? Haha. Wu Yan laughed dryly. Chapter 1419. In the Behemoth Forest. After leaving the lake, Violet led Wu Yan out of the campsite and into the Behemoth Forest. She didn't use the power of time gap, she didn't let Wu Yen use his teleportation magic either. Holding a parasol, Yukari strolled through the giant beast forest as if she's taking a stroll. She looked like a young lady on a vacation. She's both elegant and graceful. Invisible ripples of energy radiated from her body. Under this invisible energy ripple, wherever Violet passed, all the magical beasts within 100 meters of her seemed to have seen their natural predator. They howled miserably, tucked their tails between their legs and fled with their tails between their legs. Wu Yen, who is following behind Yukari, couldn't help but gasp in amazement at this scene. As expected of the demon sage from the land of fantasy. His methods were brilliant. He was not someone an ordinary demigod realm expert could compare with. This made Wu Yen more determined to continue the demigod path mission. It was fine if he didn't become a demigod, but once he did, he couldn't be weaker than Violet. To Wu Yen, Violet was like a guide standing at the top of the mountain. She was always pointing the way for Wu Yen, who was still halfway up the mountain. Although he didn't say it out loud, Wu Yen had already set Violet as one of his goals. Sooner or later he would surpass her. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yen suppressed the waves in his heart and looked up at Violet. Violet, is it okay for us to leave like this? Are you worried about your little girlfriends? Purple continued to walk forward without looking back. Don't worry. I've set up a barrier. Unless the 5 demigods from the Spalier world come, no one will be able to enter. I'm not worried about that. Hearing Violet's confident words, Wu Yen calmed down. But he still shook his head. Didn't you say 2 people would come out today? What if they don't find us? Kotori, Kurumi, and the others had already entered the lake. They were absorbing the magical pond water and transforming themselves. When the other girls saw Kotori and the others, they only needed to think for a moment to guess that they had returned. It was inevitable that they would be anxious if they couldn't find them. Don't worry. It won't take long. Violet continued walking towards a certain direction in the forest. Only then did Wu Yen realize that the surrounding environment and the path Z was taking seemed somewhat familiar. This is? Wu Yen asked with uncertainty. Purple, are you going to take me to the base? Did you notice? Violet shook her head regretfully. I thought you would have discovered it earlier. Ah. Wu Yen scratched his face in embarrassment. You can't blame me for that. I've been in another world for about half a year, I just couldn't remember it. It's not that you didn't remember, it's that you didn't pay attention to the path I took. Violet exposed Wu Yen without hesitation. You think I don't know about your instant memory ability? This time Wu Yen was speechless. Wu Yen. After an unknown amount of time, the trees in front of them started to become sparse, their field of vision gradually widened. Under Violet's lead, the 2 passed through the trees. After passing through the grass, they arrived at a vast open space. This was the place where Wu Yen chose to build his base. However, this piece of land was completely empty at this moment. Let alone a base, there wasn't even a tile or brick to be seen. All that was left was a flat land. When he saw this, Wu Yen turned pale with fright, then he thought of something. Violet, did you set up a barrier? Of course. I'm an expert. Z chuckled. She closed the parasol in her hand and gently raised the tip of the parasol in front of her. She nodded. With the tip of the parasol as the source, the space in front of them suddenly fluctuated, creating a ripple. Amidst the ripples, a small hole silently appeared and slowly expanded until it was the size of a person. It swayed like a reflection in the water, giving off a feeling that it would shatter with a light touch. This barrier contains my realm power. Even if you use spatial transfer, there's no way to directly transfer from outside to inside. Violet opened the parasol again and placed it on her shoulder. In addition to the barrier's defensive capabilities, it would take all the magical beasts in the behemoth forest to come here and attack it for a day and a night to break it. Of course, compared to the Great Barrier in Fantasy Village, this barrier is considered weak. Even so, it's still amazing. Wu Yen praised. If it were me, I wouldn't know how long it would take to set up such a barrier, but you set it up in one move. Not in one move. Violet glanced at Wu Yen grumpily. Even for me, it took me a day and a night to set up this barrier. No wonder it's so good. Cut the crap. Violet knocked Wu Yan's head with the paper fan in her hand. Let's go in and see. Me? Wu Yen rubbed his aching head and walked into the barrier, puzzled. As if passing through a thin film, the scene in front of Wu Yen changed dramatically in a wave of water. A huge fortress the size of a city has appeared in the empty space. The steel-like walls were at least 100 meters tall, and one couldn't see the end of it. They spread to both sides, enclosing everything in the fortress in a circular shape. Inside the fortress there were many tall buildings. Some were Spalier world-style fantasy buildings, some were modern science and technology buildings, and some were ancient Western European-like churches and temples. It's like a dream that brought together the worlds of every era, but it didn't feel out of place. If the Academy City in the Forbidden Tome of Magic was a modern world, and the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy in the Star-Carved Dragon Knight was an ancient Western world, then this fortress before his eyes was a real fantasy world. It's not that it's beautiful, it's that it's aesthetically pleasing. Because this small world can only appear in fairy tales and dreams. At this time, the Misaka sisters wearing pure white gorgeous maid outfits lined up neatly on both sides of the fortress's wide-open gate. When they saw Wu Yan walk in from outside the barrier, they respectfully bowed and saluted. "Welcome back, Onyai-sama." Their voices echoed throughout the fortress as if they were rehearsed. Wu Yan was petrified when he saw the fortress that looked like it came from several eras and the 2 rows of Misaka sisters bowing. That fortress is the base? These maids are the Misaka sisters? How can a base be built like this? Why are the Misaka sisters wearing maid outfits? One question after another, and the scene before him was beyond Wu Yan's imagination. Wu Yan was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He never knew that the items that he had exchanged for the construction of the base could be used to build the base to such an extent. How did they do it? The items you exchanged for were added for safety and defensive purposes. Yukari explained as if she saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. In order to make this home look better and make it more comfortable to live in, those little girlfriends of yours have put in a lot of effort to make the base look like this. Wu Yan could almost see Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and Kotori racking their brains to build this base. He couldn't help but smile. Those girls really can't be underestimated. At least they're much more capable than those lazy bastards in Fantasy Village. Yukari gave the girls a rare affirmation. Well, as long as I don't mind having a place like this. I didn't know the base was already built. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. You guys really hid it from me? Yukari glanced at Wu Yan. Aren't you focused on expanding your list of girlfriends? Ahem, ahem. Wu Yan coughed dryly. That's slander. Wu Yan was met with Yukari's gaze as if she was trying to read his mind. Wu Yan's righteous expression crumbled. Fine, I admit that I don't really care about the base, but you're doubting my intentions. Is that so? Yukari walked towards the gate of the base without saying anything. Let's just assume that. Wait. Wu Yan chased after her. Chapter 1420. Behemoth Forest, Base. In the middle of the dreamlike fortress, there was a building that took up quite a lot of space. It was pyramid-shaped and its exterior was made of cold metal. It was the tallest building in the entire base. Standing at the top, one could even see the entire base. If Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agurola saw this tall building, they would be able to see a familiar figure. Cornerstone Gate. However, there was a slight difference. The style of Cornerstone Gate leaned towards modern architecture, and this pyramid-shaped building looked like it grew out of thin air. It wasn't a skyscraper, nor was it a classical building. Similar to the base, it blended the feeling of several eras, making it feel dreamy. After a discussion among the girls, the name of the base had already been decided. It would be called the capital of a different generation. It meant that the base's architectural style had surpassed the limits of each generation. The pyramid-shaped building in the center of the Otherworld capital was called Generation's Heart. Speaking of which, it had to be mentioned. Actually, the Generation's Heart wasn't designed by the girls. It was the Misaka sisters who decided to build it. The Generation's Heart was for Wu Yan and the girls to live in. Originally, the group of girls didn't approve of this kind of treatment. After all, not only was the Generation's Heart located in the center of the Otherworld capital, it was also the tallest and most luxurious building. It was just like the Otherworld capital's palace. This way, living in the Generation's Heart would be the same as living in the Otherworld capital's royal family. The Misaka sisters living in other places would be treated like servants and commoners. Mikoto was the first one to disagree with such a method. The other girls' opinions were secondary. She was the older sister. The older sister lived in the center of the luxurious area and treated the younger sisters like her subordinates. Mikoto couldn't agree. But on this point, his younger sister's persistence was also surprising. To the Misaka sisters, Wu Yan and the other girls had a high status. In the past, it was the girls who gave the orders to the Misaka sisters. He told them what they should do. Therefore, Wu Yen and the girls' positions in the hearts of the Misaka sisters were deeply ingrained and could not be changed. Be it now or in the future, the Misaka sisters would still follow Wu Yen and the other girls' orders and do all sorts of things. Therefore, in the end, the Misaka sisters prepared the heart of generations for Wu Yan's group, who were like brothers, sisters, and leaders. She meant that without Wu Yan's group, they would lose their hearts and would not be able to live on. There was no need for the capital of alternate generations to exist. Under such perseverance, left with no choice, the girls could only compromise. On the top floor of Generation's heart, Wu Yen, who was sitting on the sofa, did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Yukari's explanation. That sounds like something Mikoto and the Misaka sisters would do. Later, I'll use the Gap's ability to move the lake in the campsite and your little girlfriend's here. Yukari asked casually as she sipped on the black tea that Misaka's sister had brewed for her. So, you don't have to worry about them not being able to find us. Can you tell me what you want to discuss with me? Wu Yen did not waste any more time and pulled up the system list. He clicked on the Demigod Path interface and explained the mission to Yukari. This is really against the rules. Yukari's first reaction after listening to Wu Yan's explanation was to sigh. When your little girlfriends reach the pinnacle of Tier 9, this Demigod Path will be open to them, right? That's what the system said. Wu Yan shrugged. So, I want to know what you think. If it were me, I would make the same choice as you. Yukari answered without hesitation. Rather than becoming a demigod now, why don't you continue with the Demigod Path mission? When you reach the pinnacle of demigod in one go, you don't have to overcome it step by step like me. At my level, it's hard to even level up. Amethyst became solemn and warned him earnestly. You have to grasp this opportunity. It's not easy to reach the pinnacle in one go. You have the ruby mode, anyway, you don't have to worry even if you meet a demigod opponent. It's best if you accumulate the effects of your items. It'll be faster than you crawling on the demigod path like a tortoise. I think so too. Wu Yen nodded. So, you agree that I should continue with the Demigod Path mission, right? Yukari rolled her eyes and said bitterly. At the very least, I won't let go of such an opportunity. Well, you're not that weak yourself. Wu Yen grinned as he changed the topic and made a decision. Then, without further ado, let's start the Demigod Path mission now. Wait. Yukari pressed the paper fan against Wu Yan's forehead and pushed him back onto the sofa. Who told you that I'm going with you? Ha! Wu Yen was stunned. Although there's a barrier, it doesn't mean that there's no need for anyone to take care of this place. Yukari tapped Wu Yan's forehead with the paper fan. So, I think I should stay here, I see. Wu Yen shrugged helplessly. If that's the case, I'll have to go by myself. Era, I didn't say that you should go by yourself. Yukari smiled. There are 2 people coming out of the lake today. Didn't the mission say that I can only bring 2 summoners with me? You mean, just bring the 2 of them along. Yukari made her final decision. Nighttime, Wu Yen yawned and rubbed his eyes as he walked down the hallway leading to the main hall. He looked exhausted from lack of sleep. Wu Yen was already asleep when Yukari came to his room and woke him up with a knock on his head. She told him that the 2 summoners who finished their transformation were waiting for him in the main hall. They asked him to go over and start the Demigod Path mission. Seriously, since it's already so late, can't I just wait until tomorrow to start the mission? Wu Yen muttered in dissatisfaction as he walked down the hallway and into the main hall. The main hall took up a lot of space. Because of this, the main hall was very quiet at night and it gave off a creepy vibe. Just as Yukari said, there were already 2 people in the main hall. One of them had long pink hair and was wearing a pale yellow dress and a white short-sleeved jacket. The other had short brown hair, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts. They were Chuju and Mikoto. Wu Yan's mind jolted, the drowsiness in his head disappeared in an instant. Light flashed through his eyes. Misaka Mikoto, level 82, Gue Chuju, level 80. Wu Yen smirked when he saw the 2 girls who didn't notice his arrival. He appeared behind them in a flash. Who's there? Both Hinajiku and Mikoto's expressions froze as they turned around. One of them pulled out a crystal-like longsword, while the other's hand flashed with blue and white lightning. Both of them pointed behind them. When they saw who it was, the frosty expression on their faces froze for a moment before turning into joy. Yen? Chuju. Mikoto. Wu Yen laughed out loud. You've grown quite fast. Hinajiku's eyes flashed with the light of the system's perception, followed by an annoyed expression. How can we compare to you? You're already at the peak of Tier 9? We've heard the details from Yukari. Mikoto put one hand on her waist and brushed her bangs with the other. How is it? Are we starting the quest now? With Yukari here, there shouldn't be any problems. If we can start the quest faster, I won't object. Wu Yen looked at Chuju and Mikoto. Do you want to come with me to this dungeon? You said it yourself. With Yukari here, there shouldn't be any problems. The base is already complete, we can rest assured of our sister's safety. Mikoto smiled. It's been a long time since we've entered a dungeon, it's not a bad idea to go. Me too. Chuju ran her fingers through her pink hair. It's been a long time since we fought, I'm itching to give it a try. Seeing the smiles on Chuju and Mikoto's faces, Wu Yen couldn't help but smile as well. Chapter 1421. Crisscrossing streets, buildings were everywhere, pedestrians coming and going, the trees were scattered all over the place. This is a small city, a quiet and beautiful small city. Under the flood control dam, the river quietly flowed, the bridge quietly lying on the river bank like a dragon, connecting the east and west of the city. In the city there weren't many cars and people were coming and going. Pedestrians could be seen everywhere on the sidewalk. Streets, shopping malls, parks, squares, everywhere, there was a crowd of people who were having fun. Among these people, most of them were students in uniforms. Elementary school students, middle school students, high school students. On the street, students wearing uniforms of various styles were chatting and laughing as they walked in different directions. They had innocent smiles on their faces, telling people that they were in the most dazzling years of their lives. But this is just on the surface. This seemingly tranquil city actually had a dark side that no one knew about. No. Instead of saying it's a dark side, it's better to say that some people here are not real ordinary people. Fuyuki City. This is the name of this seemingly peaceful city. In Fuyuki City, on one of the streets, a man and two women are standing in the middle. The man has black hair and red eyes, his appearance is not outstanding, but his body is surrounded by a completely different temperament from the pedestrians around him. He looks out of place, but he has a sense of existence that can't be ignored. The woman has tea hair and tea eyes. The woman has beautiful long pink hair. In terms of appearance, she is definitely one in a million, a rare beauty. Why is the existence of this man and two women emphasized? Because just a second ago, these three people were actually not here yet. They had only appeared out of thin air at this moment. Yes, appeared out of thin air. However, none of the passers-by noticed this strange scene. Apart from a portion of the passers-by who were attracted by the two beautiful girls, the rest of the passers-by continued to walk on their own, completely oblivious to the slightest bit of abnormality. At this time, the three of them had their eyes closed and were immersed in the content of a cold, emotionless, machine-like voice that rang in their minds. Beep. Special mission, Path of Demigod, second round activated. Special mission, Path of Demigod mission link, second link mission world, Magical Girl Ilya mission details, obtain a rank card, Saber, Swordsman, Lancer, Lancer, Archer, Archer, Rider, Rider, Caster, Magician, Assassin, Assassin, Berserker, Berserker. Beep. This instance dungeon world is the Path of Demigod, Special Quest Dungeon World. The original instance dungeon world's mission has been cancelled. Only after the user has completed the second phase of the special quest, Path of Demigod, can the user choose to leave this instance dungeon world. Reminder: the time ratio between the dungeon world and the real world is 100. 1. Users can proceed with the dungeon experience without worry. I wish you a happy dungeon run. The system's cold voice silently fell into the minds of the three people, not leaving a single echo. Slowly opening their eyes, Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto looked around at the same time. Looking at the people coming and going, it was a very peaceful scene. They glanced at each other. Magical Girl Ilya? Chuju couldn't help but break the strange silence between the three of them. In other words, there's a magical girl in this world, right? Magical girl? Mikoto looked at the people coming and going again. She closed her eyes as if she couldn't bear to look at this very ordinary city. I can't imagine there's a magical girl in this kind of place. Sigh. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead and looked at the clear sky with a helpless expression. Looks like we've arrived at a very strange world, Magical Girl Ilya. This world was different from the Dragon Knight of the Stars world where Wu Yen didn't read the original work at all. When he was still an otaku, he read a bit of it. So, Wu Yen didn't know much about this instance dungeon world, but he wasn't completely clueless about it. To put it simply, this seemingly peaceful world was in fact in the dark. In fact, there was a special group of people moving around. Magicians. As the name suggests, this was a group of people who learned magic and possessed powers different from normal people. Of course, if it's just a magician, then there's nothing to be afraid of. With the power of all the magicians in this world, even if all of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto. However, other than the magicians, this world's original form, the Shape Moon world, actually had many unknown special life forms. Unlike the magicians who could perform magic, the magicians who could perform miracles, magical phenomena that modern science couldn't recreate. Immortal death apostles and true ancestors, heroic spirits, subjugation. These existences weren't something magicians could compare to. Any one or two of them would be extremely powerful, some of them might even be stronger than the current Wu Yan. Not to mention, in the Shape Moon world, there was also the origin, the most mysterious existence that was equivalent to the world in human consciousness. These existences, even if Wu Yan activated Yukari's Red Jade mode, he still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Fortunately, although the magical girl Ilya dungeon world was born in the Shape Moon world, it wasn't as dangerous as the original Shape Moon world. At least, according to Wu Yan's understanding of this world, it wasn't as dangerous as the original Shape Moon world. According to the original story, with the strength of Wu Yan and the other two, it should be very easy for them to complete the second instance dungeon quest. Thinking of this, Wu Yan's expression became much better. Unfortunately, this expression didn't last long. Beep. According to the Demigod Path, Quest Item 6. Some special instance dungeons will add some restrictions to the user. Increase the difficulty of the Demigod Path quest. Detected that the current instance dungeon meets this requirement. System automatically added restrictions. Following the system notification, 3 silver bracelets appeared on Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto's wrists without any warning. The bracelets glowed with a delicate light. At the same time, Wu Yan and the other two felt as though their strength was being suppressed. It suddenly dropped all the way to level 75 before stopping. Beep. According to the quest requirement. Adding restricted bracelets to the user and her summon character. Additional quest requirement. User and her summon character are not allowed to remove the restricted bracelets during the second phase of the special quest, Demigod Path. If the user and her summon character violate the quest requirement, the special quest, Demigod Path, will be declared a failure. Reminder. Once the special quest, Demigod Path, is declared a failure, the user will no longer be able to continue the Demigod Path quest. The system will automatically generate a quest reward item based on the number of Demigod Path quest items completed. The user's progress on the Demigod Path quest will be terminated. This is troublesome. That was the first thought that came out of Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's mouths at the same time. My strength is being suppressed. Seems like I can only fight at level 75. Mikoto's expression revealed a hint of displeasure. This feeling of being suppressed makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Me too. My level is being suppressed to 75. Chuju first looked at the silver bracelet on her wrist before looking at Wu Yan. Don't look at me. It's the same for me too. My level is being suppressed to 75. Wu Yan sighed. The Demigod Path is not easy to walk. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other before looking at Wu Yan. What should we do now? Wu Yan scratched his head. In any case, let's find a place to stay first. This quest isn't something that can be completed in a day. Chuju and Mikoto nodded in agreement. Chapter 1422. Night. After spending an entire day, Wu Yan first exchanged some gold coins for the currency of this world. Then he spent a large amount of money and found a house that is neither too small nor too big. He bought it and used it as his residence in this world. After entering through the iron gate, the first thing he saw was a large courtyard. On both sides of the courtyard was a grassy field with some trees and flowers that didn't require constant care. From the gate to the entrance of the house, there was a small path that could accommodate 2 or 3 people. There was also a flight of stairs in front of the door, giving a good first impression. Inside the courtyard, there was a large family house that could accommodate at least 10 people. It was about 3 stories tall. Compared to the average family house, it was quite luxurious. In order to find such a place to live, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto ran around a lot. In the end, they decided to buy this place that was neither ordinary nor conspicuous. It looked very comfortable. The owner of this courtyard originally decided to emigrate, but he couldn't bear to part with such a place. He stayed in Fuyuki City and went to the real estate agent every day, trying to find someone who knew how to take care of the house and could afford to sell it. Coincidentally, he bumped into Wu Yan's group who came to buy the house. Therefore, the owner of the courtyard didn't even touch the daily necessities or furniture in the house. He just took some of his clothes and personal belongings, packed up hastily, and left the country in a hurry. So, even if it was bought on the same day. Except for some women's daily necessities and clothes, in terms of living conditions, this house is enough for 2 people to live in. Before the night fell, Wu Yan finished the transfer procedures in time and brought Chuju and Mikoto. They moved in comfortably. As for Chuju and Mikoto's daily necessities, because it was dark, they couldn't go out to buy them today. They'll have to wait until tomorrow. In the living room, the 3 of them who were busy all day were drinking the black tea that Wu Yan just made. They were comfortably lying on the sofa. Our luck isn't bad. To actually find such a place. Chuju's face showed a hint of joy, but soon she felt a bit of heartache. But isn't it a bit wasteful to just buy it? Really? Wu Yan poured tea for the 2 girls and he tilted his head to the side in puzzlement. I think it's worth it. We don't need to prepare anything. We can move in directly. It's just that we don't have any daily necessities. Mikoto put down the teacup in her hand. He crossed his arms in front of him. The mission shouldn't be in a hurry, right? Don't worry, it's not that urgent. Wu Yan waved his hand. Although it's called a mission, this mission doesn't require as much time as you think. You can leisurely play during the day. The time to carry out the mission is usually at night. At night? Chuju asked suspiciously. Aren't we supposed to find 7 cards of some class? Would it be enough to spend the night searching? It should be said that we can only look for it at night. Wu Yan pursed his lips and recalled what he knew. Although I don't know why. But in this world, those who look for the rank cards all start at midnight. Come to think of it, we should also need to wait until then. If that's the case, it's a lot easier. Mikoto's expression relaxed, her brown eyes shifted to Wu Yan. By the way, what is that class card? Speaking of which, you 2 still don't know the general situation of this world. Wu Yan paused for a moment and scratched his face. First, do you know what a heroic spirit is? Chuju and Mikoto pondered for a moment and said the same thing in unison. What is that? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He sighed. Simply put, a heroic spirit refers to a hero who left behind great achievements in myths and legends. After their death, they become the incarnation of a human being. It's a type of existence similar to the undead and fairies. They have the power or items corresponding to myths and legends. Power? Items? Both Hinajiku and Mikoto nodded in confusion. Do you know about my noble phantoms? Wu Yan reminded them. The so-called powerful item. It's referring to these noble phantoms. I see. Chuju was a little surprised. So, what does this heroic spirit have to do with the class cards we need to collect? The class card is a card made from advanced magic theory. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. It can be used as a medium to manifest the power and noble phantoms of the legendary heroic spirit. It can be used as a weapon for the user to fight, borrowing the power of the heroic spirit. The 2 girls looked at each other with a serious expression. This kind of card with special power, it's not as simple as just finding it, right? Actually, it's pretty easy to find it. Wu Yan stood up and went to the balcony. He looked at the night view of Fuyuki City. Since I came to this world, I've been vaguely feeling some distorted magical energy. I think the class card should be in that place, right? Chuju and Mikoto frowned. They stood up and went to the balcony. It's a pity that one of the girls uses a superpower while the other uses a sword as a weapon. Even if they have great power, they can't sense mana as acutely as Wu Yan. Only when they're close enough can they use their own strength to sense the presence of mana. Do you want to recycle it? On Mikoto's forehead, arcs of blue and white electricity danced around. I can recycle it anytime. The problem is, the class card isn't that easy to recycle. Wu Yan frowned. The class card isn't in this world, it's in a reflection of this world called the Mirror Realm. We have to enter the Mirror Realm first to recycle the card. On the other hand, the rank cards are not just lying there and waiting for us to retrieve them. In the Mirror Realm, the heroic spirits of the corresponding rank cards have been materialized with the power of the rank cards. We have to defeat them in order to retrieve the rank cards. Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, Berserker. Wu Yan turned around and faced Chuju and Mikoto. Like the information on the mission, there are a total of 7 class cards. We have to defeat them one by one to get the cards. So you're saying that we have to fight against those mythical or historical figures? Chuju pursed her lips. Sounds like it's going to be tough. Indeed, the legendary heroic spirits are very powerful. If we were to fight against their real bodies, we wouldn't even be able to defeat one of them with our limited power. Wu Yan shook his head and chuckled. However, the heroic spirits created by the class cards are only their avatars. Their power is greatly reduced. With our current power, it might be hard to deal with them, but it's not like we can't defeat them. If we work together, it's more than enough. That's good. Chuju sighed in relief. Mikoto, on the other hand, looked excited. Before that, let me have a duel with those heroic spirits. A duel? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So you're eyeing those heroic spirits? They should be one as well, right? Mikoto retorted. If that's the case, it's only fair if we fight one-on-one. Heroic spirits aren't like those hooligans you fought in Academy City. Even if they're only their avatars, some of them are still very powerful. It's going to be hard for you to fight them alone. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, the heroic spirits created by the class cards don't have any intelligence. They only know how to destroy the enemies in front of them. Plus, they have noble phantoms as their trump card. Are you sure you want to fight one-on-one? Who gives up before even fighting? Mikoto clenched her fists. Anyway, we'll fight if we can win. If we can't, we'll gang up on them. It's decided then. Wu Yan and Chuju were speechless after hearing such a strong argument. Chapter 1423. The next day, the sunlight that pierced through the clouds was like a golden thread, crisscrossing, sewing the white clouds into a beautiful pattern. The warm sunlight fell through the dense clouds, turning into rays of golden light, like the lights behind a curtain, gradually enveloping the entire Fuyuki city. The chirping of birds could be heard in the air, and the bustling of the streets gradually became lively. The people welcomed a brand new day and began their peaceful daily life. On the top floor of a rather luxurious courtyard, in a room, Wu Yan lazily put on his clothes, cheered himself up, opened the door of the room and walked into the hall. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning. At this time, some office workers and students had just woken up, so it was still early. Wu Yan woke up so early because there were a lot of things to do today. Chuju and Mikoto hadn't purchased their daily necessities yet. Because the previous owner lived alone in this house, there wasn't much furniture in the other rooms. There was only a bed, and even the sheets and pillows were spare. These needed to be bought again. Although Chuju and Mikoto both said that they could go out and buy, the two were not familiar with this world at all. Secondly, they were new to Fuyuki City and didn't know where to go shopping. Wu Yan was the other half of the two women. He was also a man. At this time, it was better to be by their side. Moreover, today wasn't just going out to shop. Wu Yan also wanted to go to the center of the distorted magic, where the rank card was located, to investigate. According to the original plot, the rank card existed in the Mirror Realm. If you want to enter the Mirror Realm, you not only need a certain amount of space magic theory and attainments, but you also need complete coordinates and the specific usage of the movement method. The original plot didn't give any of these. Fortunately. Using the rank card, the magic of the avatars penetrated the Mirror Realm, causing the distortion of magic. According to the source of this part of magic, follow the vine to find the melon. Took a while. With the knowledge of 103,000 magic books in Wu Yan's mind, it wasn't difficult to find a way to enter the Mirror Realm. As long as he found the way to enter the Mirror Realm, then the second part of the demigod path could officially begin. In the original plot, the time to enter the Mirror Realm was 12 o'clock in the morning. Today, Wu Yan planned to do some investigation on the Mirror Realm, and wait until tomorrow to challenge those violent avatars. This time should be enough for him to prepare. After all, this time he couldn't do the mission as leisurely as before. The limited bracelet had suppressed the level of Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto 75. With this level of power, Wu Yan can't say he won't be in any danger if he goes up against the heroic spirit's clone. Moreover, this time, Wu Yan couldn't rely on his Red Jade mode. Last night he tried to enter the Red Jade mode, and the result was that he could use it. But after using it, his level would still be suppressed to 75, even if he used Flandrechan and Yukari's Red Jade mode. Therefore, the Red Jade mode only gave Wu Yan the ability of the owner of the three modes. Of course, whether it was Kurumi's power of time, Flandrechan's power of destruction, or Yukari's power of realm, each of them could easily challenge opponents of a higher level even if they were only at level 75. This was especially true for Flandrichan and Yukari. It was not impossible for them to challenge opponents of a higher level. However, Wu Yin had his own trump card. Familiars. If he used familiars at level 75, there wasn't much of a difference between using the I ability and the realm ability. Therefore, there was no need to rely on the Red Jade mode. Under these circumstances, caution was a must. The system made it clear that if Wu Yin fails the quest, the system will automatically generate rewards based on his current number of Demigod Path quests. That way he won't be able to proceed with the Demigod Path quest. Wu Yin had only completed the first part of the Demigod Path quest. In other words, Wu Yin would only be able to obtain the item needed to reach level 90, and then he would have to obediently level up one level at a time, wasting a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. However, the system had also stated that the mission would only be declared a failure if the limited bracelet was removed. In other words, as long as Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto don't remove the limited bracelet, the mission wouldn't be declared a failure even if they spent a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years collecting rank cards. The fact that there was no time limit was good news. The prerequisite was that there was no real danger to their lives. Last night, Wu Yin had solemnly told Chuju and Mikoto to remove the bracelet if there was any danger to their lives. Rather than let the girls die once, Wu Yin would rather climb the demigod path like a tortoise crawling on a turtle's back. This was undeniable. With today's activities in mind, Wu Yin pushed open the door to the living room and walked in. Morning. Yin. Morning. Two equally pleasant voices sounded from the living room, dispelling the last trace of sleepiness in Wu Yan's mind. He looked into the living room. Chuju and Mikoto were in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while Mikoto was setting the table. Both of them had aprons around their bodies, making them look like housewives. At this moment they looked exceptionally virtuous. Looking at this scene, Wu Yin couldn't help but grin. Morning, Chuju. Mikoto. Come and sit. Mikoto greeted without turning her head. Breakfast is almost ready, come and have a glass of milk. Are you two cooking together today? Wu Yin sat at the head of the table, looking at the two girls with a strange expression. That's really strange. How is it strange? Chuju rolled her eyes at Wu Yin. You're talking like we don't know how to make breakfast. It's not like that. Wu Yin hurriedly explained. It's just that I rarely see you two cooking, so it's a bit strange. That's because your cooking is too good, we only want to eat your food. When you're not around, Ikaros is the one who prepares the food, so we don't have a chance to cook. Mikoto pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. Even though I don't cook often, I've done well in Tokuwadai. Don't think of me as a girl who only knows how to fight. Ahaha. Wu Yin chuckled bitterly. Indeed, in Wu Yan's impression, Mikoto is a girl who only knows how to fight. If we were to use a scale of 100, Mikoto's girly rating would be 10, her manly rating would be 40, and the remaining 50 would be her tsundere rating. As for Hinajiku, before she became his summon, she used to cook a lot at home. Wu Yin is aware of that. By the time Chuju and Mikoto finished preparing breakfast, Wu Yin had already finished his fourth glass of milk. I'm going to dig in. After performing a Japanese etiquette, the three of them began to enjoy a warm and blissful breakfast. Seeing the two girls chatting happily while eating, Wu Yin couldn't help but open his mouth. It feels like it's been a long time, Both Hinajiku and Mikoto looked at him questioningly. I remember the time when there were only the three of us. Wu Yin smiled gently. At that time the three of us were so weak. Even the strongest Mikoto was weaker than me with my limited power. It feels like we've returned to that time, it's quite nostalgic. Hearing this, Hinajiku and Mikoto couldn't help but smile, their eyes revealing traces of nostalgia. But soon their faces darkened. I say, do you know who's the one who caused this? Chuju's voice turned cold. Indeed, at first there were only the three of us. Mikoto raised the knife on the table and pointed it at Wu Yin. But later, as a certain someone became more and more fickle, there were more and more people. Ha ha ha. Wu Yin laughed out loud. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. I suddenly feel hungry, let's eat. Is that so? The two girls smiled evilly. They picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into Wu Yan's mouth without hesitation. Then let us feed you. Ugh. In a moment of carelessness, Wu Yan's mouth was stuffed to the brim. He fell on the ground face up and played around with the two girls. In the living room, everyone's laughter and begging for mercy echoed. It was unusually warm. Chapter 1424. Fuyuki City was not very big and it was not very prosperous. It could only be regarded as a rather ordinary small city. At least, that's what it looks like on the surface. Wu Yan took out a new map and started shopping with Chuju and Mikoto. He didn't just buy daily necessities for the two girls, clothes, bedsheets, pillows, and so on. He also bought a lot of food, books, DVDs, and so on to pass the time. He even bought a lot of decorative items like dolls for his collection. Wu Yan didn't plan to limit the amount of gold he has in the ring of gold. He only exchanged a dozen or so gold coins yesterday. With the value of gold in this world, it's enough for the three of them to live a luxurious life for a long time. As it turns out, when the three of them finish their shopping trip, they still have a lot of gold coins left. Even if they spend it luxuriously, it's enough to last them for about a month. Due to the sheer amount of things he bought, he had no choice but to ask the shopkeeper to deliver the goods to his house every time he went to a place to buy something. Of course, it's not like Wu Yan can't use the Gate of Babylon, it's just that using the Gate of Babylon in public will attract all kinds of trouble. After all, even though there were magicians in this world, they all firmly adhered to the most basic and common rules that had not been coordinated. They can't let ordinary people know about the existence of magicians. Therefore, magicians were still in existence that could only appear on TV or in comics to most people who didn't know about magicians. The only magicians that were truly recognized by humans were those magicians who played tricks like poker cards. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Once Wu Yan uses some kind of supernatural power, those magicians in Fuyuki City or other places will be like sharks that smell blood, they will gather one after another. That's not an ordinary kind of trouble. Besides, even if there's no such trouble, Wu Yan didn't intend to use Gate of Babylon or any other inhuman powers at this moment. After coming out of the house, Hinajiku and Mikoto's smiles never stopped, and their mood was unprecedentedly high. Along the way, they frequently laughed like silver bells and smiled like flowers, attracting the attention of passers-by, becoming a rare scenery in Fuyuki City. That's normal, strictly speaking. Since Chuju and Mikoto came out of the Forbidden Magic Catalog world and came to the Spalier world, they haven't enjoyed a normal life like this. At first, they were students in the Spalier World Academy, competing with others for ranking. After they came out of the Spalier World Academy, they went to the Behemoth Forest because of their sisters. As a result, since they came to the Behemoth Forest, they haven't left the Behemoth Forest camp. Now that their sisters finally have a place to stay, they don't have to worry about their safety and they have more companions. They can entrust their sisters and the Spalier world to others and follow Wu Yan into the dungeon world. At least on the surface, it's a normal world. How can the two girls not be happy? In the end, in the beginning, Hinajiku was just a normal high school student. Mikoto's identity wasn't normal, but she wasn't as busy as she was now. She didn't have a normal girl's life at all. Chuju and Mikoto didn't regret becoming Wu Yan's summons. However, the two girls were also looking forward to having the time to shop like ordinary girls. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan won't be so insensible as to break this normalcy. He can just send the items back. There's no need to spoil the mood of the two girls for the sake of convenience. As for Chuju and Mikoto's happiness, Wu Yan's smile didn't stop for the whole day. He followed behind the two girls who turned into shopping maniacs. He was responsible for paying while accompanying them to play. If it wasn't for seeing how happy Chuju and Mikoto were, how could Wu Yan keep up with their feminine talents and not get tired of shopping? It can be said that without Chuju and Mikoto's smiles as motivation, Wu Yan would have collapsed from exhaustion. Just like that, under the two girls' high spirits, time slowly passed. Not long after, the sun turned red and slowly set on the other side of the sky. Mikoto stretched her back and couldn't hide her happy smile. Today's shopping is so comfortable, yeah? Chuju ran her fingers through her hair and looked at the sky. But it's getting dark and we've bought most of the things we need to buy. Let's go back. Why don't we cook dinner tonight? Mikoto suggested while looking at Wu Yan with a rare interest in her voice. Yan, what do you think? Sure. Wu Yan didn't object and nodded. Just wait for me to go back and we can start eating. Wait for you to go back. Chuju and Mikoto both stopped what they were doing. They almost forgot that today, Wu Yan still has to go to those places where the mana is distorted to find a way to enter the mirror world. Thinking up to this point, the two girls stopped smiling and looked straight at Wu Yan. Do you need us to go with you? No need, it's not like we're going to fight. Wu Yan stretched out his hand and smoothed the messy hair on their forehead. Don't worry, it's not like we're going to flirt. Who's worried about that? Chuju and Mikoto's face blushed and they looked annoyed. Then go quickly and come back quickly. Got it? With that, the three of them went their separate ways and headed to their respective destinations. The curtain of night fell. There's a river in Fuyuki City and above it, there's a bright red bridge. Wu Yen came out from the other side of the city and walked on the edge of the bridge. He looked at the river below with a serious expression. There's a total of 4 to 5 distorted mana sources in Fuyuki City. One of them was in the vicinity of this river. In order to find out the exact location of the source, Wu Yen came to the bridge and carefully observed the movement around the river. It should be around here? Furrowing his eyebrows, Wu Yen stopped at a spot near the center of the bridge with the help of the surrounding lights. Looking at the clear river below, Wu Yen slowly closed his eyes. In his perception, there's an extremely unnatural and sticky mana fluctuating around him. It feels like smoke on the battlefield. It's very uncomfortable. Under such mana fluctuations, even a normal person would subconsciously avoid this place and not approach the source of the distorted mana. Those who have a keen sense of mana would feel uncomfortable. But because of this uncomfortable feeling, the source of the distorted mana is too obvious to Wu Yen. At a certain moment, Wu Yen opened his eyes and looked at the river below. The source of the distorted mana is somewhere on the river bank. Wu Yen turned his body slightly and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the location he sensed. Because of the limited bracelet, Wu Yan's power is suppressed to level 75, but the amount of mana is still at the same level. Originally, the amount of mana and the strength of one's strength were not directly related. Powerful mana only meant that one could use more magic and spells in battle. Some powerful magic and spells could also be used by relying on a large amount of mana. It could be said that it was related to explosive power and endurance. Teleporting from the bridge to the river bank below is a piece of cake. Wu Yen squatted down and looked at the red brick floor. He touched it twice. This is the source of the distorted mana that Wu Yen sensed. If one were to visualize the distorted mana in this place, one could see a black and purple smoke-like gas rising from the ground and spreading into the sky. This thick smoke was all distorted magic power. Wu Yen directly covered his hand with the distorted mana on the ground and closed his eyes again. An intricate geometric magic array suddenly appeared as if summoned. With Wu Yan's hand as the center, it fiercely expanded and rotated. At the same time, a tidal wave of mana surged out from Wu Yen, who was half kneeling on the ground. It looked like a torrent of light that soared into the sky. It connected with the sky above. Chapter 1425. Under the night sky, cars with headlights came and went by the bright red bridge. They passed by at a moderate speed and drove to both sides of the bridge. There are 2 main traffic roads on this bright red bridge, providing different directions for the vehicles in Fuyuki City to go to the other side of the city. Although there is a sidewalk on both sides of the 2 traffic roads, few people will walk to the other side of the bridge. There is no other reason. The distance is too far. However, tonight, there are 2 people on the sidewalk on both sides of the bright red bridge. They were 2 beautiful girls with extraordinary looks. One of the girls was about 17 or 18 years old. She had a delicate and beautiful face, and her black hair was tied into 2 ponytails on both sides of her head. As the girl walked, her hair fluttered behind her head. The girl was wearing a dark red woolen sweater. The color was darker than the surface of the bridge, but it didn't give people a feeling of passion. Instead, it gave people a feeling of coldness. There was a white cross printed on the collar of the sweater, and the girl's lower body was a black pleated skirt with a pair of long black stockings. She looked abnormally flirtatious. The other girl was also around 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance was not inferior to the girl with the black twin ponytails. However, her hair was golden and was tied into bundles. The ends of each bundle of hair were like tornadoes, full of exotic flavor. She is wearing a blue dress with white complements. Her lower body is a dark blue pleated skirt. She was wearing a pair of white boots. Judging from her attire and the temperament that surrounded her, she gave people the impression that she came from a prestigious family, like a rich young lady. The 2 of them walked on the sidewalk of the bright red bridge at the same pace. They were also heading in the same direction. It was obvious that they were traveling together. However, there was a distance between the 2 of them that normal friends would never have. Combined with their actions, it made people feel that they were deliberately distancing themselves from each other. In fact, it is not just a feeling, they are indeed alienating each other. This design lacks beauty and temperament. The blonde girl looked at the bridge. At the same time, he closed his eyes and shook his head regretfully as if he couldn't bear to watch. Although I knew that there is nothing to look forward to in Japan, I didn't expect it to be worse than I thought. Oh? The girl with 2 ponytails frowned and said to herself with a fake smile. There is nothing to look forward to from a prestigious family. After all, lacking beauty is better than lacking manners. Roar, 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 roar. The blonde girl immediately covered her mouth with one hand. She laughed like a queen as if she did not hear the other party's words. Unfortunately, the throbbing veins on her forehead exposed her inner thoughts. I remember a certain rude monkey is also a prestigious family's young lady, although it is a declining family. What did you say? The girl with 2 ponytails glared at the blonde girl as if someone stepped on her sore spot. Our house of Yuanzaka is only in a temporary decline. It's not that we've declined. The way I see it, it's only a matter of time before your Edfeld family declines if you become the head. Wah. The blonde girl's face darkened. You finally said something you shouldn't have said. Rin Enbin, Luvia Salinta? Eiderfelt. The girl named Rin Enosaka also spat out hatefully. I should be the one saying that. The fierce gazes of the 2 girls met, as if sparks had been ignited, fiercely clashing. Even if an unrelated outsider saw this scene, they would be able to guess that the relationship between the 2 girls was definitely not good. It would not even be an exaggeration to say that they were like fire and water. I say, don't tell me that you've forgotten your purpose for coming here? At this moment, a voice that seemed to have been processed by a microphone suddenly came out from Rin Enbin's body. A small object flew out and stopped at the side of Rin Enbin's head. It was a 5-pointed star surrounded by a red circle with 3 pairs of pink wings that looked like ribbons. At first glance, it looked like a small ornament. However, not only could it fly, but the voice just now also came from its body. It's only been 5 minutes and you're arguing again. What are you doing? Sister is right. Right after the red pentagram finished speaking, a voice that was clearly of the same species, but much more steady and calm, rang out from the body of the young girl named Luvia. Soon after, an object similar to the red pentagram flew out. There was also a ring on the outside, and inside the ring was a golden 6-pointed star. On the periphery of the ring, there was a blue ribbon ornament that looked like a bow. Lord Luvia, we still have a mission. Can you please prioritize it? You can't blame me for this, Sapphire. Luvia snorted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. If it wasn't for a certain monkey making a ruckus, I would have completed my mission. You're the one who provoked us. Rin Enbin couldn't take it anymore and shouted. He glared fiercely at the red circle floating beside him. Ruby, did you see that? That guy provoked us first, didn't he? Sigh. The ruby and the sapphire flew together and faced each other. They sighed as if they were looking at each other. They looked more like humans than humans. No matter what grudges you have, let's get this done first, okay? Ruby said in a frivolous and serious tone. One of the sources of distorted mana is around here. Can't you take back the rank card first before you come back to argue? It's just like Sister said, Lord Luvia. Sapphire tried to persuade her. The Magic Association's Time Tower asked the 2 of you to come to Fuyuki City to investigate the source of the distorted magic power and retrieve the rank cards that are causing chaos. It's because of this that the master who created us handed us over to the 2 of you. If the 2 of you continue to mess around like this, the master will be angry and the 2 of you will fail. Rin Enbin and Luvia were speechless. Wu Yen. Just like what Sapphire said, Rin Enbin and Luvia came to Fuyuki City to retrieve their rank cards. Rin Enbin and Luvia were members of the Magic Association's Chronometer Tower. The so-called Magic Association referred to an organization established by a group of magicians who studied magic. It managed the order of this world's magic world. It was equivalent to a police station in the magic world. When it was dedicated to magic research, it also prohibited magic from being exposed to human society to better protect the secrecy of magic. The Magic Association had a lot of areas under its jurisdiction. For example, granting high-rank magicians the title of magician, managing and controlling the summoning of heroic spirits, magic books, and the situation of various land veins. The Magic Association's headquarters was set up in London, also known as the Chronometer Tower. The reason why Rin Enosaka and Luvia came to Fuyuki City was because the Magic Association's Chronometer Tower detected an abnormal magical distortion in Fuyuki City not long ago, and thus discovered the existence of the class card. Rank cards were cards made with extremely advanced magic theory. They were powerful tools that could be directly linked to heroic spirits. For the Magic Association, which was dedicated to magic research and managing matters related to heroic spirits, it was undoubtedly an item that had to be managed. Therefore, under the orders of a big shot in the Magic Association, who was also the master, that Sapphire mentioned, Rin Enbin and Luvia came to Fuyuki City to retrieve the cards and also obtained rubies and sapphires. Don't think that these two were just ornaments that could fly and talk. Rubies and sapphires were magic attire, made with legendary magic. Not only could they be used for multiple transformations, allowing the user to download skills from the parallel world, but they could also be turned into armor, allowing the user to use A-level magic barriers, physical protection, enhanced healing, physical enhancement, and other common abilities. They were extremely advanced magic tools. Once the rubies and sapphires were used to transform, even the most ordinary child would instantly have the combat ability of a high-rank magician. This was also the reason why only 2 young magicians came to retrieve the cards even though their opponent was a heroic spirit. With the cards, Rin Enbin and Luvia didn't dare to say that they could defeat the heroic spirit, but they should be able to keep themselves safe. However, the 2 of them didn't want to use the rubies and sapphires to transform. The reason was simple. Their appearance after the transformation was just too embarrassing. Chapter 1426. Suddenly, Luvia paused for a moment. She looked at a corner of the river and walked to the edge of the bridge. She waved at Rin Enbin. "Hey Rin Enbin." "What?" Rin Enbin responded in an annoyed tone, but Luvia didn't seem to mind. Instead, she pointed at the river bank. "Look, there's something wrong with that person." "What?" Rin Enbin frowned and walked to the edge of the bridge. She unwillingly looked in the direction Luvia was pointing at and was stunned by what she saw. There, a man was kneeling on one knee with one hand touching the ground. His back was facing Rin Enbin and Luvia, so the 2 girls couldn't see what he looked like. However, the terrifying magical power that surged from his body and the intricate magical circle that expanded with his hand as the center were clearly seen by the 2 girls. That magical energy is even more terrifying than the magical energy distorted by the rank card. Rin Enbin and Luvia have only sensed such powerful magical energy from one person. The person who sent them to the Magic Association's chronometer tower to retrieve the rank card and create rubies and sapphires. He's one of the only 5 magicians in the world who can use magic. The user of the second magic, Kishua? Zielrich? Should be an Ogo. Apart from one of the most powerful magicians in the world, Rin Enosaka and Luvia had never sensed such powerful magic from another magician. Of course, if the 2 girls were to use the rubies and sapphires to transform, their magical energy would definitely be on par with him. After all, the rubies and sapphires are a derivative of the second magic, the magic attire. It can provide the user with unlimited magical energy and use the user's imagination as the source to materialize the attacks in the user's mind. However, if one were to really compare the 2, there was no comparison at all. Because a truly powerful magician isn't just outstanding in the amount of magical energy they have. The quality of the magical energy, the pressure and the pressure it contains are all unparalleled. Now, Rin Enosaka and Luvia could feel the magical power coming from the man kneeling on one knee on the riverbank. It's the kind of pressure that only the strong can have. But that wasn't the most important part. Most importantly, the location of the other party was exactly where Rin Enbin and Luvia were about to retrieve their cards. In other words, it was very likely that the other party had the same goal as them. Rin Enosaka and Luvia's expressions turned serious. They looked at each other. "Master." Ruby seemed to have the same thought. She lowered her frivolous tone and flew to the 2 girls with Sapphire. "It seems to have turned into a very troublesome situation. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly." Rin Enbin calmly analyzed. "Maybe the other party is just a magician who happened to live in Fuyuki City?" He sensed the distorted magic source and came to investigate. "But we can't rule out the possibility that the other party is like us. They're all trying to recover the rank cards." Luvia clenched her teeth slightly. "If that's the case, Rin Enbin's eyes narrowed. "The other party is the enemy." Ruby and Sapphire were silent. Things seemed to have developed in a way that they didn't expect. "What should we do?" Luvia asked a question that was neither painful nor itchy. "Do you even need to ask?" Rin Enosaka chuckled. "No matter what, let's make contact first." "What if it's the enemy?" Luvia looked at Rin Enosaka. "Judging from the mana, the other party isn't easy to deal with. If it's the enemy, then we need to make contact first." Rin Enbin shook his head. "It's better than meeting them while we're retrieving the rank cards, right? It's not unreasonable. If the other party's goal is to retrieve the rank cards and sneak in while Rin Enbin and Luvia are retrieving the cards, then the 2 girls don't think they'll be able to escape unscathed. The Magic Association's report on the rank cards also stated that the Spirit Hero's soul is the same as the Spirit Hero's soul. The heroic spirit of the corresponding class card had already materialized in the mirror realm with the help of the card's power. It would be truly dangerous if a third party interfered while the two of them fought against the heroic spirit. Rather than that, it's better to make contact and confirm if the other party is a friend or foe. Once they confirm that the other party is an enemy, even if we can't eliminate the other party, do we still need to know the other party's background? It's rare that Luvia didn't refute Rin Enbin's words. Instead, she nodded. Understood, let's make contact. Get ready, Ruby. Ruby. Rin and Osaka stared at the figure below. Something troublesome might happen, you must be prepared to transform at all times, got it? Understood. Ruby and Sapphire twisted their round bodies and nodded. On the other hand, Wu Yan's investigation has reached its final stage. Wu Yan followed the distorted mana coming from the mirror realm and found the coordinates of the mirror realm as well as the method of its existence. Now all he needs to do is figure out how to move into the mirror realm based on the coordinates and its existence. Then Wu Yan will be able to enter the mirror realm and collect the tier cards. The mana that entered the mirror realm slowly returned to Wu Yan's body. The geometric pattern below Wu Yan slowly shrunk until it disappeared. The surging mana slowly calmed down and the space returned to its original state. Wu Yan retracted his hand and opened his eyes. He let out a long sigh. That's it. Wu Yan stood up and clapped his hands. He looked up at the dark sky. Let's go back. Unfortunately, Wu Yan didn't know if it's because of his luck with women or because of his misfortune, but someone stopped him from leaving. Can we talk for a bit? Just as Wu Yan was about to teleport back home, a voice echoed in the room. The mana in his body paused and returned to its dormant state. Wu Yan frowned and turned to the source of the voice. The three pairs of eyes instantly met in midair and landed on each other. At this moment, it was as if there were only three people left in the entire world. The surrounding atmosphere began to become strange. Looking at Wu Yan in front of them, Rin and Luvia searched their memories out of reflex. They wanted to find out if they know this magician. Obviously they couldn't find him. As for Wu Yan, he was startled when he saw Rin and Luvia. His frown deepened. How could he not recognize the two girls in front of him? Especially Rin, he even knew Wu Yan's measurements. Therefore, he only needed to think about it a little and combine it with the original plot to figure out why the other party would appear here and why he would appear in front of him. It was easy to guess the reason. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how troublesome this is. He retracted his gaze. What's the matter? Let's get straight to the point. Rin had no intention of hiding anything and asked directly. Your goal is the rank card, right? Even though this might reveal his identity, Rin knew that even if he didn't say anything, his appearance here was enough to make Rin suspicious of his identity and his goal. Therefore, Rin's straightforward words gave off a feeling of arrogance. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Wu Yan didn't have any intention of hiding anything. That's right. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Wu Yan also made his intentions clear. My goal is the rank card. Rin and Osaka and Luvia's hearts sank, and their gazes became vigilant. Where are you a magician from? You're not from the Magic Association, right? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Indeed, I'm considered a magician, but you don't have to worry about my background. I'm just a wild magician. Is that so? Rin and Osaka nodded. Then, can I ask this wild magician to give up his rank card? I'm sorry. Wu Yan shrugged. I have my own position, can you please not make things difficult for me? Following this sentence, the atmosphere in the air suddenly became tense. Chapter 1427. After a short 1-minute conversation, Rin and Osaka and Luvia were led to a situation that they didn't want to see the most. Now, not only did the task of retrieving the class cards become more difficult, but a seemingly powerful enemy had also appeared. On top of that, they have to defeat the materialized avatars of the heroic spirits. There's nothing worse than that. Thinking of this, Luvia could not help but feel angry. She broke her elegant and dignified aura as she cursed at Rin Tobasaka. That's why I hate barbarians like you. After being scolded for no reason, Rin and Osaka was furious. What right do you have to say that? Look at yourself, what kind of communication method is that? Luvia put one hand on her waist and pointed at Rin's nose with the other. What do you mean by, just say it out loud? You think you're so great? If it were me, I would be your enemy too. What did you say? Rin was so angry that he laughed and pointed at Wu Yan. Then go say to him, please give up your rank card. See if he'll give up. That's why I call you a barbarian. Can't you use a more elegant method of communication? Then go ahead and try your so-called elegant method of communication. Maybe he'll be disgusted by you and spit out the rank card even if he doesn't give it up. Yeah. I'm that disgusting. Monkey. Hurry up and spit out your rank card. Even if I spit it out, I'll spit it out, you fake boobs. My boobs are real, you stupid flat-chested girl. Who's a flat-chested girl? They argued. Rin and Osaka and Luvia actually smashed their foreheads against each other's foreheads. Their hands were also pinched together as they wrestled with each other. You can still argue in front of a powerful enemy. I really have to hand it to you. Rin-sama, Luvia-sama. Can you please calm down a little? Ruby and Sapphire surrounded the two girls who were wrestling with each other. Their voices were filled with anger and helplessness. Looking at this sudden and completely unexpected scene, Wu Yan's mouth twitched, and he no longer had the energy to complain. In the original work, the relationship between the two of them was like fire and water. Wu Yan was aware of this. However, he did not expect that the two of them would still be able to fight each other in the face of enemies. Wasn't infighting too easy? Moreover, aren't you afraid of being ambushed by me? I say. At that moment, Wu Yan covered his forehead. He spoke as if he had a headache. If you guys are here to look for trouble, please be more professional. Hurry up and fight with me, then go home, wash up and sleep. I haven't had dinner yet. Hearing this, Rin Tozaka and Luvia finally reacted and glared at each other. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. You two, even I can't stand it if you continue like this. Ruby's tone was seriously dissatisfied. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a gentleman and didn't sneak up on you when you were quarreling, you would have died long ago, you know? Shut up, Ruby. Rin glared at Wu Yan angrily. Ruby is right. Since you didn't sneak up on us, you don't seem like a bad person. If possible, we don't want to be enemies with you. Mr. Gentleman, please give up on the rank card. I already said. I have my own position. Wu Yan retorted. Also, don't call me a gentleman. When I'm evil, even I'm afraid of myself. This is troublesome. Rin rubbed his forehead, his gaze became serious. Then, in other words, we can only be enemies? Wu Yan didn't admit nor deny it, he just threw out this sentence. If your goal is also the rank card, is that so? Rin and Osaka and Luvia's bodies tensed up. Then there's no other way, in order to not make the mission difficult. Luvia's expression was serious. Just like you said, let's hurry up and fight. After saying that, Rin Enbin and Luvia both reached for the ruby and the sapphire. Ruby. Sapphire. Yes. Ruby and Sapphire spun in the air and arrived above Rin Enbin and Luvia's outstretched hands. Their bodies trembled violently, and a red and a blue cane suddenly protruded from their bodies and were grasped by the two girls. Buzz. In the next moment, a dazzling light appeared from Ruby and Sapphire's bodies and enveloped Rin and Luvia's bodies. A huge amount of mana reverberated in the surroundings, turning into light particles that danced around the center of the flash like fireflies. Wave-like ripples spread out from the center of the flash and reverberated in the surroundings. The magic power that soared to the sky turned into a gust of wind. It swept towards Wu Yan's body. Feeling the powerful mana, Wu Yan's expression darkened. His wine-red eyes stared at the light in front of him. Not long after, the light dissipated and the situation inside was revealed. In the gradually dissipating light, the two girls had completely changed. The red woolen sweater and dress had all disappeared and were replaced by two strange outfits. Rin and Osaka was wearing a red and white fluffy dress. The style was a bit childish. Rather than saying it was an outfit for a 17 or 18-year-old girl, it was more like she was acting out a role. It was extremely out of place and didn't look like her at all. Luvia was about the same. She was wearing a fluffy blue dress with white complements. It was the exact same style as Rin and Osaka's. The style was also somewhat childish, and it didn't fit in with her aura of a young lady at all. In addition, the two girls had cat ears on their heads and a tail on their backs. They also held star-shaped canes in their hands. She looked just like a magical girl. Wu Yan, Rin and Osaka, and Luvia looked at each other in silence. After a while, Wu Yan spoke first. I'm going back. After speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. Stop right there. Rin and Osaka and Luvia angrily roared. They raised their canes and swung them down without hesitation. Magic power surged out of the two staffs and they turned into magic cannons that rained down on Wu Yan like meteors. The cannons rained down on Wu Yan like a meteor shower. Bang 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 bang. Thick smoke and fire shrouded the front, and a loud explosion resounded. In a moment, the thick smoke and fire blew toward the bright red bridge above. However, before they could spread, a hand stretched out from inside and suddenly waved. A gust of wind rolled up and blew them away. Wu Yan stood in the middle of the dissipating smoke and flames, unharmed. He withdrew his hand and smiled with interest. Is this what they mean by, a wise man doesn't show his true colors? What do you mean by, a wise man doesn't show his true colors? Rin and Osaka pointed at Wu Yan and yelled. We didn't want to dress like that. How rude of me. Livia flicked a strand of hair behind her ear. How could you criticize a lady's dress like that? That's not how a gentleman would behave. I told you I am not a gentleman. Wu Yan sighed. His eyes flashed with the system's perception. Rin and Osaka, level 70. Livia Serena? Eiderfelt, level 70. Rank 8 huh? Wu Yan nodded. In the original work, after Rin and Osaka and Livia used the ruby and sapphire to transform, their strength increased greatly. At one point, they worked together and forced a certain heroic spirit that was materialized using a class card into a desperate situation. Moreover, it was one of the strongest heroic spirits. Since both of them were at the 8th rank after the transformation, the strength of those heroic spirits should be about the same as his, right? Wu Yan relaxed after getting a basic understanding of the power of the heroic spirits materialized by rank cards. Well then. Mana flowed out of his body and turned into a liquid that wrapped around his body. Wu Yan licked the corner of his lips as if he was on fire. Let's see if your power matches your rank. Rin and Osaka and Livia felt their hearts rise when they saw Wu Yan's beast-like aura and mana. In the next moment, the three of them disappeared from where they were. Like three streams of light, they soared into the sky and collided with each other. Boom! The violent muffled sound was like a thunderclap, resounding through the entire sky of Fuyuki City. Chapter 1428. Bang! Under the tranquil night sky, a thunderous roar exploded in the air without any warning. Three streaks of light crossed each other at an extremely fast speed and transformed into the world's most solid meteors. They collided with each other in an instant. Boom! Violent gales filled the sky. The entire sky seemed to tremble at this moment. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the sky shook violently. Rin Enbin and Livia held their staffs and retreated explosively. They stepped in midair, and as they retreated, they swung their staffs fiercely at the void in front of them, leaving a trail in their wake. As the staffs drew a line in the air, a dazzling magical light flashed in the air. Magic cannonballs the size of footballs shot out like a meteor shower, fiercely bombarding Wu Yan. Under the barrage of magic cannonballs, Wu Yan's body was as small as an ant. However, his eyes were filled with a fearless expression. The corners of his mouth even curved up into a happy smile. Staring at the barrage of magic cannonballs, Wu Yan's body erupted with violent magical energy. At the same time, in front of Wu Yan, a dazzling and intricate geometric magical formation was drawn. With a crisp ding sound, it rippled outwards. Within the geometric magical formation, a crimson curtain of fire burst out like an erupting volcano and transformed into a natural flame barrier. Like raindrops, the magic cannonballs landed heavily on the curtain of fire. Bang 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 bang. In the air, the space around the curtain of fire began to tremble. Magic cannonballs rained down from the sky like a torrential rain. All of the magic cannonballs rained down on the curtain of fire and violently collided with the curtain of fire, causing the sky to explode like firecrackers. It's useless? Rin and Osaka and Livia gritted their teeth and raised their staffs at the same time. They pointed forward. Then how about this? As the two girls pointed their staffs forward, two overlapping magical formations, one red and one blue, sprung out and spun around. In the next instant, the two overlapping magical formations suddenly expanded and expanded to the size of a person. The dazzling beam of light was like a falling meteor. It pierced through the air and whistled through the air as it fell towards Wu Yan. Not bad. Wu Yan opened his eyes slightly. His body erupted with even more frightening magical flames. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Magical flames burned like raging waves and surged towards the top of Wu Yan's head. It spiraled and turned into a fiery red vortex like the mouth of a volcano. The fiery red vortex spun and trembled all over. A muffled sound like an earthquake resounded from it and reverberated under the night sky. Then scarlet flames flashed in the red vortex and a ball of light burst out. Within the light, a fiery red arm that was over 10 meters long stretched out. It looked like a giant's arm was stretched out. Rin Enbin and Luvia felt their scalps go numb when they saw the giant fiery red arm. Roar, it was as if a giant was roaring. A muffled roar turned into a sound wave from the volcanic vortex. Within the sound wave, an extremely subtle but exceptionally clear chanting sound was suddenly heard. Resurrected Titan's hand. The giant arm stretched out and clenched into a fist. With a shrill sound that could even make space howl, it carried with it a turbulent air current. It fiercely swung out and collided with the beam of light at close range. Boom, in the sky the beam of light and the giant arm collided. Like a meteor crashing into Earth, a blinding light flashed. Then, a deafening sound of collision and a storm-like shockwave exploded in all directions. Rin and Osaka and Luvia hurriedly raised their staffs once more, erecting a magic barrier to block off the incoming shockwaves. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads as they watched the blinding aurora and the fiery red giant arm dissipate into thin air. The two of them had joined forces and unleashed a magic light pillar with all their might. What kind of magic is that? Isn't it too destructive? Luvia couldn't help but exclaim. We already transformed and worked together. Our most powerful magic cannons were blocked just like that. Where did that man come from? Magic. I've never seen magic before. Rin Enbin bit his nails. Which system's magic is that? The two of you, there's no time for you to hold a meeting. At this time, a hand was placed on Rin Enbin and Luvia's shoulders. If you don't show me what you're capable of, I can't guarantee that you won't lose an arm or a leg. Hearing the voice behind them and feeling the hand on their shoulders, the two girls' hearts skipped a beat. Their expressions hardened and they forcefully swung their staffs behind them. Unfortunately, the two staffs brushed past Wu Yan's nose as he leaned back. When the two girls wanted to follow up with another attack, the figure in front of them suddenly disappeared and reappeared 10 meters away. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at them mockingly. No way. Luvia couldn't believe her eyes. Teleportation magic? Is there a magician who can use such a high-level magic trick in an instant? Ha ha. Ha ha. Rin Enbin chuckled as a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He already went easy on you. What else do you want? If Wu Yan, who appeared behind Rin Enbin and Luvia, didn't place his hand on their shoulders but their necks, they would have lost by now. Even if he didn't place his hand on their necks, Wu Yan didn't use teleportation magic to increase the distance between them. Instead, he reappeared behind them and they would have lost anyway. That's why Rin Enbin said that he went easy on them and Luvia had nothing to say. Seriously, we haven't even started the mission and we already met such a troublesome opponent. Luvia took a deep breath. Her expression suddenly turned extremely serious. If that's the case, it's not time for me to go easy on them. After saying that, Luvia stretched out her hand and pulled out a card from her body. It was a palm-sized rectangular card with a noble dressed in luxurious clothes and holding a spear engraved on the front. On the card, there were no other images other than a noble holding a spear. There was only a line of letters at the bottom of the card that was stepped on by the noble holding a spear. Lancer, Lancer. That's a rank card. Rank card. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a glint. Hey. Rin Enbin was shocked when he saw Luvia take out the Lancer rank card. Are you going to kill him? Don't worry. Luvia narrowed her eyes. I will stop right before I pierce through that man's heart. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her Lancer rank card and stacked it on top of the six-pointed star that was surrounded by the rings. Rank card Lancer, Lancer. Limited activation. The rank card belonging to Lancer instantly turned into a ray of light, fusing with the entire staff and gradually elongating. Holding the elongated radiance, Luvia waved her hand and a crimson-red spear appeared in her hand. It's a noble relic that belongs to the heroic spirits. The rank card can connect to the heroic spirit's throne of heroes and borrow the power of the heroic spirit that corresponds to the rank card. Now, Luvia was using the sapphire as a medium to connect the Lancer-class card to the seat of heroic spirits, materializing the noble relic of a Lancer-class heroic spirit she had designated. At first glance, Wu Yan recognized the origin of the noble phantasm. Wu Yan only knew 2 crimson spears among all the noble relic that he knew. One of them is a noble relic that can nullify magic and magic nullifying wild rose. The other one is a noble relic that can reverse cause and effect. Once the spear is swung, it will definitely pierce the target's heart. Spear of Dead Thorn. Wu Yan has a noble relic that can nullify all supernatural abilities. Fantasy Killer. It's a noble relic that was modified by the system using the magic nullifying wild rose as its raw material. Wu Yan could tell that the noble relic in Livia's hand is not the magic nullifying wild rose. That explains the origin of the spear. Spear piercing death. Chapter 1429. The Spear of Reverse Karma, Spear of Death. Its ability was to reverse karma. With the premise of having the heart in the heart, it first decided on the effect of having the heart in the heart. Then it used the spear to attack as the cause, to launch an attack. This was because the result of the attack was destined to happen. Therefore, once the spear of death piercing was swung towards the enemy, normal defense and evasion would be meaningless. No matter what, the spear of death piercing would definitely hit the enemy's heart. This effect was already a type of curse. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the spear of death piercing spear was a spear of absolute destruction. The moment he swung the spear, he already knew that he would definitely hit his opponent's heart. Even if he managed to defeat the user of the spear of death, there was no way he could change the outcome. His heart would definitely be hit. In order to nullify the spear of death, when it was swung towards him, unless he was lucky enough to change his fate and prevent the spear of karma from causing the karma spear to fail, otherwise he would never be able to escape the curse of having his heart targeted. Wu Yan did not think that he had enough luck to change this treasure that determined karma beforehand. However, to him the spear of death was not much of a threat. The reason was simple. Even if his heart was pierced as a true ancestor, nothing would happen to him. Most likely. The moment the enemy pulled out the spear of death, Wu Yan's heart recovered. Of course, because the spear of death had already determined the effect of having the heart in the heart, it was a spear of death. Normally, the damage caused by this spear could not be recovered, but Wu Yan still had the purification power of the holy angel. The spear of death's ability was a type of curse. To deal with this curse with Canon's purification power, it could be removed in a matter of minutes. Therefore, that's what the thorn spear can do for Wu Yan. It was just the pain of having his heart pierced. Wu Yan wasn't afraid of the spear that pierced through the dead thorn. Moreover, it wouldn't be that troublesome to deal with this spear of death. However, obviously the other party didn't think so. Mr. Gentleman, let's stop here. Holding the spear of death in his hand, Livia's confidence seemed to have increased to the limit as she spoke with confidence. Since you're here for the class card, you should know what it is, right? A noble relic. Without waiting for Wu Yan to answer, Long Fei exclaimed. Rin and Osaka, who was at the side, spoke first. This is a noble artifact that can definitely hit the heart, spear of death piercing. So, it's not too late to stop now. Livia stared at Wu Yan. You didn't try to kill us just now, and we don't want you to die in vain either. How about we stop here? Oh? Wu Yan pretended to be surprised and asked. In other words, you don't mind me collecting rank cards? Of course not. Rin and Osaka squinted his eyes. What we mean is, why don't you give up on the cards? As expected. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. Then let's continue. It seems like we can't communicate. Livia's expression turned serious. Then there's no other way. Livia stomped on the air and held the spear of death in her hand. She turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Wu Yan. Pierce? She looked up and stared at Wu Yan, who was still smiling. She gritted her teeth and stabbed the spear in her hand without hesitation. Spear of death. The crimson spear was like a crimson snake as it shot out at lightning speed. She didn't decide on the direction, nor did she aim at anything. The spear flashed through the air on its own. Slash! With a tearing sound, the death-piercing spear pierced through Wu Yan's heart without mercy. Fresh blood splattered in the air. However, the first to react wasn't Wu Yan, whose heart was pierced, but Livia, who stabbed with her spear. You. Livia looked at Wu Yan, whose heart was pierced by the crimson spear, in shock. You. Why didn't you dodge? Dodge. Wu Yan gripped the death thorn spear that pierced through his heart, and he grinned without batting an eyelid. I thought the spear of death couldn't be dodged? But if you dodge, I'll stop. Before Livia could finish her sentence, Wu Yan coldly interrupted her. There's no need to dodge. No need to dodge? Livia and Rin and Osaka, who were watching from afar, were stunned. There are actually a lot of ways to deal with this so-called sure kill shot. Wu Yen tightened his grip on the crimson-red spear. Facing Livia, who is so close to him, he revealed a smile that made her heart skip a beat. Generally speaking, there are 4 ways to deal with the spear of death. 1. Destroy the spear before the user can swing it so that the user doesn't have the chance to use it. 2. Possess the ability to not die even if the heart is pierced through or resurrect after death. 3. Possess a defensive barrier stronger than the magic of the spear itself. 4. Possess a strong luck that can reverse a predetermined fate. And the countermeasure I used is the 5th method. While Livia is still in shock, Wu Yen, who had his heart pierced by the death thorn spear, turned into specks of light and dissipated into the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spear of death pierces through the heart of the target determined by the user when the spear is swung. It was still the same voice. However, this time the voice came from behind Livia. A hand reached out from behind Livia and tightly grasped the spear of death piercing in her hand. Then, what would happen if the target of the spear you were waving wasn't me? What? Rin Enosaka narrowed his eyes. Livia's expression also changed abruptly. She quickly turned around and looked behind her. There, Wu Yen had a calm smile on his face as he tightly grasped the spear of death in his hand. The person whose heart you pierced through is just a clone created by magic, Ms. Magical Girl. Following that sentence, a wave of magic energy violently surged out from Wu Yan's body and landed on Livia. Ping, umph. A moderate impact smashed into Livia's body like an iron hammer. Livia immediately let out a muffled groan and her body flew backwards. Livia. Rin Enbin spun around and arrived behind Livia. He caught her in his arms as she was sent flying. Hey. Rin Enosaka lowered his head to look at Livia in his arms. Are you alright? I'm fine. Livia clutched her chest and broke free from Rin Enosaka's embrace. She bitterly smiled. He went easy on me again. The two of them looked at Wu Yen at the same time. Their expressions turned ugly when they saw Wu Yen. That's because Wu Yen is floating in midair, looking at them with a smile that doesn't look like a smile. In one hand he held the struggling Sapphire and in the other he held a card. It's the Lancer card. So this is the Lancer card? Weighing the card in his hand, Wu Yen glanced at Sapphire, who was struggling in his other hand. I didn't know that there's a time limit to the relic that can summon a hero spirit using a class card. Sapphire, card. Livia stepped forward and clenched her teeth. Give me back the Sapphire and the card. You're not calling me Mr. Gentleman anymore, but, hey? Wu Yen shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, I'll give it back even if you don't ask. She let go of the Sapphire in her hand. The Sapphire immediately flew away at lightning speed, as though it was fleeing for its life. It returned to Livia's hand. Livia sighed in relief, but Rin Enosaka quickly pointed at Wu Yen. There's still the card. This. Wu Yen raised the Lancer card and chuckled. Well, since I've played around with you guys tonight, I'll gladly accept this Lancer class card. Take it? Rin Enosaka and Livia were slightly surprised. Wu Yen kept the card and waved at the two of them. Well then, I'll be leaving now. See you next time. Wu Yen turned around and disappeared from where he stood. Chapter 1430. Wait. Rin and Livia yelled in surprise, trying to stop Wu Yen from leaving. Alas, by the time they reacted, Wu Yen was already nowhere to be seen. He left. Rin Enosaka stared at Wu Yan's original spot. He didn't recover from his stupor. Livia was like a goldfish. Her mouth kept opening and closing as if she was on the verge of death. Her face was also filled with a lifeless expression. Not long after, an earth-shattering scream resounded throughout the sky of Fuyuki City. My rank card, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Livia panicked. Like a cornered dog, she grabbed Rin Enbin's shoulder and screamed hysterically. Rank card. Rank card. Rank card. Rank card. Rank card. You're so annoying. Rin Hasaka waved his hand in annoyance after hearing Livia's words. Even if you whisper it in my ear, I can't help you get your rank card back. It's over this time. As if facing the end of the world, Livia hugged her head and squatted down in despair. In the end, not only did I fail to retrieve the class card tonight, I even lost the Lancer's class card. If Master finds out about this, Livia's delicate body trembled. She couldn't say the rest of her words. After all, on the surface, Rin and Luvia were sent by the Magic Association's chronometer tower to retrieve the rank card. But secretly, the two girls agreed to come to Fuyuki City to retrieve the rank card with their own motives. The master they were talking about was Kijuya? Zarich? Shubian Ogu. Not only was he one of the top 5 magic users in the world, but he was also known as the Marshal of the Demon Path. Even if he didn't have a second spell, what about Keishua? Zarich? Shubian Ogu was also a magician at the peak of the world. When such an existence entrusted Rin and Osaka and Luvia to come to Fuyuki City to retrieve the rank cards, he promised that he would, as long as the two girls collect all 7 class cards: Saber, Swordsman; Lancer, Lancer; Archer, Archer; Rider, Rider; Caster, Magician; Assassin, Assassin; and Berserker, Berserker. Then I'll accept them as my disciples. This was an opportunity that any magician could only dream of. Once Kijuya? Zarich? If Shubian Ogu became Rin and Luvia's teacher, then not only would the two girls have the opportunity to learn one of the top 5 magic in the world, the second magic, it would also mean that the two girls would have a good teacher in their magic practice. Which magician wouldn't be tempted by such a condition? If it weren't for this condition, Rin and Osaka and Luvia, this pair of sworn enemies, would never have gotten together and carried out this mission together. Now, once he arrived at Fuyuki City, he hadn't retrieved his rank card yet. However, he had already lost one of his rank cards. This was no joke. Before they arrived at Fuyuki City, the Magic Association had already detected the source of the distorted magic and sent someone to investigate. At that time, the person who executed the mission retrieved 2 rank cards. An Archer, and a Lancer, Lancer card. It was also because of these 2 class cards that the Magic Association was able to analyze class cards and obtain part of the usage of class cards. With the use of rubies and sapphires as mediums, they could temporarily instantiate the heroic spirit relic. But other than that, the Magic Association couldn't get any more information. They didn't know the creator, the structure, and the usage. The only thing they knew was that the rank card could draw out the power of a heroic spirit of the corresponding rank. Since there was no way to carry out the research smoothly, the Magic Association chose to recycle all the cards first, and then continue the analysis work after the recycling. However, even the Magic Association, or rather Rin and Luvia, didn't expect that other than the Magic Association, there was someone else who had their eyes on the rank cards. Even the Lancer card was stolen. Thinking of this, Rin Enbin had a happy expression and took out a card from his body. Just like the Lancer card, the card in Rin and Osaka's hand was rectangular in shape and had a similar design. The difference was that the Lancer card depicted a nobleman holding a gun, and the words Lancer were written at the bottom of the card. The card in Rin Enbin's hand depicted an archer holding a bow, and the words Archer were stamped under his feet. Obviously, this was the rank card of the archer. Luckily, Rin let out a sigh of relief and touched the archer card. Luckily, my archer card wasn't stolen. Rin. Luvia abruptly raised her head and roared at Rin Enbin like a demon. Are you mocking me? I don't have the time to mock you. Rin pursed his lips in disdain. I'm just glad that I have 1 card left. Is better than losing both, right? Then why was my Lancer taken away and not your archer? Luvia yelled out in dissatisfaction. If you had been willing to use your rank card to face the enemy, my Lancer wouldn't have been stolen. When that happens, my archer will be taken away. Rin Enbin was also furious. The enemy can even see the weakness of the spear of impaling death, let alone the archer, bow that doesn't have any special ability. Damn it if that's the case. Luvia stared at Rin Enbin with a ferocious expression. To be more precise, she was staring at the archer in Rin Enbin's hand. You. What are you trying to do? Rin looked at Luvia cautiously. Luvia laughed sinisterly. Do you even need to ask? Of course I'm going to steal your archer. Luvia raised the sapphire in her hand and shouted. Let's go, Sapphire. However, not only was Sapphire silent, it didn't even provide the slightest bit of magic. Luvia was stunned. What's wrong, Sapphire? Blue is disappointed in you. It wasn't the sapphire that answered Luvia, it was the ruby. No, to be exact, we're both disappointed in the both of you. Rin and Osaka and Luvia were both stunned. We were partners on a mission together, but not only did we keep arguing along the way, but we didn't reflect on ourselves after our class card was snatched away. Instead, one of us rejoiced and the other even tried to snatch the other person's card. Ruby sighed. I've had enough of the both of you. The Great Master handed us sisters over to the two of you so that we could assist the two of you in your card recycling mission. Sapphire spoke up. However, instead of saying that you're on a mission, it's more like you're having a personal argument. You don't care about the mission at all. You. Rin and Luvia couldn't back down after being lectured by the two Canes. What do you mean by this? I mean? The ruby twisted her body and broke free from Rin's grip. You two have. You don't have the right. The sapphire also broke free from Luvia's grip. Be our master. With that, the two staves flew off at the same time. They turned into two streaks of light and flew off into the distance. Rin and Osaka and Luvia were stunned for a moment before the rage in their hearts exploded. Stop right there. Just two Canes. How dare you disobey us? However, the two girls who were roaring didn't notice it. My transformation state has been removed. Neither Rin and Osaka nor Luvia knew how to fly. They were only able to fly by relying on the strength of their staffs. Now that their transformation has been cancelled, they can no longer fly. Yua. The next moment, a sorrowful cry echoed in the night sky. Chapter 1431. On the way home, he used the system's perceptive ability to check out the information of the Lancer, Gunner, class card he just got. Rank card Lancer, a card made with a very advanced magic theory. It has the magical ability to trigger the power of a certain heroic spirit corresponding to the rank of the card. The usage method is as follows. Limited expansion. Using the magic attire as the medium and the rank card as the pass of the heroic spirit's seat, the heroic spirit's relic corresponding to the rank card can be materialized and used within a short period of time. Note, this rank card is called Lancer, and the corresponding heroic spirit's relic is the Spear of Impaling Death. Parallel limited expansion. With multiple magic attire as the medium and the class card as the pass to the seat of heroes, multiple heroic spirits relic corresponding to the class card can be materialized. The same relic can be materialized repeatedly. This is the overlapping expansion mode of limited expansion. Note, this rank card is called Lancer, and the corresponding heroic spirit's relic is the Spear of Impaling Death. Dream summoning. With the user as the medium and the class card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits, the user can summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the class card and materialize it on the user. The user can turn into a heroic spirit and obtain the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the class card. Note, this rank card is called Lancer, and the corresponding heroic spirit is the half-human, half-god mythical hero, Cuculin. Spear of Impaling Death, a magical spear that reverses cause and effect. The moment the user swings the spear, the user will determine the result of the heart attack. It will definitely pierce through the enemy's heart. The information of the rank card Lancer, Gunner, entered Wu Yan's mind in a direct manner, allowing him to obtain it. As the information of the Lancer rank card was injected into his mind, the three methods of using the rank card were also engraved into the deepest part of Wu Yan's memory. Limited expansion. Side-by-side expansion. Dream summoning. There wasn't the slightest bit of hindrance in how to use the three kinds of class cards, which were easily obtained by Wu Yan. As long as Wu Yan wanted to, he could use the Lancer card at any time. He used the heroic spirit corresponding to the Lancer, which was the Spear Knight Cuculin's treasured artifact, the spear-piercing spear, and his power. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel speechless. Although the power of the heroic spirit summoned by the power of the class card was only equivalent to the power of the heroic spirit itself, and the summoned power might be weaker than the current Wu Yan, the same could not be said for the treasures. Every heroic spirit had a weapon that symbolized their power, a noble relic. It was the embodiment of the heroic spirit's true power. It was the final equipment of every heroic spirit. It was known as the materialized miracle, or the noble fantasy. Not only were they super strong armors that could trigger miraculous powers, but they also had all kinds of magical abilities. For example, the Spear of Piercing Death had the ability to pierce through the opponent's heart no matter what, achieving a one-hit kill. Such an ability could be said to be extremely terrifying. Wu Yan did not care much about the power of the heroic spirits. After all, even if the heroic spirits came in their original bodies, they might not be as powerful as him when he used his full strength and reached the peak of the 9th level. However, Wu Yan could not help but care about the treasures. There were some relics that were purely powerful, but there were also some relics that had magical abilities. These abilities were very useful even for Wu Yan. Therefore, if an ordinary person or a magician obtained a class card, he would know how to use the class card. Now that he knew how to use the class cards, the most useful thing for him was undoubtedly the dream summoning. He could directly transform into a heroic spirit and obtain the power of a heroic spirit. This was a shortcut that could allow an ordinary person or a magician to obtain super strong power in an instant. However, for Wu Yan, among the 3 class cards, the limited expansion and parallel limited expansion were more useful. Of course, the dream summoning was also very useful. Whether it was the limited expansion or the parallel limited expansion, only one type of treasures could be materialized. However, the heroic spirits had more than one type of treasures. If he used the dream summoning, not only could he obtain the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the class card, he could also obtain the right to use all the treasures of the heroic spirit. All in all, the class card as a tool could be of great help to Wu Yan. However, Wu Yan did not forget that there was a limit to borrowing the power of the heroic spirit. Among other things, when Wuxia used the Spear of Piercing Death, wasn't there a time limit? Moreover, no matter which class card was used, there needed to be something that could be used as a medium to materialize the heroic spirit's treasures and power. The dream summoning was fine as it used oneself as a medium to materialize the heroic spirit's power. However, the limited expansion and the parallel limited expansion were not so easy to say. The Magic Association's chronometer tower used rubies and sapphires as a medium to attach the heroic spirit's treasures to the magic attire and materialize them. If Wu Yan wanted to use the class card to materialize the heroic spirit's treasures corresponding to the class card, then it was necessary to find a medium. Wu Yan looked at the Lancer class card in his hand and murmured, "Medium, ha." While murmuring to himself, the door of his house appeared in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan shook his head and put away the Lancer class card and walked into his house. Without knocking, Wu Yan pushed the door open and changed his shoes at the entrance. He then walked into the house and went to the top floor where the 3 of them lived. "I'm back." After a casual greeting, Wu Yan opened the door to the living room. However, as soon as he took a step into the living room, Wu Yan's lazy expression froze and his eyes widened. Yan. Chuju and Mikoto were standing next to the sofa in the middle of the living room. They turned to look at the door and were stunned. Because at this moment, the 2 girls were standing there naked. Their bodies were clean, and they were holding clothes that they had just bought today, as if they were comparing them to their own bodies. Obviously, Chuju and Mikoto were trying on the new clothes they bought today. Trying on clothes? Wu Yan rolled his eyes when he regained his senses. "Why don't you try it on in the room? What if someone else came in?" "What? What's the difference?" Chuju and Mikoto also reacted. Their faces turned red and they glared at Wu Yan. "It's the same if you come in." "Me?" Wu Yan pointed at his nose with a confused look on his face. "What? We're husband and wife." Who's husband and wife with you?" Mikoto's face turned even redder. As usual, she had no immunity to this topic. "All right. Get out of here." Chuju picked up a piece of clothing and used it to cover her body. She walked in front of Wu Yan and pushed him out. Wu Yan was dissatisfied. "Aren't you treating me like an outsider? Haven't I seen it before?" "So noisy." Mikoto's ears turned red. She followed Chuju and used a piece of clothing to cover her body. She walked to Chuju's side and together with Chuju they pushed Wu Yan's back. "Get out. Get out." Wu Yan didn't know what to say. These 2 arrogant girls were the first to have intimate contact with him. Even if they didn't see it 1,000 times, they've seen it at least 100 times. Up until now, whenever he saw the 2 girls' naked bodies, even if they didn't directly give him a slash or electric shock like before, they would still blush and have a bashful look on their faces. Can't they get used to it? "Don't you know that the way you're acting is more likely to ignite the fire in my heart?" Licking his lips, Wu Yan suddenly turned around and carried Chuju and Mikoto to the sofa in the living room. What are you doing? You despicable bastard, don't touch. I feel like your bodies have become more voluptuous." Really? "Don't doubt my touch, you'll know once you touch." Is that so?" "Where are you touching?" "Don't touch there, hee." Chapter 1432. The night gradually deepened. In one of the rooms on the top floor of the courtyard, Wu Yan laid on his bed after making love with the 2 girls. In his arms, Hinajiku and Mikoto were panting with flushed faces. Their skin was an alluring rosy red, and their delicate bodies were covered in sweat, proving just how intense the battle was. The two girls who were slightly exhausted no longer had any thoughts of shyness. They laid in Wu Yan's arms and opened their eyes to listen to their sweetheart's strong heartbeat. However, such a peaceful and warm state made the two girls even more sleepy. They raised their heads and looked at Wu Yan with their gem-like eyes. "Oh right." Chuju helped Wu Yan tidy up his hair. "How's the investigation today?" "Are you talking about the mirror realm?" Wu Yan couldn't help but grin when he met the two girls' eyes that seemed capable of sucking him in. "We've done most of the things we need to do. The next thing we need to do is to analyze the method to enter the mirror realm and determine the coordinates of the mirror realm. Then we can start collecting the rank cards." "Are we starting?" Mikoto's ears twitched like a puppy that smelled a piece of meat. She opened her mouth eagerly. "I'm looking forward to the duel with the legendary heroes." "I already said it's not a duel." Wu Yan pinched her nose and shook his head. "They won't follow the rules of the duel, they'll beat you to death." "Don't worry about that." Mikoto slapped Wu Yan's hand away and snorted. "When the time comes I'll beat them to death too." "You're that confident?" Wu Yan snickered. "I remember. In the beginning, a certain someone would even be afraid when they saw a dead person." "Don't mess around, I'm too embarrassed to go over there." Mikoto bared her teeth at him like she's going to bite him at any moment. "Now I can definitely do it." "Oh?" Wu Yan looked at Mikoto in disbelief. "Really?" Of course it's true." Mikoto felt a little guilty at first, then she puffed up her little chest. "It's not a real person anyway. There's no need to hesitate." "You can do it because the opponent isn't a person?" Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and attracted Mikoto's angry glare. "What? I can't?" "I didn't say that." Wu Yan quickly raised his hands in surrender. "That's enough." Chuju pushed Mikoto's shoulder and looked at Wu Yan. "When can we start the mission?" "We should be ready by tomorrow night." Wu Yan's hands slid down the sweaty backs of the two girls. "In the past, I didn't know why we had to wait until midnight to enter the mirror world, but today, after investigating the mirror world, we found out that the mirror world was a very dangerous place. After some investigation, I found out that the mirror world isn't a real world." "It's not a real world?" Hinajiku and Mikoto pretended to listen attentively. "It's like the other side of a mirror. Depending on what you see, the reflection will be different." Wu Yan raised his hands and rotated them facing each other. "It's used to describe the existence of the mirror world. The mirror world is a world where the space isn't fixed and the content is constantly changing. The reason it exists is because there's a materialized job card inside. Once the materialized job card is defeated, the mirror world will disappear." "In other words," Mikoto didn't fully understand. "Other than midnight, the mirror world isn't fixed. Is that why we can't enter the mirror world?" "I should say that other than midnight, the passage to the mirror world isn't fixed." Wu Yan corrected her. "The passage to the mirror realm is the most stable at midnight. It's undoubtedly the safest time to enter the mirror realm. What about when we come back?" Hinajiku voiced her doubts. "Do we have to wait until midnight the next day?" "That won't be necessary." Wu Yan shook his head. "After midnight, there is a period of time when the channel of the mirror world is stable. This period of time is enough for us to end a long battle." "That's good. Maybe it's not as good as you think?" Wu Yan stroked the two girls' smooth backs again. "Let me tell you first, except for us. Apart from us, there's another group of people who have their eyes on the rank card." Chuju and Mikoto exchanged glances before looking at Wu Yan. "Enemies?" "Well?" Wu Yan couldn't help but recall Rin Enbin and Livia's expressions. "If we judge them purely based on their goals, they should be our enemies. But they're not bad people. Rather than enemies, it's more like competition." "Competition?" Mikoto smiled. "Sounds interesting. How strong are they?" Chuju asked the most practical question. "You've met them before, right?" "If they go all out, they're at least tier 8. Wu Yan nodded. "But they don't pose much of a threat to us. I even managed to steal a rank card from them." Hearing this, the two girls' spirits were lifted. "They have a rank card?" Mikoto asked doubtfully. "In other words, they've already started collecting rank cards. In this world, there is a magic organization called the Magic Association, created by magicians for the purpose of developing and managing magic." Wu Yan explained. "The magic distortion caused by the 7 rank cards in Fuyuki City won't escape the Magic Association's eyes. So it's not hard to guess that they'll send someone to retrieve the rank cards. Wu Yan extended his hand and the gate of Babylon's crimson spatial ripples appeared on his palm. It spat out a card and landed on his palm. Before we came, the Magic Association had already retrieved 2 rank cards. Wu Yan smiled as he raised the card in his hand in front of Chuju and Mikoto. Today I happened to meet the people sent by the Magic Association to retrieve the class card and fought with them. Luckily I managed to snatch this Lancer class card from them. Looks like I didn't have to put in any effort at all. Snatch? Chuju and Mikoto were speechless. Didn't you say they're not bad people? Is it okay for you to just snatch their things? That's why I only managed to snatch one. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. They have rank cards and we need to get our hands on them. We'll have to fight them sooner or later. Snatching it now is just a matter of time. Then why don't you just do it? Mikoto rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. Wouldn't it be over if we just snatched both rank cards? By that time we'll have a huge grudge. We'll have a grudge sooner or later, right? Hinajiku furrowed her brows and suddenly said. They're not all girls, right? Wu Yan looked down at Chuju in surprise. How did you know? As soon as he said that, Hinajiku and Mikoto's eyes turned cold. I see. Girls? No wonder you're so merciful. Hey, do you think I didn't hear that? Wu Yan was speechless. Why do you think I'm merciful because they're girls? It's nothing. Hinajiku and Mikoto replied coldly and laid down. We're going to sleep, don't disturb us. She didn't wait for Wu Yan's reply and went back to sleep. Looking at the 2 girls sleeping soundly in his arms, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. These 2 people are really not frank at all. Good night. Wu Yan kissed the 2 girls on their forehead and picked up the Lancer rank card. Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto's level are suppressed to 75. They don't have overwhelming power anymore. The power of the heroic spirit is still unknown. A rank card can trigger the power of the corresponding heroic spirit. If used well, it's a good item that can reverse the situation at a critical moment. If I study it carefully, it might be useful in tomorrow's battle. Chapter 1433. The next day at night, standing in front of his house, Wu Yan looked up at the starry sky and the moon. He took out his Dragon Knight certificate silver pocket watch and opened it to check the time. The Dragon Knight World's time calculation method is a bit different from Wu Yan's common time calculation method. But if it's converted to the time he can understand, the current time is about 23:40 in the middle of the night. There's about 20 minutes left before he enters the mirror world. With a slight hook of his finger, the Dragon Knight certificate cover was put back on. Wu Yan turned around and looked at the 2 girls behind him. Chuju. Mikoto. Perhaps it's because they know there's going to be a big battle tonight. The 2 girls didn't wear skirts or tight clothes. Instead, they wore clothes to make it easier for them to move around. Their upper body is the same short-sleeved shirt. Chuju's is the same pink color as her hair while Mikoto's is white. Their lower body is the same pair of denim shorts. Their 2 white and alluring thighs are exposed to the air. On their feet is a pair of thick boots. Such simple attire on the 2 girls didn't diminish their charm at all. It's said that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. But whether it's Chuju or Mikoto, their body condition is very good. No matter how simple their attire is, they're still prettier than the average girl. If there's a flaw, it's probably that the upper body of the 2 girls isn't too prominent. But that would make the battle more convenient for him. It's almost midnight. Looking at the time again, Wu Yan looked at Chuju and Mikoto. Are you ready? 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 Mikoto flashed an excited smile. I should say we've been waiting for a long time. Where's the place? Hinajiku looked around. Where should we go to retrieve the cards? The Magic Association already sent people to retrieve 2 of the cards. The Lancer card is in Wu Yan's hands and the Archer card is in Rin Enbin's hands. The rest of the cards. 5 more cards. Wu Yan sensed 4 or 5 distorted mana sources in Fuyuki City. Wu Yan closed his eyes and sensed the location of the distorted mana sources. He then opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. There's less than 20 minutes left. Let's get closer. Okay. Chuju and Mikoto nodded at the same time. Fuyuki City, Private Suechuan Academy. Private Suechuan Academy is a famous academy in Fuyuki City. There's more than one academy in Fuyuki City. There are several academies. Private Suehara Academy Primary School, Private Suehara Academy Middle School, Private Suehara Academy High School. In addition to kindergartens and universities, the private Suichuan Gakuin in Fuyuki City included the other three schools. An Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto's target was the private Suichuan Gakuin High School. One of the sources of magic that caused the distortion in Fuyuki City was in this school. As it neared the wee hours of the morning, the entire school building was shrouded in darkness. It wasn't so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. However, it also severely obstructed one's vision. At this time, even the security guards and night patrol personnel had returned to the duty room to rest. The entire campus was silent, without a single ray of light. Wu Yen sensed the exact location of the source of the distorted mana and brought Chuju and Mikoto to the school field. However, what surprised the three of them was that there was someone else in the field. And it's someone Wu Yen knew. She was wearing a white coat, a black pleated skirt, tall stockings, and her shoulder-length black hair was tied into two ponytails, Rin and Osaka. She's here too? Wu Yen was surprised for a moment, then he understood. That's right, her mission was to retrieve the class card. What? Chuju, who was next to Wu Yen, asked in confusion. Do you know her? Didn't I tell you guys? Wu Yen shrugged and sighed. The Magic Association also sent someone to retrieve the class card from Fuyuki City. I snatched one from them yesterday. Oh? Mikoto raised an eyebrow, her brown eyes stared at Rin and Osaka. Is she the girl you let go of yesterday? The two girls looked at each other. Then, he looked at Wu Yen with a frosty expression. She's a pretty girl, no wonder you let her go. You're too sensitive? Wu Yen facepalmed, then he frowned. That's strange, why is she alone? Where's the blonde girl? And? His eyes were locked on Rin and Osaka. Wu Yan's eyes rippled with the system's perception. Rin and Osaka, level 60, sigh. Rubbing his forehead, Wu Yen couldn't help but mutter. Rin and Osaka, who isn't a magical girl, is so weak. The three of them subconsciously lowered their voices, so the entire conversation was rather low. However, Rin Enbin, who was standing in the middle of the field, still noticed something. Rin and Osaka's expression froze. She turned around abruptly and tensed her body. Who's there? Rin and Osaka saw Wu Yen and the other two standing on the edge of the field. She was stunned for a moment before she exclaimed. It's you? Oh, we meet again. Wu Yen smirked. Miss Magical Girl, aren't you going to transform today? Who's Miss Magical Girl? Rin gnashed his teeth as he picked up a few gems that are bright red in color. Holding them between his fingers, he looked at Wu Yen cautiously as if he was going to throw them out. Why are you here? Don't tell me you're still asleep? Wu Yen pursed his lips. Why am I here? Isn't the answer obvious? Rank card? Rin and Osaka's expression darkened. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty. At this moment, a series of footsteps sounded from the other side of the field and entered the ears of the four people present. Wu Yen, Hinajiku, and Mikoto looked at the source of the voice. Rin, on the other hand, was shocked. He turned around and he yelled at the source of the voice as if he knew who it was. Don't come over here. The owner of the footsteps seemed to have been startled by Rin Tobasaka. The owner of the footsteps let out a cute cry and stopped at the edge of the field not far away. Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto were stunned when they saw the intruder. This was because the newcomer was more or less out of everyone's expectations. It was a girl of about 10 years old. Her hair was as white as snow and as smooth as water. It gently hung down to her waist. Her skin was also as white as snow. Although her pupils were not white, they were very clear. Her entire person was like a snow fairy. Even if one looked at her from a harsh angle, she was still extremely cute. She was wearing a plush shirt with an orange camisole and a purple pleated skirt. Her eyes were like red gems that shined in the night. Such a cute girl was looking at them with a bewildered expression, as if she didn't understand what was going on. On the side of her head, a pentagram with 3 pairs of pink ribbon-like wings was suspended there. It was Ruby. Ruby's voice turned serious when she saw Wu Yen. Ilya, back off. What's wrong? The girl called Ilya had a confused expression on her face. What's going on? Listen to me. Back off. Ilya. Rin and Osaka walked in front of Ilya and shielded her behind him. He stared at Wu Yen and the other two with vigilance. Nah. Mikoto wrinkled her nose and put her hands on her hips in displeasure. Why do I feel like we're playing bad guys? No, it's not an act. Hinajiku sighed. There's only a girl and a kid. No matter how you look at us, we're the bad guys. Wu Yan didn't say anything, he just stared at the cute little girl who is hiding behind Rindosaka and peeking at them. This girl, Wu Yan found her in his memories as well. Ilya Sphere? Fon? Einsperren. Just like the name of this world, Magical Girl Ilya, this girl is the main character of the original work. Chapter 1434. Ilya Sphere? Fon? Einsberg. Wu Yan muttered Ilya's full name. He glanced at the ruby floating beside her before turning his attention back to Rin Enbin with a mocking smile. Miss Magical Girl, why did your transformation device come with that little girl? I told you not to call me Miss Magical Girl. Rin Enosaka glared at Wu Yan. My name is Rin Enosaka. Alright, Miss Rin? Wu Yan shrugged. Don't you want to transform when you're facing a big enemy like me? Why do I feel like you're making fun of me? Rin Enosaka clenched his fists so tightly that his forehead looked like it was about to explode. If I could transform, things wouldn't be so troublesome. In other words, you can't transform now, right? Wu Yan pretended to be suspicious. Miss Rin, don't tell me you've been abandoned by the flying transformation device? Rin Enosaka's face froze. Looks like I'm right. Wu Yan was amused. He looked at Ilya who was hiding behind him. Then, is the little girl behind you the new owner of the transformation device? You're so annoying. Rin Enosaka cursed. It's all your fault that I ended up like this. It was because the Lancer rank card was taken away by Wu Yan that the Ruby and Sapphire chose to abandon Rin Enosaka and Luvia. However, the two canes were taken away by Kishiya because they wanted to recycle the rank card? Zelrich? Shubin Ogu had lent the cards to Rin Enbin and Luvia. Even if they had abandoned their original owners, they wouldn't have forgotten about the matter of recycling the cards. Therefore, the two canes decided to find a suitable owner for themselves. To recycle the card. Ilya was the one chosen by the Ruby. It was also because of this that Rin Enosaka, the original owner of the Ruby, had sought out Ilya. This was also the reason why Ilya had appeared here. Without the Ruby, Rin Enbin was no match for the Valiant Spirits, even if the Valiant Spirits were only clones that were created using the original body as a reference. They even lost their minds because they used the rank card to materialize. Rin Enosaka had no choice but to let Ilya, who was just an ordinary person, recycle the rank card. Ruby was the highest level of magic attire. Even if the person using it was just an ordinary person, they would still be much stronger than the average magician. Naturally, they would be stronger than Rin Tozaka. Therefore, Rin Enosaka had no choice but to let Ilya do it. Thinking of this, Rin Enosaka felt indignant. If it wasn't for Wu Yan, this wouldn't have happened. Are you thinking if it wasn't for me, this wouldn't have happened? Wu Yan said coldly. Rin Enosaka's heart skipped a beat. I'm sorry? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. I think that even without me, with your attitude of quarreling with that blonde curly hair in front of the enemy, you'll still be abandoned in the end. That's right, that's right. Ruby agreed without hesitation. You're already an old girl and you still want to be a magical girl. Although I don't have teeth, don't make me laugh. Bam. Before she could finish her sentence, Ruby was punched hard by a fist. She fell to the ground and smoke rose from her body as if she was malfunctioning. Rin Enbin hatefully retracted his fist. His violent appearance made the heroic Hinajiku and Mikoto look at each other. Ilya, on the other hand, didn't seem to be surprised at all. She smiled awkwardly. Oh. Suddenly, Mikoto raised her eyebrows and extended her hand to the side. A bluish-white electric current suddenly flew out amidst the sound of electricity, flashing through space and landing directly in a corner not far away. Yuwa! At the next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The bluish-white electric current struck a figure, electrocuting him to the point that even his bones seemed to be exposed in the electric light. Light smoke rose from his body, and he spat out circles from his mouth before falling to the ground. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. But this isn't the end. Fire! Along with such a shout, a dazzling magical flash suddenly burst out from the corner. Like a beam of light, it rushed towards Mikoto. Unfortunately, before Mikoto could make a move, a long sword made of crystal appeared right beside her. It pierced through the air and collided with the incoming mana flash without any delay. Bang! Amidst the dull sound, the dazzling mana flash seemed to have been split into two by the crystal longsword. The sword light cut through the center of the mana flash and directly detonated it in midair, stirring up thick smoke and dust. Chuju held White Cherry in her hand and looked towards the corner with her yellow-green eyes. The crystal long sword in her hand shone brightly in the dark. After 2 consecutive attacks, Rin finally took Chuju and Mikoto seriously. Rin clenched his fist as he looked towards the corner. One of them had blue and white electric current while the other had a crystal longsword. They're not simple. Wu Yen looked at the person who got electrocuted by Mikoto and is now smoking on the ground. Wu Yen exclaimed in surprise. Golden curly hair? Golden curly hair? Rin reflexively looked over as well. When he got a good look at the person's face, he was shocked as well. Luvia? No, it's not just her. Chuju stared at the corner. What? You don't plan to come out? As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Everyone looked at the corner with different expressions on their faces, but all of them were more or less on alert. A short while later, another figure walked out from the corner. What was surprising was that the owner of the figure was also a young girl about the same age as Ilya. Her shoulder-length hair was tied into 2 small ponytails that hung down to her ears. She had 2 bunches of shoulder-length hair on both sides of her forehead. Her bangs were fixed and separated by 2 hairpins, causing a small tuft of hair to be left in the center of her forehead. She had a delicate face. Without a doubt, she was a cute girl that did not lose out to Ilya. However, this cute girl didn't seem to be as energetic as Ilya. Her beautiful face was ice-cold, giving people the feeling that she had matured early. However, the most eye-catching thing about her is her outfit. The dark blue tights looked like a school swimsuit with a rather novel design. It was longer than her elbows, and there were cloth arm guards that extended all the way to her shoulders. The lower half of her body had a short skirt that looked like petals, and there was a winged cape behind her. She looked like a little elf that had crawled out of a flower bush. In her hand, there's a blue hexagonal staff with a blue ribbon on the front. There's still a trace of mana left on the staff. It proves where the mana came from. Luvia. The girl stood in front of Luvia, who's smoking on the ground. Her orange eyes stared at Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto. Are you okay? I'm fine. Luvia crawled up from the ground with difficulty. There are burn marks all over her body. She looks very sorry. You actually used electricity on a lady? That's unimaginable. Is that so? Mikoto stroked the bangs on her forehead. A bluish-white lightning accompanied her movements and jumped between her fingers and her forehead. I don't think someone who hides her head and shows her tail is a lady. Luvia choked. She couldn't say anything to refute. Soon she glared at Wu Yen. You bastard. Return my lancer to me. Are you okay? Wu Yen covered his head as he couldn't bear to look at her. If you snatched the rank card from me, would you return it to me? Luvia was once again speechless at Wu Yen. Yen. Chuju came to Wu Yan's side and reminded him. It's almost time. Wu Yen looked at the pillar at the edge of the field. On the screen, the 2 needles were already pointing at the number 12. Eidfelt, level 60. From this, it could be seen that this was the most advanced, magic attire, made by the second mage of this world. Just how high was its performance? Ruby. Rin Enbin hurriedly called out. Stop spacing out. Hurry up and open the channel to the mirror world. Mayu. Luvia's expression also turned serious as she gave the order to the little girl named Mayu. Don't let them get there first. Hurry up. Perhaps because she sensed that Rin Enbin and Luvia's expressions were a bit abnormal, Mayu's expression turned serious. Even Ilya couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Afterward, a multicolored magic array that resembled a kaleidoscope emerged from Ilya and Mayu's bodies and enveloped Rin Endo and Luvia. Bzzz. The entire field of Suechuan Academy's high school flashed with a blinding light. Dense mana currents intertwined together. They charged into the dark night. After that, all of them vanished on the spot. When everyone opened their eyes again and regained their vision, they discovered that they were in a rather mystical world. They were still in Suechuan Academy's high school. They were still in that small field, however. Compared to the field from before, there were more scenes here that wouldn't appear in a normal world. The ground was filled with a faint blue substance that looked like mist and light particles. It wasn't dense, in fact, it was extremely thin. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. The night sky was covered by a mirror-like barrier that flashed with arcs of light from time to time. It was like a large mirror. Where is this place? Ilya, who didn't know what was going on, was the first to call out. Rin Enbin only told them what they had to do. He didn't tell them anything else. He didn't even tell her that they had to fight. It was normal for her to be surprised. Is this the mirror world? Hinajiku scanned her surroundings and fixed her gaze on the middle of the field. I do feel an unusual presence. Where's the materialized heroic spirit? Mikoto focused her attention on the task at hand. I don't see anything, don't worry. Wu Yen stepped forward and stood in front of everyone. His wine-red eyes stared straight at the center of the field. Even if we don't look for it, it will come out on its own. As soon as he said that, without any warning, a black fog suddenly appeared in the middle of the field. It spiraled up into the sky like a dark cloud and gathered into a circular ring. Ilya's panicked voice continued to resound. What's going on? As expected. Rin Enbin and Luvia didn't have time to guard against Wu Yen. Their faces were heavy. Like the report said, did it materialize? Mayu didn't say anything. It wasn't clear if she was too calm or if she had already expected this situation. She stood in front of Luvia, raised the staff in her hand, and entered battle mode. At the same time, the black fog hovering in the sky seemed to distort. With a turn, it condensed together and suspended in midair like a black hole. An oppressive presence slowly emerged from the black hole and reverberated in the air. What are you playing at? Mikoto looked at the black hole and raised her hand. Dazzling blue and white electric arcs leaped up. Come out. After saying that, Mikoto swung her hand forcefully. Amidst the crackling sound of electricity, the violent electric current converged into a beam of light and shot towards the black hole in the sky. Boom! The ferocious lightning struck the center of the black hole, twisting the entire black hole into a mess. Blue and white electric arcs flowed on top of the black hole. Together with the black mist, it formed a thunderstorm. However, the oppressive aura fluctuating in the air did not decrease in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to have been detonated. The black mist also contracted and expanded. That's the sign of an explosion. Danger. Rin Enbin's pupils shrunk. Ruby. Defensive barrier. Convert all mana into mana barrier and physical defense. Ruby seemed to know that it's not the time to go against Rin Enbin. She started channeling her mana without Ilya's permission. Miyuki. Luvia also spoke. Yes. Miyuki raised her staff. Mana also fluctuated on top of it. In the next second, two transparent barriers appeared with the two staffs as the center. It enveloped Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Miyuki. On the other side, Wu Yen and Chuju only took a step back. Mikoto, on the other hand, pinched a token with her finger. Don't even think about it. Ding! The blue-white electric currents converged toward the token amidst a series of sizzling noises, and the crisp sound of clashing echoed in this space. An orange beam of light shot up into the sky like a meteor and landed in the center of the expanding black hole. Boom! Very straightforwardly, the entire pitch-black black hole was blown away like a cloud under the shooting of the super railgun. It undulated and dispersed. Whoosh! At the center of the black hole, a figure transformed into a black ray of light. With a speed comparable to that of the railgun, the figure charged towards Mikoto and slammed into her. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the black light didn't hit Mikoto, instead it hit a black wall in front of her. A wall made of iron sand. Everyone finally saw the black light's true form. It was a girl with long purple hair that reached her ankles. She wore a black skin-tight suit. Her eyes were covered by a shield and she held a chain of spikes in her hand. A materialized heroic spirit. Chapter 1436. Rider, Level 70. The sharp tips of the spikes collided with the iron sand wall, causing a series of sparks and incessant sounds of metal clashing. The sharp friction that made one's eardrums hurt reverberated in the air, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. Holding a sharp spike connected to the chain, the rider kept exerting force on the iron sand wall in front of her as if the wall in front of her was her enemy. She would not stop until she pierced through the wall. Everyone who saw this confirmed that the rider, in front of them, didn't have a shred of rationality. If the rider had a normal sense of judgment, she wouldn't have tried to fight against a wall. So this is the incarnation of a mythical or legendary hero? Mikoto looked at the rider, in front of her, with blue and white electricity jumping around her body and black iron sand waves rolling around her body. She was disappointed when she saw the rider, with a ferocious eyeball on her face. If a mythical hero looks like this, then it's really disappointing. After saying that, a ball of violent blue-white electric current was like a shock wave, shaking and exploding out. Bang! The electric current hit the riders without any hindrance, like blue and white whips. Amidst the crackling of the electric current, a series of electric roars sounded. Then he began to crazily lash out at the skinny body of the Japanese cavalry. Instantly, a burning smell came from the rider's body, and his body was covered by the crazy flowing blue and white electric current. He screamed in agony. Before the rider could react, the iron sand wall in front of him suddenly twisted and a column protruded from the front corner. The column slammed into the rider, with a heavy impact. Bang! Ah! The rider let out a strange cry like a wild beast. His body flew out and smashed into a wall far away. His body was covered by the falling rubble. What the hell? Mikoto made a dissatisfied sound. Is she at tier 8 with this level of strength? Even a peak tier 7 is barely enough. He heard Mikoto's complaints. On the side, Rin Enbin and the others, who were behind the defensive barrier, finally reacted. That big sister! Ilya exclaimed. She's so strong. Hey Rin and Osaka. Livia also asked in surprise. Who's that woman? How would I know? Rin Enbin bit his lips. I only know that she's not on our side. That's right? Livia calmed down. Just like Rin Enbin said, Livia didn't know who the rider was. She didn't know who the rider was, but her strength was obvious. She's definitely someone who can fight a heroic spirit one-on-one. Also, most importantly, the other party was the companion of the man who had snatched away the rank card in her hand. That's the case then. This isn't something to be happy about. Oh, rank card. Livia snapped out of her daze and stared at the Japanese cavalry that was buried under the rubble as she spoke softly. Mio, if you have the chance, take that card back. Mayu nodded silently. She tightened her grip on the cane in her hand, and her eyes became sharp. But things aren't as they thought. Mio, don't be careless. In the distance, Wu Yen, who was standing beside Hinajiku, suddenly spoke. She's a rider heroic spirit. Her combat power isn't based on her physical body but on her noble phantasm and riding skills. You have to be careful of her noble phantasm and mount. Unfortunately, it's too late. Reign of the Rider? A ghost-like voice slowly flowed out from the pile of rubble like sewage, spreading into the ears of everyone present. Boom. Amidst the explosion, a beam of light shot up into the sky from the pile of rubble, smashing the surrounding rubble and the ground into pieces. What happened? Ilya gripped her cane tightly in panic. Rin and Osaka and Livia were both shocked. She used her noble phantasm? Everyone raised their heads and looked at the light beam that pierced through the sky. Their pupils gradually shrank to the size of a needle tip. Everyone on the scene saw it. In the middle of the pillar of light, the rider held a glowing rein. She was riding on a white-winged horse that was glowing with white light. She looked just like a heavenly horse from the legends. The rider didn't give anyone a chance to react. The rider rode the heavenly horse that was covered in a blue and white mist and charged down. In that instant, it was as if everyone saw a white comet falling from the sky, bringing with it a deadly tremor in the atmosphere, leaving a trail of white light behind it, and fiercely crashing into Mikoto, who was on the ground. Chuju held her white cherry tightly. Wu Yen stopped Chuju, who was about to attack. He looked at Mikoto's face. On that beautiful and heroic face, there was a smile that could make one's blood boil. If you don't, the blue and white lightning bolts surged and flowed crazily. With Mikoto as the center, the area within 10 meters around her turned into a lightning zone. Lightning bolts flashed across the sky. She picked up a coin and put it on her finger. Then she raised her hand and aimed at the white comet that was falling from the sky. On her face, a confident smile that hadn't appeared for a long time slowly appeared. Isn't this not fun anymore? The moment his voice fell, the wild thunder in the entire lightning field turned into electric current. It suddenly rushed into the small token, condensing the token into a small white dot. Ding! Then a clear knocking sound spread out like a ripple. Whoosh! An orange beam of light that was comparable in size to the white comet that was descending from the sky suddenly burst into the air with a trembling sound. It was like a dazzling meteor that streaked across the sky and collided head-on with the white comet that was colliding head-on. There was no room for explanation. Boom! Under the gazes of everyone present, the white comet and the orange meteor collided in the air. A moment later, a sound wave that caused the entire space to tremble spread out, hitting every corner of the space like a gale. Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Ilya, and the others all screamed and reflexively raised their hands to block the oncoming wind. Even Mio groaned and raised her staff to create a protective barrier to block the oncoming wind for everyone. Wu Yan and Chuju stood in the middle of the shockwave. They stared at the white comet and orange comet that collided in midair. Their faces turned serious. Not for any other reason but because the confrontation lasted for a period of time, the orange meteor was suppressed. Not long after, a heavy clashing sound rang out. Bang! The white comet fiercely pushed back the orange meteor. Like a sharp blade, it fiercely pierced through the railgun and disintegrated it. Then it crashed into the ground without slowing down at all. Without a doubt, Mikoto was the one who lost this time. However, Wu Yan and Chuju showed an unusual smile. Riding on the Pegasus and turning into a white comet charging down, the riders shuddered. That was because a slender arm was placed on the shoulder of the Japanese rider. Even this super electromagnetic gun, that I launched with all my strength, couldn't win against your sudden advance. I take back what I said just now. It's not that your strength hasn't reached stage 8, but it has really exceeded your level. You can challenge someone of a higher level. On the back of the Pegasus, Mikoto lifted her head, her tea-colored eyes flashing with a sharp light. But it's time to stop. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of pitch-black clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. It rotated and condensed into a whirlpool. Blue-white lightning flowed within it and gathered at the center of the whirlpool. Lightning strike. A delicate shout and a thunderous roar filled the sky. A giant lightning bolt came down from the whirlpool of dark clouds. In a thousandth of a second, it hit the rider on the Pegasus. Kaboom! Mikoto, the rider, and the Pegasus were all enveloped by the blinding lightning. The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the area. Chapter 1437. Riding on a Pegasus, a rider that shines like a comet, sweeping across the land. The wind is as turbulent as a storm, a thunderous roar that reverberated across the entire battlefield. A lifeless expression slowly appeared on their faces. Time, space, sky, earth, everything seems to have been frozen in time, becoming the final scene of the battle between humans and heroic spirits. Then, everything calmed down. Mikoto stood alone in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by blue and white electric arcs. Below Mikoto's feet, there was a crater that looked like it was caused by a meteorite crashing into the ground. Gravel, smoke, and scorch marks were everywhere. Taking everything into account, the crater was at least 10 meters in diameter. Mikoto, on the other hand, had a satisfied smile on her face, as if she had just finished an exercise. She stretched her back lazily and retracted the electricity flowing through her body. Her brown eyes looked towards the spectators at the edge of the crater. She suddenly smiled and raised one of her hands. There is a card on top of her hand, class card, rider. A card created with the highest level of magic theory. It has the ability to summon the power of a heroic spirit that corresponds to the card's class. The usage method is as follows: limited expansion. With the magic attire as the medium, the class card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits. The heroic spirit's relic corresponding to the class card can be materialized and used within a short period of time. Note: this class card is rider. The corresponding heroic spirit relic is Rider's Reins. Limited expansion, using multiple magic attire as the medium. The class card was the pass to the seat of heroic spirits. It could materialize the heroic spirit's relic that corresponded to the class card multiple times. It could repeatedly materialize the same relic, which was the overlapping mode of limited expansion. Note: this class card is rider. The corresponding heroic spirit relic is Rider's Reins. Dream summon, using oneself as the medium. The class card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits. It can summon the power of a heroic spirit that corresponds to the class card and summon it on the user's body. It can turn the user into a heroic spirit and obtain the power of the corresponding class card. Note: this job rank card is Rider, Cavalry. The corresponding heroic spirit is Medusa, a magical creature in Greek mythology. Hero's Reins, a precious artifact specially used for mounts. A rare pair of reins and whips. It can greatly improve the ability of the rider and strengthen all the strength of the rider. The effect is especially outstanding for fantasy breed mounts. The card in Mikoto's hand had a picture engraved on it. It was a soldier riding a chariot and holding the reins. In the center at the bottom of the pattern, a line of letters that read Rider was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. That was the rank card of the Rider Cavalry. Looking at the Rider Cavalry rank card lying quietly in Mikoto's hand, Rin Asaka and Luvia's pretty face changed. Mio, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly raised her head with a cold look in her eyes. Ah, the originally silent audience. Ilya's little exclamation seemed to be the signal to start another battle. Amidst the exclamation, Mio stomped hard on the ground. Her whole body surged with boundless magical power. Her figure turned into a black shadow, streaking across the dark field, rushing towards Mikoto. Then, before many people could react, Mio reached out her hand towards the Rider Cavalry card in Mikoto's hand. Unfortunately, the battle didn't start in the end. Before she could reach Mikoto, Mio stopped in her tracks, a pair of orange eyes staring at Mikoto. Her originally cold and indifferent expression fluctuated violently. That's because a crystal sword appeared out of nowhere and was pressed against Mikoto's neck. Kids aren't cute these days. Chuju, who was standing behind Mio, frowned. She held the crystal-like white cherry in her hand and placed it on Mio's neck. Although I don't really want to treat a child like this, that's what Yen wants. So, can you please not touch it for the time being? Far away, Rin, who regained his senses, was shocked. When did she appear there? This. Ilya stared blankly at Mio, who was being held hostage. She didn't react for a long time. What's going on now? Mio. Livia's pretty face was anxious. She wanted to rush forward, but Chuju glanced at her. She didn't dare to act rashly. Don't worry. Wu Yen slowly walked to Mikoto's side and took the Rider Cavalry card. He turned around and showed a helpless expression to Rin, Livia, and Ilya. Chuju won't do anything to a little girl. You don't have to worry about that little girl. Rin and the others calmed down a bit. Livia took a deep breath and looked at Wu Yen with a cold gaze. I thought you were a gentleman. I didn't expect you to know how to threaten a little girl. I should change my opinion of you. You have to understand that we're not the ones who made the first move. Wu Yen tilted his head and smiled meaningfully. Besides, if I'm really despicable, I won't just be threatening this little girl. I'll be threatening all of you as well. Threatening us? What? You don't understand? Seeing the confused expression on Rin and the others, Wu Yen chuckled and walked to Mio's side. He ignored her sharp gaze and patted her head. His face turned cold. If you don't want anything to happen to her, hand over the Archer card. Rin and Osaka and the others' expressions immediately changed. Meiyu's expression also turned ugly. Do you understand? The cold expression disappeared and Wu Yen spread his hands. This is what you call despicable. We didn't use this method. We're gentlemen enough, magical girls. Wu Yen gestured to Chuju. Chuju understood and let go of the white cherry on Mio's neck. Without hesitation, Meiyu leapt backwards and returned to Livia's side. She raised her sapphire staff and the vigilance in her eyes was unprecedentedly high. Only then did Rin Enbin and the others truly let out a sigh of relief. They were worried that Wu Yen would threaten them with that method. Then, Wu Yen raised the Rider Knight card in his hand and grinned. Class card, Rider, Knight? I'll gladly accept it then. Rin and Osaka and Livia gnashed their teeth in anger. No matter how he looked at it, this line sounded exactly the same as the declaration the other party made when he snatched the rank card of Lancer, wasn't it? But what can they do? Fight? When they were still able to transform, Rin Enbin and Livia were already no match for the enemy when they joined forces. Now, even though they had more people on their side, their overall strength had decreased rather than increased. Not only did the opponent have more than one person, but he also had two more powerful companions. If they were to fight, Rin and Livia would have no chance of winning. Under such circumstances and the disparity in combat strength, it would be better to say that the Archer card wasn't taken away by the other party through threats or robbery. That was something worth rejoicing over. It looks like you don't want to do anything to the cards we have. Rin Enbin mocked him, unwilling to give up. Are you really a gentleman? You won't do anything to weak women and children? Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Since we're both aiming for the class cards, we'll have to fight sooner or later. Why don't we let you guys take back the cards and we'll have a showdown? Oh. Rin Hasaka tightened his grip on the gemstones around his finger. You look like you've got us. Who knows? Wu Yen pursed his lips and put away the rider, knight, card. Chuju Mikoto, let's go back. The two girls nodded and came to Wu Yan's side. See you next time. Wu Yen put his arm around the two girls' shoulders and a colorful magic formation appeared under him. His body blurred and he disappeared. Rin and Osaka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Mio looked ahead and remained silent. Chapter 1438. Fuyuki City on a certain street. Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Iria, and Mayu, who had changed into casual clothes, were walking together. However, the atmosphere was rather depressing. They walked forward aimlessly with their heads lowered. Rin and Osaka and Luvia were both silent. Mayu was also quietly following behind Luvia without saying a word. This caused Iria's mood to become heavy. Her cute face was filled with depression. Unlike Mayu, who looked very mature, Iria was a very normal elementary school student. Before she met Ruby, she didn't even know about magic and magicians. Naturally, she didn't understand the importance of class cards. To Ilya, retrieving the class card was not so much a mission, but a calamity from the heavens. After all, before today, Iria always thought that retrieving class cards was just finding those class cards and keeping them. Who knew that she would need to fight? Asking an elementary school student to fight against famous heroes from myths, legends, and history? This was no longer something that could be described as difficult. Therefore, Iria didn't understand why Mayu, a girl who was about the same age as her, could be so calm in the face of such a situation. She didn't even panic when facing the enemy. All in all, Iria didn't have any sense of reality. Rin and Osaka and Luvia both had their own thoughts regarding the class cards. Mayu had a calm expression as if she was thinking about something. Only Iria didn't feel anything. She only felt that the atmosphere was really uncomfortable. Unable to bear it anymore, Iria could only lower her voice and talk to Ruby, who was floating beside her. Hey, Ruby. What's wrong with everyone? Everyone is troubled. Ruby's ribbon-like accessory curved like a hand and scratched the top of the ring. It looked exactly like a person scratching their hair. There's an unknown origin and unknown identity. A very powerful opponent. Their goal is to retrieve class cards. It's normal for Ling and Luvia to feel annoyed. Indeed, those two big sisters seem to be very strong. Ilya could not help but recall the scene of the battle between Mikoto and the Japanese cavalry, as well as Hinajiku's unpredictable performance when she held the crystal sword. Blinking her watery eyes, Ilya could not help but recall the battle between Mikoto and the Japanese cavalry. Those two big sisters are really amazing. I can't believe that you can still be so calm. Ruby sighed in bewilderment. You have to know. With such a powerful enemy, it will be extremely difficult for us to retrieve the cards in the future. In the end, we might not even be able to retrieve a single card. Is there a problem? Ilya tilted her head. Sister Ling said that the class cards have a very powerful power. If they are used to do evil, the entire Fuyuki city may be destroyed. That's why we need to retrieve them. That big brother and two big sisters don't seem to be bad people. The cards are in their hands, so they should be fine, right? After saying that, Ilya clapped her hands cutely. Let's say if they help to retrieve the cards, those dangerous items like bombs should be retrieved very quickly. This way Fuyuki City will not be in danger. Isn't that great? This? Ruby was speechless. Wu Yen was speechless. We're retrieving the cards not only to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands and bringing disaster to others. Rin Enbin suddenly said. The Magic Association has the obligation to manage items related to heroic spirits. Class cards are directly linked to heroic spirits and powerful items that can draw out the power of heroic spirits. No matter whether they fall into the wrong hands or not, this item will bring about a devastating disaster if it's not used properly. That's why it must be managed properly. Of course. Since the class card is a card that is made from extremely advanced magic theory, it's very worthwhile for the Magic Association to analyze it, since the nature of the card is still the research of magic. We won't deny that the Magic Association would also like to get their hands on such an experimental product. Luvia said softly. But it is indeed a dangerous item that must be managed. Dangerous item? Ilya asked in a trembling voice. Is it that serious? It's an item after all. Since it's an item, it must have a source. Perhaps it's an item made by a great magician. Rin Enbin explained seriously. If someone with ulterior motives gets their hands on the class card and analyzes it to learn its manufacturing method, The item that can draw out the power of heroic spirits will be mass-produced. It's inevitable that it will become a tool for evil people to do evil. Rin Enbin glanced at Ilya. Ilya, can you imagine if everyone in the world has a class card? With the power of the class card, they can obtain the power of heroic spirits like the one we dealt with in the Mirror Realm. Once there's a dispute, they'll immediately use this terrifying power to fight? Hearing this, Ilya felt a chill in her heart. If that's the case, Ilya can't imagine what kind of chaotic world it will be. In the Magic Association, there are some people who want to analyze the class card and mass-produce it to increase the strength of the combatants in the association. This way, the Magic Association will have more influence in the world. Among them, there are also some people with ulterior motives who covet this power. Livia said seriously. That's why the master at the top of the Magic Association couldn't help but intervene in this matter. He asked us to retrieve the class card so that the power won't be used by those with ulterior motives. But now, Rin Enbin and Livia looked at each other and shook their heads with a bitter smile. Powerful enemies are appearing one after another. Their target is the class card. Although they don't look like bad people, we can't deny that they will use the power of the class card in an improper way. This is something that we can't let happen. Also, Rin Enbin's expression turned bitter. He was about to burst into tears. If we can't complete the mission, the master wouldn't have accepted us as his disciples. This is unacceptable. Ilya stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Even Miyuki was speechless. So, these two women are doing this for me? The enemy is too strong. They're not something we can handle right now. Livia looked at Rin Enbin. So, should we report to the association and ask for help? Are you ready to be punished? Rin Enbin's mouth twitched. If we ask for help from the association, the fact that we dragged ordinary people into this mess will be exposed. This time, Livia shut her mouth. Kishia? Zarich? When Shubi and Aogu sent Rin Enbin and Livia to Fuyuki City to retrieve the class card, he repeatedly reminded them that the two wands are the highest level, magic attire. They have the ability to grant the wearer great power in an instant. Just like the class card, if used improperly, the magic attire can become a dangerous weapon. So, Kishia? Zarich? Shubi and Aogu seriously reminded the two girls to take good care of the wands and prevent any accidents from happening. But in the end, not only did the two wands break free from Rin Enbin and Livia's control, they also successfully dragged the two 10-year-old ordinary people into this mess. As a result, the two girls had to borrow their power to retrieve the cards. What if Kishia was involved in this? Zarich? Shubi and Aogu knew that he would have to reconsider taking Kishia as his disciple. Rin Enbin and Livia were sweating profusely when they thought of this. Maybe things aren't as bad as we thought. Rin Enbin forced a smile as sweat dripped down his face. Look, even the Magic Association can't do anything about the class card. They can't analyze it at all. How can others analyze its structure and mass-produce it? You're right, Rin Enbin. Livia forced a smile. Thinking about it carefully, this isn't a bad thing. Just like what that man said, we have class cards in our hands. Sooner or later we'll face them. Why don't we let them work hard to retrieve the cards and wait until the final battle to snatch all their cards? Wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble? That's right. Rin Enbin and Livia laughed out loud, but their expressions were as fake as they could be. This time, it was Aliyah and Mio's turn to sweat profusely. Chapter 1439. The next day the sky was clear, the azure sky, the pure white clouds, the noisy streets, and the tranquil environment. Everything seemed so serene, making people feel relaxed and happy. At the corner of the street, Rin Tobisaka was carrying a bag on his shoulder. He was wearing the same casual clothes as last night, and he was walking back and forth with the pedestrians around him. However, there was a hint of unhappiness on his face. Rin Enosaka reached into his bag and took out a bankbook. He looked at the numbers on it, and his originally unhappy expression suddenly became extremely unhappy. There was even a faint trace of sadness. Today, Rin Enosaka planned to buy some gems from the shops in Fuyuki City. For Rin Enosaka, gems were essential to her magic career. The magic trick Rin Enosaka used was called gem magic. It was a kind of magic that the user would store their own magic power and spells in a gem, and then use the gem to activate it. In order to use the gem magic, the user could inject their own magic power and the original magic technique into the gem in advance. When it was time to use the gem, They didn't need to follow the original magic activation process. They could activate the magic stored in the gem through a procedure and use the magic. This kind of magic trick could be prepared in advance and stored magic power in the gem. Gem magic was a very famous magic trick. After all, when the user of the gem magic activated the gem magic, they basically only needed to draw out the spell and magic that originally existed in the gem to form the magic. It only needed one process and it didn't even need to consume magic power. It was very convenient. In addition, the gem was easy to store the user's thoughts and magic power. It could store magic power for a long time. So, gem magic was very famous in the magic circle. Only some famous families could use it. Therefore, gem magic was passed down in Rin Enosaka's family, the Enosaka family. Unfortunately, there were pros and cons. Gem magic was convenient, practical, and powerful. However, the most basic condition to activate gem magic was to use gems as a medium. This was a very expensive magic trick. Gem magic was a one-time use. Not only could the gems not be recycled, but they would also disappear when the magic was activated. One magic trick was a gem. How could it not burn money? It was also because of this reason that most of the users of gem magic were famous magicians. Originally, the Enosaka family, who could use the gemstone magic as their family heirloom magic, was also a wealthy family. Although he didn't want to admit it, the Enosaka family had indeed declined. As a result, Rin Enosaka's family wasn't very well off. He usually used the gemstone magic as frugally as he could, which was very sad. This was also the reason why Rin Tozaka looked at his bank book with such a sad expression. Her net worth wasn't that great to begin with, and now that she was going to buy expensive gems, Rin Enbin didn't even dare to imagine how much she would have left. Moreover, even if he didn't have much money left, the number of gems he could buy was limited. But what could he do? Who asked the ruby to betray her and not let her use it? She still had to carry out the mission of retrieving the rank cards. Moreover, there was such a strong enemy. If she didn't prepare more gems, when the time came for the real battle, the gems would be used up. Wouldn't she be at the mercy of others? Therefore, even though Rin Tozaka's heart ached, he had no choice but to buy gems. It was only at times like this that Rin Tozaka envied his nemesis, Wuxia. By the way, Wuxia was also a gem magic user. She wasn't as poor as Rin Tozaka. She was truly wealthy. She threw away gems one after another. She was even wealthier than the so-called rich girls. She was so rich that she was practically dripping with oil. Rin Tozaka soon arrived outside a gemstone store. He looked at the gems displayed in the glass cabinet. His green eyes were filled with conflict. Of course, Rin Tozaka wasn't conflicted about the gems, but the rows of numbers displayed under the gems. She took out her bank book again and glanced at the number on it. She shrugged her shoulders. This means that even the cheapest gems I can buy aren't that many left. Suddenly, a hand appeared and patted Rin Tozaka's shoulder. What are you doing here? Wah! The sudden voice and the physical sensation on Rin Tozaka's shoulder made him jump in fright. Rin Tozaka's leg tilted and he fell to the ground. Seeing the ground getting closer and closer to her, Rin Enbin's pretty face was filled with panic. She closed her eyes and prepared herself to be disfigured. However, before she could prepare herself, Rin Enbin felt that her body was frozen in the air, still in the position of falling down. Gem? Rin Tozaka opened her eyes and looked at the ground that was about to touch her face in confusion. Then she realized why she didn't fall to the ground. That's because a hand went under Rin Tozaka's armpit and hugged her. She was suspended in midair and didn't fall to the ground. It must be the owner of this hand who saved Rin Tozaka. However, not only did Rin Enbin not feel the slightest bit of gratitude towards the person who saved her, her beautiful face slowly changed color, and in the end, it was completely dyed red. The reason was simple. That hand was holding onto one of Rin Enosaka's plump breasts. His fingers were even digging deep into it. Gem? Even the owner of the hand felt that something was wrong. He started to move his hand and knead Rin Enbin's softness. Why are they so soft? Ugh, woo. With her chest being rubbed like this, Rin Enbin immediately felt a strange feeling in her body. She couldn't help but let out a delicate moan. The blush on her face instantly covered her entire face, causing her to scream out crazily. What are you doing? The hand that was pinching Rin Tozaka's breasts froze. At the same time, a stiff voice was heard. This soft thing can't be. Rin Tozaka's heart was filled with anger as she struggled to free herself. She covered her breasts and sat on the ground. She looked behind her with tears in her eyes. Rin Tozaka was stunned for a moment before she screamed in shock. It's you? Yo, yo. The culprit, who had played with Rin Enosaka's round and smooth hand for a while, raised the hand that he had just enjoyed with an embarrassed smile. Even though it's the same line as last night, I'll take it as you greeting me? The person who came was Wu Yen. You. Rin Tozaka's hands trembled as she pointed at Wu Yen. Her eyes were filled with tears. How dare you, how dare you, wait. I didn't do it on purpose. I was trying to save you. Wu Yen retreated a few steps and shook his head without a second thought. Even if I wanted to attack someone's breasts, I wouldn't choose you. You don't have that much. What did you say? Rin Tozaka's eyes widened. This bastard, not only did he snatch the Lancer card, he also took back the Rider card and caused her a lot of headaches. Now, after touching her breasts, he actually said that she was not well endowed? Rin Tozaka was furious. Tell me. Oh. Material. Rin Tozaka stood up like a mad beast and walked in front of Wu Yen. Before Wu Yen could react, she grabbed his hand and pressed it against her breasts without hesitation. Wu Yen felt something soft passing through his hands and he froze up in shock. Tell me, who doesn't have any material? Rin Tozaka, who didn't realize what he just did, finally woke Wu Yen up from his stupor. Wu Yen finally realized what kind of situation he's in. This. Without thinking, Wu Yen rubbed the soft mounds in his hands. His eyes were glued to Rin Enbin's chest, which was changing shape as he rubbed it. It's not that unattractive. Is it? Rin Tozaka's body trembled and her face twisted. Then, when are you going to stop rubbing? Wu Yen continued rubbing her breasts as he stared at Rin Tozaka's breasts. Let's wait a little longer. At that moment, Rin Enosaka felt as if a string in his head had snapped. You damn pervert. In the midst of the hysterical screams, the scene of a woman chasing a man on the street was played out. Chapter 1440. Fuyuki City, a coffee shop. Sitting across from each other at a table with 2 steaming cups of black tea and some desserts in front of them, Wu Yen couldn't bring himself to eat. The corner of his mouth kept twitching as he endured the negative gaze from the other party. He couldn't stay calm. Of course, if there's anyone who's not calm, it's Rin Enbin, who's staring at Wu Yen with a sinister gaze. After all, one of the most precious parts of Rin Enosaka's body had been captured and cruelly abused by someone. How could Rin Enosaka remain calm? That's not the most important thing. Most importantly, this man who was inhumane and torturing his most important part was destined to be his enemy, and he still had something he wanted in his hands. Rin Enbin felt like there's nothing worse than this. In fact, even Wu Yen himself doesn't know why this is so delightful. No, it's such a bad thing. He just wanted to stroll around this unfamiliar Fuyuki City and see if there was anything in Fuyuki City that was worth killing time during the day. The mission to retrieve the rank card could only be carried out after midnight. During the day, the passage to the Mirror Realm was extremely unstable. Not to mention the problem of whether he could enter. Even if he could, it would be quite dangerous. Therefore, if he wants to retrieve the rank card, the most conservative time is after midnight. It's also the safest time. This way he won't have anything to do during the day. If he stays at home, he won't be able to stay there. Since Hinajiku and Mikoto are out shopping, the lone Wu Yen decided to go for a stroll to see if there's anything new happening around him. Then a new thing happened, because he happened to meet Rin Enbin, who went to buy some gems. With the intention of scaring Rin Enbin, Wu Yen approached him in a mischievous manner. In the end, there's no result. This is something that only happens in manga. It's unknown if it's good luck or bad luck that befell them. After a while, Rin Enbin was tired of chasing after him and was invited to the coffee shop by Wu Yen, who wanted to change the topic. Then, there's nothing else. The two maintain this posture, sitting face to face. How should I put it? That's right. One thing is for sure, even with Wu Yan's thick skin. After enjoying some benefits, he couldn't stand Rin Enbin's glare and had to change the topic again. Oh right, why were you there? Wu Yen regretted it as soon as he said that. What kind of change of topic is that? Wasn't he just poking at a sore spot? As expected, when Rin Enbin thought of the gem store, she immediately remembered her own experience. Blushing, she covered her chest without thinking and glared at Wu Yen. Ahem. Wu Yen coughed. I'm just curious, humph. Rin Enbin snorted and turned her head away. I went to buy some magic gems to deal with a certain gentleman who's been ruining my plans. No, I mean a pervert. Ahem. Wu Yen coughed even harder. As expected of the devil, even if he's not as black-bellied as the original, he's still good at cursing. He's still as skilled as ever. Gem magic? Wu Yan asked weakly. Did you run out of gems? Don't worry. Rin Enbin glanced at Wu Yan. In order to avoid being robbed by perverted gentlemen, I always carry gems with me. I was just filling up my storage. Perverted? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He looked at Rin Enbin's disgusted expression and he was furious. He said with a hidden meaning. But why did I hear someone say that even the cheapest gems that can be bought can't be bought that much? Rin Enosaka's expression stiffened as he fell into a state of paralysis. Wu Yan looked like he saw a new continent and he teased. Could it be that Miss Lin, in order to fill up your anti-wolf warehouse, you've lost all of your little treasury instead? Hisashi turned around and he glared at Wu Yan with a ferocious look. What's wrong? Can't I? Well, I'm not saying no. Wu Yan picked up the cup of black tea and he started sipping his tea. Well, we're friends. If you're worried, you can tell me. I don't mind helping you. Help? Rin Enbin looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. Help me? Isn't it just a gem? Wu Yan pursed his lips. He recalled something and he flipped his hand. He took out a crystal clear gem. No, rather than calling it a gem, it's more like a crystal. Take a look at this. Wu Yan tossed the crystal to Rin Enosaka. Can you use this as a medium for your gem magic? Rin Enbin caught the crystal that Wu Yan tossed to her. She felt a cold sensation in her palm. Then Rin Enbin froze. She could feel that the translucent crystal in her hand contained an enormous amount of magic power. This. Rin Enbin cried out in shock. What gem is this? How can it contain such a large amount of mana? Wu Yan scratched his face. He didn't know how to explain it. Should he tell Rin Enbin that it wasn't a gem but the crystal of an 8th grade magical beast? I'm afraid Rin Enbin doesn't even know what 8th grade magical beasts are. I got it by chance. Wu Yan could only give such an explanation. Tell me, can you use this gem as a medium for your gem magic? Of course it can. Rin Enbin looked at the crystal in her hand excitedly. To put it bluntly, gem magic is actually storing magic power in a gem, writing a spell pattern into it, and forming all the conditions to activate the magic. When it's time to use it, the magic power and spell pattern in the gem will be drawn out, forming the magic itself, and it will be able to form the magic. This gem already contains a large amount of mana. There's no need to store it. All you need to do is inject a spell formula into it. When it's time to activate it, the mana in the gem will be able to deal great damage to even heroic spirits with high mana resistance. It's a killing machine. Rin Enbin looked at Wu Yan with a fervent gaze. The mana in this gem is at least 100 years old. Where did you get it? There were good and bad gems, and this also had something to do with the quality of the gem magic. Better quality gems could store more mana, increasing the power of the spells cast by the user. On the other hand, poor quality gems could store less mana, and the spells injected into them couldn't be too advanced, so there were many limitations. It was obvious how important gems were to the user of gem magic. As for the mana that Rin Enbin mentioned, it was something that had never been seen before. At the very least, Rin Enbin had never seen a gem that could store 100 years' worth of mana. That was equivalent to a magician with standard magic power continuously inputting magic power for 100 years to reach that level. How could a gem withstand such a large amount of magic? But now, a gem like this was right in front of Rin Enbin's eyes. Rin Enbin didn't dare to imagine how powerful it would be if he used this gem to cast a magic spell. In the past, Rin Enosaka had a gem that stored 17 years of mana. Each of those gems had the power equivalent to an A-rank magic spell. An A-grade magic spell was enough to deal damage to a heroic spirit. If he used a gem with 100 years worth of mana to cast a magic spell, it would be equivalent to a heroic spirit's full power attack with a noble artifact. In other words, with this gem in his hand, Rin Enosaka could perform a magic spell that was as powerful as the one the rider used last night on the Pegasus. If it wasn't a killing machine, then what was it? If this gem was used properly, it would definitely be able to deal a fatal blow to the heroic spirit. Rin Enbin didn't even need to inject mana into the gem. He only needed to inject a spell formula. Just like that, Rin Enosaka would have a trump card that could kill him. Chapter 1441. How would Rin Enosaka know that in the Spalier world, the magical crystals of magical beasts were all crystals that contained a large amount of mana? The power of magical beasts mainly consisted of two aspects. One was their powerful physique and the other was their innate magic. Putting aside their powerful physical abilities, since magical beasts could use magic, their magic power was naturally indispensable. Magical beasts stored their mana in the magical crystal within their bodies. Thus, a magical crystal contained the mana that the magical beast had accumulated over its lifetime. This was why magical crystals had such a large market in the Spalier world. They could be used to create potions, tools, and even weapons. Their price had always been high, and the magical crystals of high-grade magical beasts were even more expensive. The magical crystal in Rin and Osaka's hand was a grade 8 magical crystal. Needless to say, the amount of mana stored within was only Rin and Osaka's conservative estimate when compared to the amount of mana a magician with a standard amount of mana could store in 100 years. This was why Rin and Osaka was so excited. Not to mention who had injected the mana into the gem, the fact that the gem itself could store 100 years of mana was enough to make all gem magic users go crazy. To a magician, the mana stored within the gemstone wasn't much of a problem. The quality of the gemstone was even better. At this moment, Rin and Osaka had completely forgotten that the person in front of her was her enemy. Her eyes were filled with passion as she looked at Wu Yan. She leaned forward and almost reached out to grab Wu Yan's shoulder. Her face was only 20 centimeters away from Wu Yan. Seeing Rin and Osaka's pretty face pull so close, her red lips and warm breath coming close, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little awkward. If Wu Yan didn't know why Rin and Osaka was so excited, he would have thought that she was trying to take advantage of him. Wu Yan awkwardly pressed Rin and Osaka's shoulder and pushed her back to her seat. Isn't it just a gemstone? Don't make such a big fuss. Isn't it just a gemstone? Rin and Osaka's expression was one of disbelief. Don't you know how valuable this gemstone is? As for the value, I can more or less guess it. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. But you don't have to be so exaggerated, do you? You? Rin and Osaka opened his mouth wide in shock as he looked at Wu Yan's innocent expression. In the end, he sighed as if he had given up. Forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to understand what kind of pursuit a gem magic user has for such a gem. To think that you have such a strong magic attainment? I'm sorry? Wu Yan rolled his eyes. I know a lot of magic tricks, but there's no gem magic among them. Wu Yan's magic knowledge came from the 103,000 magic books in the magic manual world. There were all kinds of spells in the magic catalog. This included magic, alchemy, yin-yang, boundary, spirit language, and so on. He understood everything. Although there were some similar gems in the 103,000 magic books, they were still different in nature. The gems that Rain Inaka had weren't exactly the same in the magic manual. Therefore, Wu Yan knew how to use gems to perform magic, but he didn't know how to rely on gems to perform magic like Rin and Osaka. In Rin and Osaka's ears, Wu Yan admitted that he didn't know how to perform gem magic. Of course, gemstone magic is very rare in magic. Only a few famous families would use it. Rin Enbin puffed out his chest as he spoke. Our family's gemstone magic has already formed an entire system. It also includes some of our own understanding. Even compared to the gemstone magic of other famous magician families, we have a certain advantage. Luvia and the others can't even compare. Wow! Rin and Osaka started giggling to himself. Wu Yan blushed with shame. Since your family has some understanding of gem magic, why don't other families have it too? Is that so? Wu Yan brushed off Rin and Osaka's boasting without much interest. If that's the case, I'll give you the gem. Rin Enbin's laughter stopped abruptly. Not only was he not happy about it, but he also frowned. What are you planning? Ha! Wu Yan was stunned. You don't have a reason to give your enemy such a valuable gift. Rin and Osaka's expression turned serious. He raised the grade 8 crystal and stared at Wu Yan's face. Do you know that I can use this gem to give you a fatal blow at a critical moment? A fatal blow, huh? Wu Yan mumbled and he chuckled. Are you sure? Ha! You don't believe me? Rin and Osaka laughed coldly. It contains 100 years of magic power. Next, I just need to inject a spell into it. When it's time to use it, it can completely unleash the power of the noble phantasm that the knight used last night. Do you think that it won't cause fatal damage to you? At this point, even Wu Yan didn't dare to make any assertions. If he unleashed all of his power, let alone the attack that was comparable to the last relic that the rider used last night, even if it was 10 times or 100 times stronger, he would still not be bothered by it. However, Wu Yan's level has been suppressed to 75. If that attack hit him, it would definitely kill Wu Yan. But that's it, even if it hit him, he would only die once. Wu Yan has the body of a true ancestor and has died before. Shouldn't you be happy? Wu Yan smirked. You have a trump card against me and I gave it to you personally. Why don't you take advantage of it? Oh. Rin Enbin raised an eyebrow as he stared at Wu Yan's face. He tried to figure out something from Wu Yan's expression. After a while he snickered. If that's the case, I'll take it. Rin and Osaka put away the Tier 8 magic crystal in front of Wu Yan and changed the topic. You're going to recycle the cards tonight, right? That's what I thought. Wu Yan took a sip of his black tea and he replied casually. What? You want me to give up again? At this point, I know that it's impossible for you to give up. Rin Enbin rolled his eyes and said. But I think we can discuss. Discuss? Wu Yan looked at Rin and Osaka with interest. Discuss what? Discuss. Let's discuss our goals. Rin Enbin took out a map and placed it on the table. On the map, there were a few places that were circled in red. These are the places where the tier cards are. Rin and Osaka looked up and met Wu Yan's eyes. To be honest, if we meet like last night, it'll be difficult to recycle the cards. Not only do you have to be wary of us, we have to be wary of you too. It's too much work. You said it yourself. We're both aiming for class cards and each of us has a class card. Sooner or later we'll face each other. Rin Enbin's eyes narrowed. If that's the case, why don't we split up and recycle the cards? We'll decide the winner after we recycle all the cards. Wu Yan sighed. Indeed, if the two groups of people met like last night, it was inevitable that there would be some accidents. Wu Yan wasn't afraid of Rin and Osaka and the others causing trouble. However, it'll be a hindrance if Rin and Osaka and the others do something while they're recycling the cards. It'll be too much work, just like what Rin and Osaka said. It'll be better for them to recycle the cards separately and decide the winner in the end. Rin and Osaka had the same concerns. If they were to bump into Wu Yan and Co. with their current strength, it's very likely that they would be reduced to mere spectators like last night. Rather than that, it'll be better for them to split up and increase the tier cards they have. They'll see if they can use it as a trump card and think of a way to deal with Wu Yan. That was Rin and Osaka's plan. Okay. Wu Yan nodded and pointed at a circled area on the map. We'll go there tonight. Then we'll go somewhere else. Rin and Osaka smiled. It's settled then. Chapter 1442. Night on a mountain behind Fuyuki City? So, we won't run into each other tonight, right? Standing in the middle of a forest, Hinajiku and Mikoto listened to Wu Yan and Rin's discussion at the coffee shop. They thought for a bit before nodding in agreement. Indeed, it's more convenient to split up. Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her. I don't want another little girl to jump out at me in the end. Me too. Chuju complained. Putting a sword on a child's neck, it's not a pleasant feeling. But we'll run into each other sooner or later. Wu Yan sighed. In the end, those two by the name of Ilya and Mayu will also become our enemies. We must also snatch the class cards from them. Sounds like something a bad guy would do. Chuju turned around and looked at the brightly lit Fuyuki City through the gaps in the forest. They're fighting with a certain Einherjar somewhere over there, right? Rin Enbin didn't say where she's going. I only told her we're coming here and asked her to avoid us. Wu Yan shrugged. But we'll enter the same realm later. That's for sure. If you're interested, wait until the battle is over. Let's see if it's possible to move from the mirror realm to where they're fighting. If that's the case, there's no point in splitting up. They'll suspect we're going to do something behind their backs. Mikoto shook her head. Forget it, it's not a bad idea to split up for now. We'll just snatch their rank cards in the end. That's what a bad guy would say. Wu Yan's expression turned sour. He patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. Alright, it's almost midnight. Let's go. The two girls responded in a small voice. They moved their feet. They stood on both sides of Wu Yan. A rainbow-like light centered on the ground where the three of them were standing. It fluctuated and spun, forming an intricate geometric pattern of a magic circle. The three of them were encircled in the circle. In the vision of the three of them, the space around them began to distort. Up, down, left, right, east, west, south, north and other directions suddenly became blurred. Even the mountain and the night view of Fuyuki City in the distance also became blurred. The heaven and earth spun as waves of light flickered. When the surroundings returned to normal and their senses returned, the scenery was still the same. However, this scenery was filled with a sense of dissonance. The sky seemed to be covered by a moving arc mirror. It was like the surface of a rippling lake, swaying at an extremely slight angle. In the forest, a wave of blue fog was spreading, causing this space to fall into a blurry vision. Are we there? Mikoto's body glowed with a bluish-white light as her brown eyes scanned the surroundings. Where's the enemy? I don't think so. Cherry blossom petals floated in Hinajiku's hand. When the petals fell, the white cherry blossom was already in her hand, but she raised her beautiful eyebrows. I feel like something's wrong. Be careful. Wu Yin stepped forward and stood in front of the two girls. His wine-red eyes emitted a cold light as he scanned the area around them. There's an unusual aura around here. Just as he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed through the forest in the distance. It was like a venomous snake that was hidden and agile. Who is it? Mikoto's body flashed with electricity, and a thick blue and white electric current shot out towards the direction of the afterimage. Bang! A heavy sound of impact. Mikoto's electric bolt brushed past the shadow's tail and landed on a tree. The tree was charred black. The afterimage spun once again and disappeared into the forest. He dodged it. Mikoto exclaimed in surprise. That's fast. No? It's not just speed. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. Aura. Even the aura disappeared. As soon as he said that, the forest became silent. Not a single sound could be heard. It was extremely eerie. It feels like... Chuju timidly took a small step back. It's a little scary. Don't be affected, Chuju. Wu Yin reached out and held Chuju's cold hand. It's just a spirit that hides its head and shows its tail. It's not some demon, don't be afraid. You're right? Chuju took a deep breath to calm herself down. But you did remind me. A spirit that hides its head and shows its tail, it should only be one of the 7 ranks, right? That should be it. Wu Yin lowered his voice as his eyes scanned the surroundings. Nimble speed, elusive silhouette, faint aura, and such a method of hiding. Only the assassin of the 7 ranks would be able to do that. Assassin of the assassin? Mikoto pursed her lips and retreated to Wu Yan's side. What should we do now? What else can we do? It's the assassin's bad luck to meet us. Wu Yan's lips curled up. Chuju. Mikoto. Activate the system's perception. Chuju and Mikoto were stunned for a moment before realization dawned on them. That's right, no matter how high the concealment technique of the assassin was, no matter how fast they were, or even how much they could conceal their presence, once they got close to a certain distance, under the perception effect of the system, there was no way they could hide. The 3 of them stood back to back in a triangle formation. Their eyes flashed with the system's unique light and their pupils emitted a faint glow as they began to observe their surroundings. With this observation, the information of the assassin hidden in the surroundings immediately entered the trio's senses. Assassin of the assassin, level 59. The existence of a spirit is based on the belief of the people in myths, legends, and heroes who left behind great achievements in history. Thus, the more glorious the spirit's deeds are, the greater the fame and reputation, the stronger the spirit's power. As for an assassin, no matter what great deeds they did, they would not be publicized. They would only be an unknown character. Because of that, heroic spirits who had the ability to take on the role of assassin would leave behind glorious legends of heroes in their past lives. It could be said that compared to heroic spirits of other classes, they were more or less lacking. As a result, most of the heroic spirits who were assassins had relatively low ability points. They could only rely on relics or some special skills to win against their enemies. Chuju and Mikoto had learned some basic knowledge about heroic spirits from Wu Yen. They also knew that the assassin's heroic spirit's abilities were usually weaker. But the peak of Tier 6, wasn't that a little too weak? The other information they received from the system's perception also shocked them. Because in the surrounding forest, the system sensed that there was more than one peak Tier 6 assassin target. 1, 2, 3, 10. According to the system's perception, there were at least 50 hidden targets. There were 50 assassins' heroic spirits? Yen? Hinajiku and Mikoto couldn't help but tense up, their expressions full of shock. What's going on? Don't think too much. There's only one assassin's rank card. Therefore, there's only one assassin who can use the rank card's power to materialize. There's no doubt about it. Wu Yen calmly answered the 2 girls' doubts. The system sensed so many assassins. I'm afraid it's because the real assassin's relic is using it. A relic? Hinagiku tightened her grip on White Cherry and forced a smile. It doesn't matter. Since the system sensed them, it proves that they're at least clones and not illusions. They can definitely hurt us. 50 peak rank 6 heroic spirits as opponents? Mikoto slowly straightened her body. Streaks of blue and white electricity began to run wildly around her body. That's exactly what I wanted. Then in the forest, several black figures appeared from behind the trees. Chapter 1443. Clack, 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 clack. The rustling sound of branches and leaves rubbing against the ground could be heard clearly from the surroundings. In the dark forest, a group of dark figures slowly walked into Wu Yen, Hinagiku, and Mikoto's line of sight with their light footsteps. They were all completely black, wearing skull-like masks on their faces, black cloaks and black cloth around their lower body. They didn't even have any hair. That's right. They are indeed monsters. On their bodies, other than their masks which are white, everything else is black. Head, body, muscles, limbs, along with their clothes, each assassin is absolutely black in color. In the darkness of the night, they are like ghosts floating in the forest, causing the already eerie atmosphere to become even more eerie. In the hands of the numerous assassins, daggers, blades, and short swords that shone with a cold luster were held between their fingers. As they moved with their owners, they flashed in the air again and again, causing one's heart to tremble. That is, Asa's assassins. Chuju and Mikoto's face tensed up, looking at the forest around them. We are completely surrounded. One by one, the black figures are closing in from all directions, shrinking the encirclement. Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto are surrounded in the middle. Some of them are even standing on the branches, aiming their sharp weapons at the three in the center. Come to think of it, once all of the assassins launched their attack, the encirclement would be filled with sharp daggers from top to bottom in an instant. Even though they are only peak stage 6. However, the assassin had the right time, the right place, and the right people. With the darkness of the night as their cover. With the surrounding forest as their cover, they have the absolute advantage in numbers. If it was Rin Dosaka and his group who came here, they would probably be scared silly. No. It's Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto. Looking at the encirclement. They also feel that it's a bit troublesome. Screw it. Mikoto was the first one to lose her patience. Electricity exploded from her body. Only peak stage 6, let's start the fight. After saying that, the electricity on her body leaped and drilled into the ground, causing the ground to tremble, creating a black wave. On the other hand, the assassins seemed to be stimulated as they raised the sharp daggers in their hands one by one. Swish, 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 swish. In the next moment, the sound of metal clashing against metal rang out in the surrounding space. Flashing arcs of light flashed in the surroundings, carrying with them a sharp sound. In this space they converged towards the three people in the center. Those are the daggers that are flying through the air. Daggers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot toward the three people in the middle of the field like arrows, instantly filling everyone's field of vision. Ah. However, Mikoto's yell came in response to the onslaught of daggers. Like a gust of wind, the waves rolled, the black iron sand wave rolled up like a tornado, surrounding Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto. Clang, 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 clang. Not long after, a series of crisp clashing sounds rang out around the iron sand wave. The overwhelming number of daggers landed on the iron sand wave, as if they had collided with a violent wave. They were all sent flying without a single exception. Seeing this, Wu Yen also raised his hand, planning to attack the assassins. However, someone moved faster than Wu Yen. Whoosh! In the woods, a gentle breeze blew, a pink stream of light carried a sharp edge as it flew around the surroundings. Like a cool breeze dyed with color, it flashed across the middle of the many assassins that formed the encirclement at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then the assassins that were hit by the pink ray of light froze in place. Tiesis tiesis tehikis. A series of ripping sounds echoed without any warning. The assassins who froze suddenly trembled as if they were cut by a sharp blade. Their chests burst open neatly as red blood spurted out. They fell to the ground and lost their breath. At this time, the pink ray of light hovered and quietly landed, revealing its original form. Pink hair fluttered in the air, beautiful to the extreme. With White Cherry in her hand, Hinagiku tapped the ground with her feet and a fierce look appeared on her pretty face. With a leap, she once again turned into a stream of light, piercing through space and slicing through the assassins who couldn't react in time. As for the assassins that were hit by the pink light, they all followed the path of the assassins in front of them. Their chests were neatly cut open, blood spurted out, and they fell to the ground, unable to get up. Chuju? Wu Yan's hands stopped moving. He watched the assassins fall one by one under the pink ray of light Chuju's slashes. He was stunned on the spot. It wasn't just because Chuju took care of the assassins one by one, it was also because he could only vaguely catch a glimpse of Chuju's figure. Fast. She was too fast. Surprised? Mikoto suddenly spoke as the waves of iron sand around her gradually subsided. Actually, we were all surprised at first. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto in confusion. Chuju doesn't have a mystical ability like me, nor does she have a myriad of tactics like you. She's just a normal human. The only thing she has is the sword skills she learned from the kendo department in school. Mikoto smiled and turned around to look at Hinajiku, who had transformed into a flash of light and was reaping the lives of assassins one by one. Chuju was once confused. She didn't know if she should be like us and learn some mystical abilities, or learn do-chi or magic like the practitioners in the Spalier world. But in the end, Chuju gave up on all of these. Chuju felt that since the system gave her a level and allowed her to level up, then even if she didn't have any mystical abilities, she would still get stronger as she leveled up. Mikoto pointed at Chuju. Then this is where Chuju's true strength lies. Fast. Faster than anyone. Like a person who was genuinely happy for her friend, Mikoto laughed proudly. Her sword is faster than people, her attacks are faster than people, even her attacks are faster than people. In terms of speed, Chuju is definitely the best out of all of us. Wu Yan couldn't help but look forward. Looking at Chuju, who turned into a ray of light and flew back and forth in the forest like a meteor, leaving a trail of light behind her as she slashed the assassins one by one. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were filled with gratification. All this while, Wu Yan had been worried about Chuju's growth and strength. After all, just like what Mikoto said, Chuju didn't have any superpowers or magical powers. She didn't know how to perform magic or use any mystical abilities. She was just a normal human, unlike elves like Kotori and Kurumi. Her combat style had always been close-range sword skills. For this reason, Wu Yan had thought more than once of taking out some items from the system that could transform people or equipment with mystical abilities like relics for Chuju to use to increase her strength. It couldn't be helped. The abilities in the system, whether it was skills, talents, or lineage, could only be exchanged for by Wu Yan alone. Even for those skills that could be directly imprinted into Wu Yan's mind through memory, Wu Yan had to personally teach others before they could learn it. That's why Wu Yan could only rely on items and equipment. It's a pity that every time Wu Yan brought it up, Hinajiku would resolutely refuse his help. Chuju never once told him the reason. Wu Yan was always troubled by it, but now he finally understood. Chuju has her own way of thinking and Chuju has her own path. She must have thought that since she had a sword skill from the start, she should stay loyal to it and rely on herself to become stronger. It was also because of this that there was such a beautiful figure that was both graceful and as fast as lightning right now. This proves that Hinajiku herself is not weak at all. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.